CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment.
They were never your friends. Why do you even try?
Why would anyone be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. It's like every night. You'll always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. A storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
for the yellow play. This
It's
is
about
going to be a stretch,
5,000 there
though.
might trade for it here. Let's see if they can peel them
Still,
off. That
Elise in.
Sonic Wave's gonna go in. Gemini looks to sidestep. That Baron's
Oh.
kind of pulled off right now.
This can
Just
happen.
waiting, invading Rest is very low. He steals it. Oh wait, Gemini managing it. Nesty around the side. They're gonna turn this one into a massive cyclone, but the push away defensive move from Pretender.
Kurt.
He can't quite close. Kurt getting
Those
that
get
knock
two
up on
man.
Nesty. Do they have the damage? Hana taking low in this, but not done down just yet. There goes Hollow, the first casualty
Pretender
of
on the
this
side.
fight. Pretender looks for the flank, but he's already used his big tools. Leaky goes in, getting the R back. They find Kurt. Eats the damage, taken out by Nesty. The chase is on. Eminem, he cleanses through, but maybe a little too late as he gets hit by the orb on the back half. The double kill. Nesty on the chase, looking for more as he goes golden. Might have gone too far, but he flashes forward, getting a triple kill into the charm, and he will get out scot-free.
Oh my god, the play coming in.
Now it's a bit of spaces. Solar Flare comes on through, but the Vault Breaker in, the steal, no. It goes to Beyond Gaming, but now for DCG to have to
They're
get out
funneled
because
in.
Vinji's angle. He kites on back, the ulti
sent.
from Hana again. This fire not working out.
Bar. Winging it out, but
Boy, here he goes. Once again, a great setup into the Gnar. That call the Forge God does knock him a few, but there's just no following through. Eminem trying to stay alive through it all as he finds Nesty on the opposite side, but Hana comes through to give him some relief, and Hollow is left out in the dark, left in the cold. Pretender now going to be isolated. Nesty nearly bites it, but it doesn't matter in the end. They still take him down. Do not lose a member. Quite a weird situation. Kongi does eat the charm. That could be all the difference they need as he goes in with wild growth but gets popped down. Yumi once again stepping up. Skywing even getting the kill credit on this one and Unified. Just Sparkshard back away to safety. Rock in the middle with the dominance. Does he have enough damage to take Murray out to fight? I don't even think he does. No, he's right for the help. PSG just running.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment.
They were never your friends. Why do you even try?
Why would anyone be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. It's like everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. A storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
It's
is
about
going to be a stretch,
5,000 there
though.
might trade for it here. Let's see if they can peel them off. That
Elise in.
Sonic Wave's gonna go in. Gemini looks to sidestep. That Baron's
Oh.
kind of pulled off right now. And
This
they're
can
just waiting,
happen.
invading rest.
This
Very low. He steals it. Oh wait, Gemini managing it. Nesty around the side. They're gonna turn this one into a massive cyclone, but the push away defensive move from Pretender.
Kurt.
He can't quite close it. Kurt getting
Those
that
get
knock
two
up on
man.
Nesty. Do they have the damage? Hana taking low in this, but not done down just yet. There goes Hollow, the first casualty
Pretender
of
on the
this
side.
fight. Pretender looks for the flank, but he's already used his big tools. Leaky goes in, getting an R back. They find Kurt. Eats the damage, taken out by Nesty. The chase is on. Eminem, he cleanses through, but maybe a little too late as he gets hit by the orb on the back half. A double kill. Nesty on the chase, looking for more as he goes golden. Might have gone too far, but he flashes forward, getting a triple kill into the charm, and he will get out scot-free.
Oh my god, the play coming in.
Now it's a bit of spaces. Solar Flare comes on through, but the Vault Breaker in the steal. No, it goes to Beyond Gaming. But now for DCG to have to
They're
get out
funneled
because
in.
Vinji's angle. He kites on back the ulti
sent.
from Hana again. This fire not working out.
Bar. Winging it out, but
Boy, here he goes. Once again, a great setup into the Gnar. That call the Forge God does knock up a few, but there's just no following through. Eminem trying to stay alive through it all as he finds Nesty on the opposite side, but Hana comes through to give him some relief, and Hollow is left out in the dark, left in the cold. Pretender now going to be isolated. Nesty nearly bites it, but it doesn't matter in the end. They still take him down. Do not lose a member. Quite a weird situation. Kongi does eat the charm. That could be all the difference they need as he goes in with the wild growth but gets popped down. Yumi once again stepping up. Nightwing even getting the kill credit on this one and Unified. Just Sparkshard back away to safety. Rock in the middle with the dominance. Does he have enough damage to take Murray out to fight? I don't even think he does. No,
Somebody
he's right for the help. PSG just running.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment. They were never your friends.
Why do you even try?
Why would anyone be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. It's like everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. A storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
about
going to be a
5,000
stretch,
there
though.
might trade for it here. Let's see if they can peel them off. That
Elise in.
Sonic Wave's gonna go in. Gemini looks to sidestep. That Baron's
Oh.
kind of pulled off right now. And
This
they're
can
just
happen.
waiting, invading rest is
This-
very low. He steals it. Oh wait, Gemini managing it. Nasty around the side. They're gonna turn this one into a massive cyclone, but the push away defensive move from Pretender.
Kurt.
He can't quite close this one. Kurt getting
Those
that
get
knocked
too
on
bad.
Nasty. Do they have the damage? Hana taken low in this, but not done down just yet. There goes Hollow, the first casualty
Pretender
of
on the
this
side.
fight. Pretender looks for the flank, but he's already used his big tools. Leaky goes in, getting an R back. They find Kurt. Eats the damage, taken out by Nesty. The chase is on. Eminem, he cleanses through, but maybe a little too late as he gets hit by the orb on the back half. The double kill. Nesty on the chase, looking for more as he goes golden. Might have gone too far, but he flashes forward, getting a triple kill into the charm, and he will get out scot-free.
Oh my god, the play coming in.
GG now has a bit of spaces. Solar Flare comes on through, but the Vault Breaker in, the steal, no. It goes to Beyond Gaming, but now for DCG to have to
They're
get out
funneled
because
in.
GG's angle. He kites on back the ulti
Understand.
from Hana again. This buy not working out.
Bar. Winging it out, but
Boy, here he goes. Once again, a great setup into the Gnar. That call, the Forge God does knock up a few, but there's just no falling through. Eminem trying to stay alive through it all as he finds Nesty on the opposite side, but Hana comes through to give him some relief, and Hollow is left out in the dark, left in the cold. Pretender now going to be isolated. Nesty nearly bites it, but it doesn't matter in the end. They still take him down. Do not lose a member. Quite a weird situation. Kongi does eat the charm. That could be all the difference they need as he goes in with the wild growth but gets popped down. Yuumi once again stepping up. Skywing even getting the kill credit on this one and Unified. And his Spark back away to safety. Rock in the middle with the dominance. Does he have enough damage to take Murray out to fight? I don't even think he does. No, he's back for the help. PSG just running.
Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Ooh, girl, you look so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, nah. Where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up.
准备要在这一波将解放人全员冲掉，
差了一个位置，又是第三个，我的天啊！
然后拿了一个搭手，开始持续的追击，现在的话调整他的追风，
被波手他换了一个治愈，多你一个治愈就要这么点输了。
一个红魔的一个推，他能不帮忙变效果把小林给推了回去。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Pacific Championship Series Lower Bracket Finals. Today, we decide who we are sending to Worlds. CFO, of course, already on that trip. They've punched their ticket, seeding yet undecided. But today, we will send another team between PSG Talon and Megabank Beyond Gaming. I'm your play-by-play and host for the day, Clement Chu. With me, the ever-so-handsome Nightstar. And underneath this is our sponsors here. A big shout out to our organizers at Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena, and of course for our sponsors with CTBC Bank, always by our side, and of course our new addition here with China Airlines. You make the PCS possible. Now, Nightstar, welcome into the fray here. We have two teams that went to Worlds together in 2021, but now only one of them will move on. What are you feeling about this series? How do you feel the storylines are going to line up?
The storylines really just make themselves, right? Because these were our Worlds teams last year, and in addition, these were the two teams that competed for the MSI slot last year. So it's really old rivalries coming back into play, because when we compare these two teams during the spring split, they were nowhere close to each other. BYG were an absolute shadow of themselves because of the roster revamp. They had a lot to make up for, but then when we came into the summer split, we saw the growth. Even though they weren't great from the get-go, even at the start of summer split, at the end of summer split, they were an incredibly dangerous team, and definitely one of the dark horses even at the 6th seed.
Absolutely, and now they actually usurp PSG to come in with the higher part of the bracket. They made it all the way to the winners finals before dropping to CFO in 4 games, and that means they will have side selection for game 1. And I actually want to talk about that a little bit, because looking at the stats, these two teams, they favor very different sides. You have PSG glued to blue, and then you have the side on Beyond Gaming that likes the red.
I do have to say, part of that would be just the fact that against both J-Team and DCG, those two teams were just heavily blue side favored. So they, even after losses, continued to just go over to blue side. As a result, BYG kept getting wins on red side. But as you can see, the playoff bracket, we are down to our top 3. And of course, top 2 make it to Worlds. So unfortunately, BYG, PSG, one of these legendary teams from last year, will not make it to the grand stage.
We will have some new faces being sent out there, especially for Shun. I think this is going to be his first time at internationals. Of course, he's a rookie this split. And for a note on our format, we do not have any regional qualifiers. We have a very long, extended playoffs. A lot of teams can join, and this is it. The finals will decide our seeding in terms of Worlds. Now, we are moving on to caster predictions. I see that you and I have both gone Beyond Gaming, but since you're in the color position, please explain your thoughts.
My thoughts? Initially, because I knew Jenny was going to pick PSG, I picked BYG just to try and close the gap against her, but then she gave me the full 360 no scope, and now unfortunately I am stuck on the same prediction. But I think BYG have just looked a lot more decisive. That's the main thing for me that really sold me on picking them over PSG. And PSG, on the flip side, they've been too tentative on taking fights that aren't 90-10. I kind of perhaps over memed about them in their earlier series earlier this week, but it does feel that way.
And taking a look at our roster here, it's going to be Lee Kai on the top side, Husha, Minji in the mid jungle, and then you have Wako Kino in the bottom lane. As you said, this team has just come out swinging. They're so surprising. The regular season was really not much to write home about, but when it came into the postseason, personally for me, it's just the number of champions that they suddenly unleashed across the board, and we can get into that in the ban phase. First, taking a look at PSG Talon, it's your old faces, Hanabi, and then Buri Gori coming in this split, and of course Unified and Kaiwing, the old faithful in the bottom.
And for the PSG Talon fans, really it's just all about the performance of Gori, the MVP of Summer Split, just coming in and really stunning the league and hopefully able to maintain that performance coming into this series to guide them to Worlds. But a major factor, of course, has been the bot lane also stepping up. But we get to see the comparison of our mid laners. It will be a lot of focus on the mid lane, especially in the pick ban.
Yeah, we have talked about there are certain champions that neither side plays. The Talia most likely banned from PSG and the Azir most likely banned from Minji. Taking a look at the stats here, even though Minji picked up a lot of new toys in the postseason with Orianna, the LeBlanc, Kali, the Vex even coming back, his laning phase is still not much to write home about. That has been kind of the biggest problem for Beyond Gaming, and especially in their split series against CFO, is that they do tend to have very, very slow starts, and they're going up against a team like PSG and Gori that also like to play slow. Where do you think the series is going to end up tempo-wise?
I think if one team was to pick up the tempo, it would be the side of BYG. When you look at their game timers, they are much quicker at being able to finish out the game, and part of that just comes down to decisiveness once they do get these advantages. If it's PSG, you will see a much slower game, but if it does get sped up a bit, I think a lot of it will come down to how fast that first dragon does go down, as we are almost done with that first phase, and we sort of expected these bans, but one ban that is missing is of course the Talia and the Sylas.
Yep, there we go. So Beyond Gaming have a big question here. They do play flex on the Sylas. It can go towards Likai and it can go towards Minji, which also tends to be a counter against the Gnar here. So already Beyond Gaming off to a quite an interesting start, and letting PSG decide whether they want the Sivir or the Zeri. That seems to be just the go-to options here. And we were talking about this pregame. Both of us kind of felt like PSG would actually like the Zeri a little bit more.
Yeah, the Zeri feels more up their wheelhouse, being able to have Unified really peel for himself. His performance this split, while has ramped up, he hasn't performed up to his own standards, as PSG go ahead, lock in the Sivir Wukong, and Wukong also another one of those picks that we expect to see heavy priority on because of how much teamfight both of these teams do like to play with, and Wukong a perfect champion to fit that mold.
Beyond Gaming going to go for the Sejuani and the Zeri. Not a whole lot of surprises there. The Sedge could definitely go into the jungle. Husha already showed that before. For PSG side, they are looking at perhaps going with the Renekton. Yep, that one is locked in. Hanabi has a pretty small pool, and we were talking that Renekton might be the most important champion for him in so far the patch. What do you feel about PSG playing with this rundown? It looks like they're going on a different track than they usually prefer.
Yeah, this definitely feels more of a tempo-ish style with the Renekton, with the Wukong, a lot of early team fight. Maybe as the game goes on, it does become a little bit harder for them to execute around those conditions, especially against champions like a Sylas and Sejuani, who can really stick onto you and turn the tables. And just outscale, of course. As we go into the second phase, looking at these 280 carries, we'll see what kind of supports end up pairing up with them. If it ends up being melees, of course, we know Kino and Kaiwing are perhaps our most skilled melee support players, and that will be a very exciting matchup to keep track of.
Do have the Alistar off the table, good counter against Sivir, and then we have the Aatrox being banned away against Likai. I think Aatrox has been a bit of a sore point for PSG in these playoffs. And then the LeBlanc ban against Gori. Wow, going way back into the tempo corner just to shut that one out. Now PSG have to pick up a support and a mid laner in what looks like a tempo rush down type of composition here. Do expect, like, the Leona seems very nice here, as both of these players do play a lot of it. And it's going to be a Galio, the first one, I believe. Yeah, the first one for Gory in the postseason.
First postseason Galio locked in. It still could go into the support role if they do pick something up like a melee champion. I can definitely imagine that to be the case, but as things stand, it does look like it's going to be going into the mid lane. And okay,
yeah,
the Fiora does get locked in. This was a pick that we also highlighted off stream, of course, that it would be a sore point for PSG because Hanabi's champ pool just doesn't have an answer or a clear answer to the Fiora, at least in and out of lane. And Renekton, while can keep the Fiora down during the early phase, will struggle as the game progresses.
Do have the final lock-in for Beyond Gaming. It is going to be the Rakan. I love this Rakan. You know, it's great counter-engage, takeaway from PSG as well. The Rakan in PSG's comp look very, very strong. Now Kaiwing has to pick his support here. Covering the Leona. Most played for Kino in this postseason, and career-wise, Kaiwing's best champion. Both of these players very familiar with the Leona mechanics coming in here. And we have the lock-in for Beyond Gaming.
Okay.
Looks a bit like a 1-3-1, correct me if I'm wrong there. And for PSG, this is a quintessential rundown composition.
Yeah, very much a wombo setup for the side of PSG. You have very strong level 6 setup with Dominus, with the hero's entrance on top of the Cyclone and the extra move speed coming in from On the Hunt. So this is very much we hit 6 and we just try and team fight as much as possible, whereas on the flip side, BYG have a lot more flexibility in how they execute around these fights. They, even though Lee Kai may want to come down for these fights, that is the one concern I do have. It's just make sure Lee Kai understands that he can just continue pushing in that top side, that he can generate side lane pressure without having to come down nonstop. That was definitely one of the sore points in the CFO series, where he just overcommitted to team fighting on these side lane champions.
We definitely saw that happen a couple of times in Lee Kai's career. Looking at these compositions, I do want to go over some of the time frames that we're looking at, because you know, we think about the Fiora, we think about the Sylas. That seems to trend for very much a late game comp. Well, in PSG, going for a little bit more early mid, and I want to ask you how you feel these fit the respective teams, because it almost feels like a flip of the table here.
Yeah, it definitely feels very contrary to what PSG typically want to do. A lot of their game wins are coming around that 35-36 minute point. So it is definitely outside of that window that this composition really lines up for. But it does offer a lot of playmaking tools, and perhaps that is one way for them to really force themselves out of that very slow fight-taking mentality.
I do want to see how Bury can act as an anchor in this game for that Galio. This is a composition that we just haven't seen much of from PSG. Taking a look here at the summoners across the board, we're going to get a grasp in the top lane for the Fiora. And the rest of it pretty standard overall. Do have Gory with the spellbook this time around.
And the big thing for BYG is that they've really made it a focal point of their team to just constantly focus on keeping track of the enemy jungler, and that really enables them to do what they do on the map. A lot of the times they're playing super far forward in lane, and that's just because of the fact that they know where the jungler is. And even then, they sort of take the mentality of, hey, you can only gank one of these lanes, so if we push up in all of them, we're going to get more advantages than we lose because one lane does get ganked.
And just like you mentioned, we do have a deep ward early on into PSG jungle. They're going to spot out Bury now as he transitions in towards the top side. Even though the observer didn't show it, I'm pretty sure that Bury was definitely spotted right there. Oh, actually, the question mark things go down, but I still think they know that that is happening. I mean, in the meantime, Beyond Gaming going to be heading towards the top lane. We definitely have seen a couple games where Husha tries to get Lee Kai onto a good path early.
Yeah, and
Lee Kai getting some good
he
work.
has already coming out with a great level 1. Of course, Hanabi doesn't have any CC to try and trade back against Lee Kai and the level disadvantage, at least at level 1 and a little bit at level 2, especially with the level differential. And this game for PSG will be really key on Gory being able to find his way out of lane, or, I mean, I suppose just take the 1v1 trades against Minji.
Yeah, I'm looking at the HP bars there, and Minji is already... he just went up to a 500 HP deficit just a moment ago. Gets level 3 and is back, and now Gory might be in a little bit of trouble for ganks, but he almost feels like he sniffs something is off here. Minji trying to get in position for those abducts, goes beyond the minion line, is going to find the stun. Gory actually charges back in, and in goes the stun. Winter's Wrath does land. Can Gory get out? It's one more auto attack. Bury with the red buff coming in though against Minji. No, it's not enough to save, but they do trade back, and now Husha is left 1v2. That's going to be a big win for PSG.
Actually, a massive win for the side of PSG, who are the first ones to respond to that skirmish instance, able to pull their support into the play, and that allows them to trade out 2 for 1. Big win there for the side of PSG, especially accounting for the fact that Gory did get one of those kills, whereas on the flip side, it was Husha who claimed the kill. It was really nice execution here, but right when they go in for the play, you can see Kaiwing immediately just run straight up. So you know that he will arrive faster because of the inside track he has over Kino.
Really well done. A great positioning by Gory as well, just to survive on a sliver of HP and drag that fight out into his favor. So PSG right now, we're looking at an accelerated bot lane. Minji going in for a little bit more trading. Husha come back in, but not much they can do as Gory is able to just trounce back underneath his tower. And this should put a bit of pressure on Hanabi here. Let's see how PSG decides to react to this one. So far in the top lane, Lee Kai's actually been having a pretty good time here against the Croc. Talking about that level 1. Great use of the bone plating. And let's see as Husha and Bury fight each other across the jungle here. Kino gonna get spotted as he moves up towards the top side. So
yeah, the big thing was that PSG, with that skirmish, they really asserted a pretty solid line of vision down in that bottom side. So that's going to keep Unified pretty safe and secure, and that additional knowledge also means that, hey, we can gander a guess that Husha's probably going to be spending more time topside because of the vision we already set up.
We have some great vision being placed here by the Wukong here. We see the pink ward over into the Raptor, so top lane very much secure, even with Husha's presence right there. And now we have the patented Kaiwing roam, the level 4 roam early here, potentially trying to go for the scuttle. This is very interesting and unmatched by the side of Beyond Gaming. Let's see if Kaiwing is going to make this one successful, but he's going to get spotted out very early on. Kaiwing knows this as well, and wow, that is the Infernal Drake open. Let's see if Beyond Gaming decides to react to this one or not.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pings coming down from the side of PSG. I understand, hey, maybe there will be a late blue buff invade because of the fact we did show top side. Now, we'll see what kind of trap does get set up. It does look like they'll give up that knowledge, and we could see yet another scuffle around this blue buff.
Kaiwing trying to act as bait here. Minji goes forward, but they know they're in a 3v2. Rakan just rounds the corner, so make that a 4-man. Beyond Gaming do get the 2v1 push in the bot lane, so they now have control over the river right here. Let's see if Minji tries to get something done with that stolen solar flare.
Maybe a little bit impatient with the timing there. Coming in from Minji as Looks like both of these junglers will be in the vicinity and will most likely see some sort of interaction bot lane, whether it is just resetting the wave or we try and set up for a possible 3v3 fight.
Yeah, I really want to see some action happen already. It's a 3 kills, not too slow of a game, but so far only just one scuffle. And we have both of them positioning for the Infernal Drake, a very important Drake early on. And as we've seen, Minji's just been taking a beating constantly here in this mid lane. Definitely a very familiar sight if you know Minji at all. Husha coming in with the level 6. Bury has not had time to get his ultimate just yet, but they are still going to escort the two of them away now. Bury going a little bit low. Bury, the Ignite goes down. They find the first kill. And because of that level difference, Beyond Gaming find a big win and move straight towards Herald.
And Husha just has ever so slight EXP advantage in that case. He's the one with the level 6. On the flip side, Bury just a bit behind. So that missing EXP makes that much of a difference in that play. It won't actually result in the Herald, but it will result in the smaller crab going into their hands. And now Husha, I mean, he went back and got an early Lucidity boost, so he's got a lot of playmaking potential here with that extra cooldown reduction on his ultimate. So now we're looking for PSG to make a big wombo play because they do have a lot of those team fight ults online now.
And this feels like such a familiar temple that we've seen from PSG. They drop a kill, and then on the reset, they go straight for Herald. This is the most PSG thing that we've seen so far. In the meantime, Beyond Gaming are going to trade back a Drake, so not all is lost. And because of the pressure there, we do see that bot lane, Unified, is ceding his lane over to the likes of Wako. No action going to be happening so far, and I do want to get your opinion on this trade in the objectives.
I think for PSG, it makes sense to try and accelerate the gold perspective, but the issue is you do give up the Inferno Dragon. So I think this is much more favorable for the side of BYG, given the fact that early dragons are just much stronger, and just the fact that you get a combat Drake, especially with Ocean coming around, it could just be a Cloud Soul. And that would mean you get the one combat dragon of the available drakes.
That just feels kind of bad right there. Bury with a successful handoff here. And we're looking at where this Herald is going to drop. Kaiwing has been hovering around this lane so far, and throughout this entire game, we have seen Bury been able to control this mid lane, giving Kaiwing kind of that freedom of navigation here in the river. And let's see. Kaiwin going in, trying to find something against Kino, who doesn't have his ultimate right here. Is going to send Kaiwin off on the long way. Nice cheeky play, back and forth. But doesn't look like it's going to amount to much. Maybe the Herald being dropped to bottom here, as Gory still has his flash and is trying to keep a little bit safe. He dodges out on the abduct, not going to get away from the Winter's Wrath. The Permafrost does go down, and there goes the ultimate. Zanya comes in. Can Gory survive? He still has his flash. He charges back in. Minji will pick him up with the Kingslayer, though. PSG looking for revenge.
Kaiwing can get in range for the ultimate.
Bury still looking for it, but no, he's going to turn around afterwards. I believe his Cyclone, his clone cooldown was already expended there. Isn't able to close the distance. And that's actually Minji up with 2 takedowns already.
Very surprising. But for the side of BYG, they've really executed well around it. They've been able to force these ganks into the mid lane. And it will be both crowns now completed in that mid lane. And we've yet to see that big wombo play come out from PSG. Right? It's level 8 already onto Gory, so he's had a lot of time to try and use this Gallia ultimate, and so far, nothing has come of it. So this draft from PSG, like, this is what this draft is all about. You have to make that early play, and so far it's been BYG that have dictated the pace of the game.
I do want to talk to you about time frames. When do you see PSG starting to succumb to the 131 and the Fiora and the Silas scaling maybe? Like how many item spikes can they go on before Beyond Gaming really starts to hit their stride?
For PSG, it's really about the 2 items. After 2 items, you really fall into a sinkhole because then the Fiora just gets way too far out of control. And then the Zeri is just going to be hopping around. When she gets that 3rd item, it's almost game over because then you have the IE completed. The shock lasers are going to do way too much damage to you. And then PSG, of course, your Renekton has slowed down. Your Galio is sort of capped at 2 items as well here. So then it's all on the back of Unify.
Wako might be
he is
thinking about face
tempting
checking. Yeah, he's not going to go all the way there. You know, I'm getting a lot of PTSD from the earlier match I watched today in the LCS, but our AD carries
Tactical? Is that you?
No. I hope not, but it seems fine right there. I was rooting for my homeboy Maple. To be honest, not his best series, but you know, you still gotta hang in there. PSG in the meantime, they do overtake the gold lead after that 4-man play. They dropped the Herald, got 4 plates, especially onto the Sivir, which does actually leapfrog her in terms of the item. Now with the first Mythic here, and we have on the map in 40 seconds the both the Herald and the Ocean Soul coming up. Yeah. So actually a very strong timing push for the side of PSG. But as I say that, Wako also manages to get his first Mythic and is now on board.
Yeah, the first item I would say favors Unify just a little bit more because he has that extra half item. And this fight will be incredibly important for them, right? Because for PSG, they really want to get something out of this composition. It's about this Wombo. For BYG, I really think that if they're able to effectively stall this dragon, they can immediately just turn their attention and get themselves the Rift Herald, which I think is much more beneficial for them in this case.
All right, looks like both teams are going to contest for this one. Hushak going in first and getting a little bit of damage onto Kaiwing. Beyond Gaming actually doing a good job at clearing out these wards. It's a 5v5 situation with Hanabi waiting on the wings. He's spotted right now, but Husha is not going to give up his ground. They actually get a nice Ultra Shock laser through the wall to go through here. Both teams are still contesting heavily for this spot. I want to see that Wombo combo happen. Now we're looking at Bury, we're looking at Kaiwing. Those are the guys that can go in and give Gory that anchor point. We also have the Ghost there for Gory, so all prepped up for this big team fight. The tension is mounting, but so far neither side is ready to strike just yet. Ooh, but now they see the Fiora going on the other side. This is focusing though. Oh, PSG's still gonna play around. Neither side really inching towards that trick at all. This is oh boy, this is making me sweat.
Well, now there's also a Rift Herald up and available, so I think BYG, they're okay with either situation. And for PSG, it's about them actually pulling the trigger. They need to force the issue, and this is sort of one of the criticisms we've had of them just this playoff series, or not this particular playoff series, but this playoff season, that they've been very unwilling to just go. And at a certain point with this composition, you just have to go.
Exactly. Like with this comp, you can't just take objectives. You actually need to win big. And Kaiwing goes in for a face check right here. Likai is going to make his way over. And PSG actually walk themselves into Beyond Gaming's composition. Let's see if Bird can get in. He gets a 2-man knockup. Galio's in, but the Wombo combo doesn't find any crowd control. And now Hanabi doesn't have the dominance. So if we're looking across the ultimates right here, it's going to be Beyond Gaming that still has 3 ultimates up. And they're going to leverage that for positioning.
See what they actually do with this as they are approaching it sort of slow as Fiora goes back into the bottom lane. I really do think that they should just look to trade for Herald in this instance because the extra money will be so beneficial to accelerate that 1-3-1 potential here for the side of BYG. And yeah, it looks like Beyond Gaming, they'll go ahead, go for the resets. PSG, they'll get themselves this Ocean Dragon.
Oh, does seem like you called it. They're heading straight for Herald.
Yeah, and a lot of will be said with what this Dragon Rift will be. That will set the tempo. Is this going to be Cloud? There we go.
Ah, it's Cloud.
The one stat dragon that comes into play is that one Inferno, and that will make a big difference for the side of BYG, because if this was a stat dragon, then PSG would have the opportunity to really throw a wrench into the plan, because it forces BYG to start contesting these dragons. However, now they're kind of okay with letting the second or even third one go into the hands of PSG.
And that's absolutely massive, because we were talking about Wombo Combo, and if you don't go near objectives as a 5-man, well, there's not really much to Wombo Combo against. Like, you're just not going to fall into that trap of giving over multiple kills to PSG. So, you know, there's a very real potential that Beyond Gaming can play this 1-3-1 at a very leisurely pace from this point onwards.
Yeah, and PSG, they need to strong arm some sort of play. Because it's 18 minutes and we haven't seen a play created by themselves, right? Because the 2 kills that happened was because BYG pulled off a play and PSG responded very well, and it was a good response, but it wasn't it wasn't something that they came up with and forced upon BYG. So, and the tempo of the game so far is just all about what Beyond Gaming are doing rather than what PSG should be doing with this composition.
Oh, and this is definitely a worry I had with this draft coming in here, as PSG not really known for playing this type of comp. We just had a gander at the gold draft there. It is going to be Zeri with the most gold actually on the map. Very interesting about that, considering we saw 4 plates go over to Unified, but Wako still comes out ahead in terms of both the farm and the overall gold.
Yeah, and part of that has also been PSG just trying to roam Kaiwing around the map.
True.
Trying to force a play. And right now, PSG, they're pulled apart. They're set up in this 1-3-1, but because they're set up in the 1-3-1, that's actually detrimental to them, because of the fact Gory now cannot make these side lane plays, because the only thing available to him is to try and help out mid lane. He's not going to be able to gank down in this bottom lane, which is what you would like to see when you have one of these semi-global ultimates.
Yeah, Husha pushing forward here. You know the Renekton's not there, and Husha's willing to go in really far. Pops the crown of Shatter Queen. Just being a nuisance
just been
here.
playing so well this playoffs.
He has my vote as the best jungler in the PCS. I'm not sure if he wins it overall, but he has in my heart.
Yeah, I agree with you because of how much he helps out his lanes and how well he understands his role. And it's a very difficult role, right? Because BYG, we're still our 6th seeded team, and a lot of their wins came off the back of Husha being able to stabilize these fairly weak solo laners and then get them to that team fighting stage where they can shine. And we're just having this really weird staring contest. I don't know what to make.
I actually think this is pretty smart from Husha, because he did grab an early Warmogs. So he's able to harass, get some HP, and then he walks all of it off instantly.
Yeah.
So, very.
I mean, it's
very
really
fun
smart
build
play from Husha, and it allows him to just continue to invade nonstop. And the problem is, usually when you go for a Warmogs build, it means that you don't have the resistances to back up the extra HP. But if you look on the side of PSG, they don't have a ton of damage, right? They're not going to one-shot a Sejuani out of nowhere. And now that he has that Aegis online as well, that is more than enough at this point in the game with his large health pool to be able to survive the initial initiation of a fight, reset, allow the Warmogs to come in, and then he can just walk back into the fight.
And we do have the Herald drop down because of time constraints right here. Let's see if PSG are able to make a stop. Pusha perhaps wanting to come in from the side, but is going to get spotted here. Hanabi has the inside track. This is a 5v4. Highwing looks to go in. Find a target, and let's see if the Herald... No, Shelly! Dies in route. Yeah, that's actually still fine for Beyond Gaming.
Yep.
And PSG now...
Solo.
Ooh, yeah, a lot of gold there.
That is solo gold, yep. As PSG, they're going to be forced to
Big
start
TP
this
here.
objective.
The TP is coming in. Fiora looking for the side flank. Already a lot of damage being done. Hanabi trying to find his way across the flank here. Bird going in as well. And Beyond Gaming actually scattering in 2 different directions. With Hanabi going low, Wako still around, and Beyond Gaming is just kind of running circles around here. The engage does not land as they go in.
Chase is on.
Yeah, this is a very scattered fight, but so far no one is going down. Wako actually goes in. He nearly goes down, but is able to kite back from all of this, and he leaves Gory in no man's land. They also get a kill onto the Wukong into the bottom side. PSG now have to scatter. What a heroic move by Nazeri.
Oh my god, Wako stepping up to the plate. Once again delivers for Beyond Gaming, goes over the wall by himself, puts threat onto Burry, and Gory trying to bail his jungler out. Fortunately, overextends himself, splits himself off, and BYG, it was a very scattered fight, but that's exactly what they want to do when they have a champion like Fiora, who wants these more messy fights, so then she doesn't get targeted and burst out at the start of the fight. As we get to see the replay, the teleport comes in, and PSG, they're really focused on trying to engage forward before the flank comes through, but unfortunately the engage doesn't come out fast enough, and Minji lands a fantastic heroics entrance there to really cut the fight off. And that's where things just get really, really dicey for the side of PSG, because Hanabi is now zoned off of the situation. You don't have the big Renekton damage, and at 1.5 items, he does do a lot of work in these fights, but he gets zoned off, and that's really the end of it.
Yeah, that was it felt very half-hearted from PSG. Like, if you want to play this composition and you go in, you have to go in with everything you've got. But that wasn't what PSG actually did. I think Minji really outplayed them. Actually gets out with the heroic entrance. And did you just see that damage graph? That was pretty much a 1v9 show. Wako, I think, did more damage than at least 8 members on the field there.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And now we're looking at a 4K gold lead for the side of BYG. It's also 25 minutes into the game, and this is a composition that PSG needed to get online at around the 14 to 16 minute mark, right? You had to be super aggressive around that second dragon and accelerate the pace with a second herald as well, but they get second dragon, but no second herald.
Goes down onto 3. Gory gonna come in, but not before his jungler goes down. And Pusha is still gonna hold his ground. Hanabi comes in though, and he's packing the deep as he takes down the jungler on the other side. Lika trying to find an entrance here, but there is no crowd control, and Sivir is going to walk everyone away from that one. So it does end up just being a jungle for jungle trade.
Jungle for jungle trade. So it is a neutral trade. That's going to be favorable for PSG. Trading even in that situation. But look at the difference in the gold between the junglers. It's a 70 CS gap for Husha on the Sejuani. And part of that is just because of the fact that he's constantly able to walk into PSG's jungle, steal those camps, deny extra gold away, and he's already out to 2 completed items. I've never seen such a fast jungle differential before in my life.
Yeah, that's crazy. 70 plus CS, you know, if it was in the top or the bot, maybe we've seen that, but jungle, this is a big reason why I don't really like Burry on this Wukong, because Wukong's a champion that needs to farm, and he's playing a pretty early game tempo composition, and then you add on top of that, PSG don't really strong arm in lane anymore. This is not the PSG of 2021, so it is his most played, but I just don't see it as being particularly powerful in the team setup of PSG.
Yeah, in this particular game, I think it would have made more sense to go for something like the Xin Zhao. I understand that they want to prioritize it to deny it away from Husha, but the Xin would have functioned a lot better in this instance. Being able to function on low econ may be the key in the series for PSG, at least from Bury's end, as he's just been dragged around the map trying to help his lanes while also trying not to get shoved out of his own jungle. And so far, BYG are the ones that, once more, like, this is a composition that shouldn't be able to dictate the pace until after 2 items. They've dictated the pace from the get-go, and now they're on 2.5 items, even 3 items onto the Zeri, and Zeri on 3 items does feel like it's game over.
So I guess the hard question here is, what happens if Beyond Gaming actually force a fight? Are they better off just waiting here?
I think for the side of BYG, you don't need to overforce any situation, right? Because you do have the Fiora that is now just effectively working her way up into those Nexus turrets up topside. Eventually, it will happen, and PSG, you have to go. You have a Sivir ultimate. Throw the Sivir ult and sprint time.
All right, we'll see if Gory comes over, if they heed the voices of Dark Palpatine Lord Nightstar. But it doesn't look like it. They're actually being top lane, so we're not going to get any action here. And jeez, that is a worrying sign when Mark Wako can kind of 4-tap your jungler. They're actually just going to let this one go. So it looks like Beyond Gaming are going to get their 3-item spike. Don't see a way to stop it.
Yeah, this is deeply concerning because at the same time, right? They're throwing extra resources up into Gory, and while Gory can join with his ultimate, I feel like you need Gory in the mid lane to then also be able to threaten the top lane 2-man gank.
Yeah.
And still also be able to start engages in that mid lane to try and force the team fight. But the lane allocations is a little bit funky. Everything just seems really out of sorts for this game 1 for the side of PSG.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see if PSG can make a comeback here. I would say that PSG, for the most part, if there are still objective fights to be had, they can always find an angle to go through those. That's what they're known for. Kino going to take some love taps from the Baron. Not a huge concern here, but we are getting to the point where I don't see either of these side lanes working out anymore for PSG, and we are going to see a market level of damage difference coming out. We have Beyond Gaming with essentially 3 fully fledged carries, while PSG only have 1 committed damage dealer in Unified. So it's like it doesn't look pretty here, and I feel like the side lanes are going to get even more brazen from Beyond Gaming. As we do see some poke here and there. Husha just too damn healthy with the Moggies. It'll be okay.
And this is where the game's going to boil down to. You have a 4-item Sivir.
Yep.
It's all about the Sivir now. If Unified's able to survive and get a ton of autos without taking damage himself, then he might be able to win these fights just by himself, right? We know that's the potential of Sivir, where just 1 ricochet crit going across all 5 members and just constantly bouncing around. It's all up to RNG basically, and Unified is set up in a position.
This Baron's going down so fast. Can Bury actually make the steal here?
Too late.
He has the flash and the clone.
Oh, wait.
No, Beyond Gaming are not going to risk it 100%. That could have been a Baron throw. It definitely was a 50-50 Baron for sure. And they don't go all the way. They just pull PSG across the map right here. It is teleport expended for no summoner usage by Beyond Gaming, so looks like they're just happy with getting Hanabi to burn that TP.
But now, look, they've reset themselves into the 1-3-1 position. So,
Kaiwin going in right now. Unified gonna follow up
finally.
here. Husha just gonna walk away with that one, you know? Not gonna even throw out his ultimate. Very, like, it was incredible control about what he wants to do on the map here. He's just buying time for Lee Kai. He's not gonna overreact. 600 gold.
And they just keep generating advantages because they're getting pulled.
Sivir, we've seen this before. It's the Sivir gank coming in. Let's see if Lee Kai can't take this. Oh, it's gonna be a 1v3, but Gory dies in the meantime, and Gory nearly goes down. He flashes in, he gets the grand challenge, he's healing up, he's gonna take the 1v3, and he actually blocks out, gets another flash out of Unified. Can he do it? Unified on one auto attack, and Lee Kai, he makes the 1v3 play. What an amazing riposte! He kills Gory, turns around the bottom lane, and Beyond Gaming take everything.
That's a 3-4-0 trade for Beyond Gaming, and then they throw the Baron on top of it. They get absolutely everything on this map, Clementon. This game 1 was just a masterclass coming in from BYG, and a lot of changes have to come through from PSG. I don't necessarily hate the draft. The draft itself is fine. The execution was nowhere even close to being fine, though.
The game is going to balloon about to 10k advantage. Beyond Gaming after that one. They kill Bury. They outplay the 1v3 in the bot lane. And then they pick up 2 towers plus the Baron afterwards. So massive swing in their part. And oh boy, oh boy. I need to get myself a replay of that. Please, observers, give us a replay of that 1v3.
I love the fact that we got a split screen too.
Oh, yeah.
And instead of the picture-in-picture stuff, no, we just get the split screen. That was fantastic.
Here we go.
Actually see the replay, and it's of this bot lane fight. Lee Kai gets the parry. It's just too easy against the Gallia, who's very transparent in what he wants to do with his CC, and then, I mean, he just tries to buy time with the heroic entrance, and just enough time. He's got so many levels that the cooldown is low for Lee Kai to get that second riposte off.
Oh, those ripostes were just absolutely chef kisses right there. He does get tagged by the Zenith Blade, but not the stun afterwards, and is able to chase down the damage dealer in Unified right there. Beautiful stuff from Lee Kai. What more could you want? This is the Lee Kai from Machi of old. This is the Lee Kai that gets his starting position over Leon, which has been, you know, a very steady part of Beyond Gaming throughout this year.
Yeah. It's been Lee Kai in the summer split. Didn't see much play during the spring, but now that it's more about these scaling sort of champions, Lee Kai's become much more of a factor, and he is just strong-arming this game himself. He is willing his team over the line, and BYG are also playing to that win condition. They understand that PSG's win condition is this wombo fight, and if PSG don't want to take it, they're free to just take towers, get free gold into this Fiora, and even if they bring 4 people, it might not be enough to kill this man.
Yeah, Lee Kai just took 1,200 damage off a tower with the blade work. That was nasty to say the least here, but we do have a bit of damage being taken here by Kino. He's not going to be able to sustain that one up as easily here. And it looks like PSG are trying to find an angle, maybe go for a fight. Never a team of quitters right here, but it's so hard. Like, what do you do in this situation? Do you go for Fiora first, or just let Fiora do her thing and go for the rest of the team? It seems like such a tough position.
Definitely catch-22, and if I'm the side of PSG, you have to just throw everything and the kitchen sink onto Lee Kai. You have to get rid of him first. He doesn't have a GA, so he's not going to be able to buy it buy extra time with the stasis. You just have to all in and take them out, and that way you're able to reset the map and hopefully then find something for yourself. But now, I mean, it's already a Cloud Soul, so the next dragon will be Elder. And BYG, this is a very well-measured game. Yes, it's definitely a lot slower than what we'd like to see from BYG, but that's sort of how 1-3-1 compositions end up playing out sometimes, because you're just waiting for the 1-3-1 to actually develop.
You want those champions to have all the farm possible. You want them to hit level 18 like Lekai is right now. And Bury gonna get a bit of damage.
Bury's level 13.
Oh boy, yeah, that's I don't fancy the monkey having a fight against the Fiora
Anyone.
right here. You're right. Husha even 3 levels ahead of the Monkey King.
Yeah, he's keeping in pace with Kino, but that's really it. And it's definitely a rough time because you need those levels as the Wukong to be able to have those extra stats, the extra skill points. But now, oh, that's a big zap.
Yeah, throw some damage onto Kaiwing. That's the ultimate stolen by Minji. Take a little while for him to get that cooldown back, but as we have said, he does have the Cloud Soul, so it shouldn't be all that long. In the meantime, Lekai just keeping Hanabi busy, and this is not fair. Hanabi cannot hold on to his tower. He even gets hit by the riposte, instantly bobs into the grand challenge there. And look at the people trying to come in and save this one. Bury goes in, but Hanabi comes out into the fountain. Bury instantly has to go into the Zanias himself. They do have Husha across the wall by himself, but the rest of the team is chasing up afterwards.
Unified.
Oh, they do manage to get a lot of HP bars low, but no deaths on the side. And Beyond Gaming are going to take all 3 inhibitors off the base of PSG now.
Yeah, and the unified threat is sort of looming here.
Kaiwing gets zapped here. Riposte goes through. He has his stasis. This could be the end if he does fall. And down goes the support. Who's already up to full HP. 46 seconds until the support comes back in. Beyond Gaming are going to play this one a little bit safer and go for the Baron instead.
Yeah, there's definitely the possibility of Minji just going for a recall into the teleport straight back into the base, but knowing that Baron was on the table, will be the side of BYG securing that objective for themselves, and then most likely utilizing that to finish out the game. Maybe, okay, teleport coming in. They really want to make sure PSG can't get their eyes in towards the Baron, and it looks like they'll just have to settle onto the red buff. Maybe possible game ends, but no, that won't be the case. It will be the reset, and what do you know, in 55 seconds, it's going to be that Elder Dragon. And with this composition of PSG, surely you just throw everything at this Elder Dragon. It's one or the other.
Can they
and
get
for
out
sure
of their base?
Man, it is definitely impossible. Mission impossible for PSG.
Lekai coming in. He got his eyes on Hanabi. Hanabi instantly pops his ultimate right there. It doesn't want any part of this fight.
It's only one vital.
Yeah, and that was like a quarter of his HP going down. Wako also finding some good damage onto Kaiwing here. Looks like Beyond Gaming are going to go for a big push, see what they can get. Knows out the Elder to turn around back into a 700 damage hit. They want all 3 inhibs down before they turn their attention elsewhere on the map, or they could just be eyeing for the finish here. Navi doesn't have the tank stats to fight in the front line anymore. In goes the ultimate. Unified going to stay alive. He's behind his towers. He's dealing lots of damage. Here comes the ricochets, and in goes Rakan. He gets melted here. A good find by Unified. He expends both his
summoners,
just
kill Nexus.
And they're going towards the big base right here. Once that falls, it doesn't matter how many people are dead. Lekai's trying to find his angle going in there. Gory takes a lot of AP. Digi trying to find the backline, and in they start working. Renekton just melts to the damage, and it doesn't matter if they have casualties. They're going to take the base. Beyond Gaming with the dominating game 1 over PSG.
UIG once more flexing the Fiora muscles. They brought it out against CFO, had mixed success, but this time in this game number 1, very important game number 1, they come out swinging with the Fiora blind pick, and it absolutely runs over the game.
Smashing victory for them. We had a lot of questions about PSG because even though we both agree it was a pretty good draft, it wasn't a draft that they actually piloted this split to much success at all. And I think a huge problem was they just weren't able to make Beyond Gaming actually commit to those big objective fights in the early to mid game. We saw, Beyond Gaming able to swap out the Drakes for the Heralds. They actually found the first 2 Drakes also, and it just seemed like there wasn't the coordination necessary to pull this one off.
And this was another concern for the side of PSG, is when Gory is on these playmaking champions, if it's not a 1v9 sort of champion, they are going to struggle, and that's what we saw in this game, right? Galio definitely can make plays for his team, but he's not going to be able to 1v9 carry, at least with his damage. A lot of the damage responsibility falls onto Unified, and Sivir can do it, but a lot of the damage responsibility came from the mid lane during the summer split. That's where they found their success. And if they can't get that, it's going to be a tough and long series.
We also did see the kind of dream engage coming out from the side of PSG. Usually you think about this comp, it's the Wukong, he goes submarine into the middle of the comp. You have Galio coming out of nowhere, just smashing on top. It's like, wait, he doesn't have an anchor point, and Wukong just goes boop and comes out with the Cyclone. And that's how the game should go. You get the first kill, then you snowball with Sivir resets, and that's the picture. But we didn't see any of it. We never saw like Bury actually get a good engage off.
Yeah, and I think part of that is because of how aggressive Husha was always positioned. He was very far in front of everyone else. If you're going to try and engage past him, that's impossible. You had to account for Husha, and unfortunately, their composition was just too low damage early on that they couldn't actually threaten a Warmog's Sejuani. And Sejuani just really did whatever she wanted to do. And if it wasn't for the fact that we went to 40 minutes and the Fiora did come online, for sure MVP would go to Husha.
I have to agree with you. It was so fun watching Husha just pester PSG. They go into the jungle, she oinks you with her nose, with her snout a little bit, and then she heals up all the HP, and suddenly PSG can't fight in the big game. So it was a really fun build to watch all of that happening. I do want to ask you, do you think PSG are going to pivot away from this composition, or do you think they're going to perhaps stick to their guns here? I don't know, but what's your opinion on that?
I would like them to start pivoting their composition, but we've seen stranger things, right? And teams, if you look over in NA, right, EG started picking a lot of compositions that they weren't super comfortable with, at least coming in from the regular split. So that might just be one of those trends where you're not finding the same success, and all of a sudden you're just trying to do a 180 to at least figure some sort of thing out. Unfortunately, in this particular game, it was just really weak.
Yeah, you look at this, Bury actually only gets his Cyclone onto Husha, which really isn't enough, and then Hanabi stuns Minji that flies back in. So the engage just looks so incredibly scuffed from the side of PSG. There's really no coordination. You want to build like a burger, you have to stack everything together, and then Wako comes in with the heroics and just says, I'm not having any of your burger. I want like pho for dinner, and just throws everything that PSG presented away right there. I just didn't see the it feels really bad when you watch these Wombo combo comps and you don't see them actually build a burger. It's like they put the bun inside the lettuce, and then it's all soggy with the tomato, and you open it up and there's no beef and everything. It's just it really wasn't a Wombo.
It was very disappointing. Yeah. Most certainly not a burger or a sandwich that PSG should have been building in this instance. And once more, it does show the indecisiveness, and especially when Gory isn't on champions like the Azir, where he's able to dictate the game. He's not going to get the Azir the entire series. Let's be real here. So they need to find different answers. they need a way for Gory to get involved in the game, but also be able to have these big carry moments, because in this particular game, Galio would never have those big carry moments.
So I do want to ask you about this. What do you think is Gory's third champion if he's denied the Azir and the Sylas?
I almost want them to just force the Akali, because even though it's really difficult in this current meta, you have to... they just look way too out of sorts if he's not on a champion that can make plays by himself.
He needs to be on a damage dealing champion for sure, and one that actually goes in. Like, he needs some playmaking aspect to that as well. So yeah, I agree with you. Akali seems to be the one here. I really don't mind the Taliyah. I feel like Taliyah, even late game builds are pretty strong, but I guess she just
and we did see him on the Taliyah a number of times in the CFO series, and he did do well. It was just towards these late game team fights, he can't kill everyone. That was the issue, unfortunately. And I think that's the problem PSG have, is just that you see the damage charts. Yes, Unified is doing a ton of damage, but how much of the damage was on Husha? Like, if we could bring a damage dealt, like how much damage Husha was soaking up and just regenning off of Warmogs, I feel like 20k of that was on him.
He got a lot of bacon, but he didn't really get a good balanced diet right there. It was pure piggy meat. Unfortunate for PSG here. Yeah, he might have died of cholesterol. We take a look at the gold graph. Really smooth picture here. And Lee Kai is going to win our MVP. Well deserved with that 1v3. 34% of the team's damage and a 5,000 gold lead over her.
Yeah, this Fiora, once she came online, they had no answers for her. And they, the side of PSG thought that they could allow it through, right? We have the Renekton, and they showed a Sejuani. Surely they throw the Sejuani into the Renekton matchup and just neutralize it. But no, it ends up being BYG locking in the Fiora, and the Fiora pays off massive, massive value.
Congratulations to Beyond Gaming for securing the first game, but don't go anywhere because we've got a long series ahead of us.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
I've been waking up feeling like nothing you know. I've been running in a dream, but my legs have nowhere to go. There's a welcome sign on your doorstep, sunny but it's cold inside. I won't melt away, 'cause I know it's all alone. There's something I gotta know. Would you walk alone? Would you sell your soul? Would you wake up the voices for someone you love? Would you let it know? Or would you break your fall? I wanna know. Not like other people. Will you revel in our pain and soak up the sadness? never hit our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change or we're turning up the darkness. We're not like other people. We never hit our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change or we're turning up the darkness. Got me open. Take my heart as a cert. You can choose my kind of falling. Spell unspoken. Lift me up, bring me down. It's not playing, it's a crawling. Cause it's the way you move, like heaven seen, but it's a real webs all around me. And you caught me. The things I say, that I'm in veins, I overplayed, webs all around me. And you caught me, and you won't let go. Webs all around me, and you caught me. The things I say, that I'm in veins, I overplayed, webs all around me. And you caught me, and you won't let go. Wings are broken. Take my feet, I can move, lost my will without a warning. This is like a curse, and it's getting worse. Words stuck in my head, they go on and on and on and on. And I'm screaming louder, is there someone around here? Hey, the way you move, like heaven seen, but it's unreal. Webs all around me, and you caught me. The things I say, that I'm in veins, I overplayed. Webs all around me, and you caught me, and you won't let go. The way you move, like heaven seen, but it's unreal. Webs all around me, and you caught me, and you won't let go. The things I say, that I'm in veins, I overplayed. Webs all around me, and you caught me, and you won't let go. The way you move, like heaven seen, but it's unreal. Webs all around me, and you caught me. The things I say, that I'm in veins, I overplayed. Webs all around me, and you caught me.
就要被离开个前四，完了，
然后你推到3个，终于推到4个，这边的又是一个打3的画面上去碰壁了。
这个助攻就要被离开个前四，完了，我们的 Rock 看起来被打得好。
但是以为这个事情给弹回来，又是 Allen 的一个壁咚，准备要在这一波将解放人全员冲掉。
差了一个位置，又是第3个，我的天啊！
然后拿了一个大手，开始持续的追击，现在的话没有得到 triple，
这一波手上换了一个治愈，多你一个治愈之后就被点输了。
再一个红魔的一个推，拿着头上毛病的效果把小林给推了回去。
Welcome back to the PCS lower bracket finals. As we just saw, Beyond Gaming take down PSG in a bit of a surprise coming in here. Honestly, this is 6th seed versus 1st seed, but Beyond Gaming draw blood first. Before we go deeper into the matchup, a big shout out to our sponsors at CTBC Bank and of course China Airlines that just joined us. You're always welcome. Thank you for making the PCS what it is today. Now, Nightstar, game 2, we have Beyond Gaming going over to the blue side. What changes and what stays the same? Oh, PSG, yes, you're right.
So there's going to definitely be a lot of priority put onto the Silas, and BYG, they should definitely expect this, right? And it'll be up to them to see what ban they end up dropping for the Silas, or if they just say, all right, we'll cut another one of the mid lane bans in order to just say, hey, you have to pick and choose between them because we'll take the other one.
We did see in that draft, PSG actually left their mid lane pick to the second rotation, and Gory took a lot of bans. No Ari, no LeBlanc, no Talia, no Silas, no Azir, of course, and I mean, if you looked at the draft phase, there really weren't that many options left onto the table. So my small question, and probably isn't that big of a surprise, but do you think Gory ever goes to the second rotation again this series?
No.
Well, okay, let's
No.
put that in. Let's write that down, because I agree with you. I don't think it's going to happen, and it should not happen, by the way. Please, Corgi, if you hear us, don't do this.
Yeah, and this might just put to the test Bury's champion pool, I suppose. But even then, you can put him on low econ stuff like a Zin, who can still have impact during the early game. But then if he does fall behind, he still serves a purpose later on in the game. He can still peel for Unified in the backline. As we're into picking bans game number 2, we'll see how the bans do shift up. But for PSG, it seems like they're really set on banning away the Lucian and the Kalista, and that is going to put them in a bit of a bind when it comes to actually having functional bans.
It does seem like they just force themselves to pick Sivir here, doesn't it? I mean, they could still go for the Zeri, but it feels very weird to be banning all of this if you're going for the Zeri. They are going to pick up the Talia ban at the very end, so sticking to the exact same bans. And Beyond Gaming, as we kind of guessed, they don't even give him the silence. It's like, you know what, Corey, you look pretty good on Galio. Keep at it.
Yeah. It does mean, of course, the Ahri left available, and they will go ahead and lock it in. For BYG, yeah, it is definitely a big pickup for Gory, being able to have a playmaker that isn't forced to full commit like a Galio would be. And BYG, they just answered back with PSG's first 2 picks. It was the Sivir and the Wukong, so a strong team fight setup. And we'll see how they develop the rest of the draft to really play around these 2 big tools in the Cyclone and on the Hunt.
Beyond Gaming trying to basically teach PSG how to play this comp. PSG in the meantime are going to go with the Zeri. Very expected ban here. Now we need to see if they want to go for something like the Nautilus, or they're going to be looking at the Poppy here. Okay, much better champion for Bury in my opinion. And Beyond Gaming, let's see what they answer back with. They still have the top lane to put very, very late into the draft. But their mid lane might be an issue. You know, Minji is not one of those guys that has a huge mid lane pool either. So, see if he picks something up. Gonna go with the Lissandra.
Lissandra pickup plays well with what the side of BYG do want to do. Also, very simplistic champion to play into Ahri. If she dashes in, you just press R onto her and she doesn't get to play the game. So I like this setup coming in from BYG, but it does feel somewhat similar to what we saw in the previous game from PSG, right? Somewhat low damage mid laner with the Lissandra. They have to really attack this early mid game to be able to fully capitalize around it, as we're going to see top lane bans, and for sure Fiora won't ever get to come out again if it does get left through into the second phase.
If they're going to ban the Fiora, I almost feel like you have to throw the Camille in there as well. That's only reasonable to expect here from PSG. Lika actually made a name for himself on the Camille, so I'm ticking out. Let's see if PSG do decide to go for that one. But in the meantime, Beyond Gaming banning away the Alistar. Love this ban. It really slows down these champions from the Sivir and the Wukong. And there goes the Camille ban. Let's see what Lekai has in the bag. Aatrox is going to get through the pick ban phase, though. Here we go.
Oh, those just get snapped up. And for PSG, it does mean that you are able to play something like the Gnar this time around without getting hard punished. Of course, into the Aatrox, it can still happen, but the lane phase and scaling wise won't be as big of an issue this time around if they do opt for that pick. We'll be back to the Rakan, but this time it will be the side of PSG snapping up. So picks being exchanged here, and this is probably not going to happen.
Really? I mean, the Ord is there, but that's not a great matchup. The Gnar's available. I don't like the Gnar much either. I feel like PSG's comp is so... It's very kitey, but not all that powerful. They're still going to go with it. So they've set their sights onto it, and now Beyond Gaming have to go with a support. Probably something with strong engage. Nautilus is still up. Leono's there, and Amumu is going to get locked in.
A lot of wombo potential coming in from the side of PSG, and this time it does feel like the roles have sort of respect. PSG not insanely strong scaling composition that we saw from BYG, but they do have the tools to slow play these fights. And I think that was one of the big things that we didn't get to see come to fruition in game number 1, was that if they were slow on the trigger, they were just going to lose. This time around, they have ways to slow play the fights and then turn it on its head with the Ahri playmaking, the Poppy playmaking, and also, of course, the Mega Gnar once that does come through. So this feels much more in PSG's wheelhouse, being able to take things a little bit more measured.
They do have the Zeri. That's always going to be a win condition, and everyone else just peels and kites for Unified. So this is a much more familiar composition from PSG, like you mentioned. I think they can pilot this one well. But on the other hand, for Beyond Gaming, we've also seen a fair bit of their Sivir gameplay. I want you to give me your opinion of how they do with this Wombo combo comp.
For this composition from the side of BYG, it's going to be predicated on when the Mega Gnar timings come through, because that's really the only hard disengage that can stop them. Unless if Bury hits a massive Keeper's Verdict, there's really nothing stopping the side of BYG from just running at them and forcing the issue with Amumu, with Lissandra, with Wukong. There's so much engaged potential to take advantage of the extra movement speed.
We are coming into game 2, and Beyond Gaming might be shocking us with a potential upset in terms of the seeding. Of course, they did come into the lower bracket a little bit further ahead of PSG. They went all the way to the winners finals. Now we have game 2 going on. Let's see if we have any level 1 plays being made right here. It looks very calm across the board. And in the top lane, we've got the Comet coming up against the Gnar. We've seen this a couple times yesterday from Leaky. It wasn't so successful in the team fights.
Yeah, the Comet's going to be much more lane-oriented. You also spec into the Eclipse build, which brings in a lot more 1v1 side lane damage, but maybe not as strong when it comes to these team fights, right? You're not getting the extra sustain and damage potential coming in from something like Conquer in team fights. So it will be very reliant on Lee Kai being able to leverage his advantages in that side lane. We're going to see Kino show his face into the mid lane, really say, hey, Gory, we have our eyes onto you. We're going to stop you at all costs from really caring and having those 1v9 moments.
We did see Kino try to sweep early for a ward there. Doesn't find it. Kaiwing spots him the entire time and then drops the ward after the scan is over. Both sides know that ward is there. I would still say a small moral victory there for Kaiwing. Does force out Kino. And we are going to get a bit of a scuffle here. Bone plating on Kino. He's looking for a level 1, but actually takes the worst side of that trade. Rakan very strong early levels is something that people often misjudge. And oh, go ahead.
What is cool is, of course, the Amumu pick into the Zeri, right? Because Amumu, with his E passive, is able to neutralize a lot of Zeri's early damage because of the several instances coming out from her burst fire, right? So all those little stacks or little bullets do count as different instances of damage, and Amumu actually able to just constantly nullify extra damage from each of those.
Mumu also just packing so much crowd control. I love the amount of like AoE CC here. You don't have to be pinpoint accurate to snag Unified on a lot of these, so very well-rounded comp from Beyond Gaming. We're gonna take a look at the jungle pathing so far. And it doesn't like Husha gonna head up towards the top lane. Nabi faking a ward drop. Actually, had a ward dropped a little bit earlier there, so let's see if Beyond Gaming do get the correct timing onto this one. Meanwhile, both of the junglers are going to get their first meet in the river here. Husha, I think, suspects that Bury is there. Let's spot him now. In comes a charge, but no stun, and Husha just walks out.
But it will be Bury being able to secure that top crab, as now BYG turning their attention towards this bottom crab to at least deny the double crab start. And Bury, this time around, he's the one able to walk into the jungle of BYG. And this is
very
important
aggressive.
Because when Husha gets to do his thing, he's always in the jungle. Remember, that is BYG's playstyle. Then they can play super aggressive with all their laners because they don't have to worry about a jungler making their way over. So I like the initial adjustment coming in from PSG and Bury. They just have to maintain that pace.
Well, both of these bot laners are trying to fake out. The supports are on the side, but they don't know about each other's presence. Oh, okay, they say hello in the middle of the lane, and everyone goes back to their battle lines here. In the meantime, we do have, like you were mentioning, PSG with a great force onto Likai. He's down in terms of HP. The wards are plentiful on the top side, so Likai is going to get a much, much slower start compared to game one here. Where do you expect the first instances of action to be happening here on the map?
Well, our first dragon is going to be Ocean, so I don't think the fight is going to happen around that first Ocean dragon. I think it will happen around the first Rift Herald. Instead, as BYG, they should really look to target that, try and funnel in extra gold for either the Aatrox or the Sivir in this instance. And for the side of PSG, maybe you try and funnel more gold into Gory.
In comes Bury here. Let's see if he gets the angle. Nope, isn't going to be able to find the knockback. But yeah, that's Migi going back without a TP. A lot of time being burned here. And in the meantime, Nabi sitting on that good lead. Is a lot closer to 6 here as well. So Likai has to be careful just running into him. While Husha going to try and get something back. He doesn't have the smite here, so has to play this. He actually fakes out the steadfast presence, but Bury collects his due amount of gold anyway.
Yeah, Bury doing a much better job keeping Husha down. And if this game does go in favor of the side of PSG, perhaps, okay, bit of a trade.
We do have the second bandage shots going in.
Ignite?
Ignite going through. Wako still chasing on to this one, and it is going to be Cleanse for Cleanse, Ignite for Ignite, but Beyond Gaming get to stay in lane, so a little bit better from their part, and they're also threatening with the mid-jungle roam into the bot side. A very well-timed aggression here.
Yeah, with the recall, it means that the side of BYG should be able to snag themselves both the crab and maybe a plate. It does look like they will reset without taking the plate, but it's still a little bit of extra gold coming into their pockets and getting a slightly better reset, so they will have damage advantage with the completed Noon Quiver in comparison to the tier 2 boots and longsword on the side of Unified. So he'll be able to kite out these fights, but he's really going to need that extra move speed because of the amount of bandage tosses Kino will be looking to toss his way.
Hey, we still don't have any blood on the table so far. LPL Clement in me is getting a little bit angsty. I need blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne, and here we go. Kino gets tagged up by the bandage toss, but he's going to be able to escape relatively easily. Excuse me, I meant Unified right there. Just going over the wall like that. and they are out from that one. But we do see Beyond Gaming starting to converge here. They do have a decided crowd control advantage, at least when it comes to these 4-man skirmishes. And now they have full control of the bot lane river.
And we'll most likely see BYG sort of play things a little bit slower down in this bottom lane, knowing that, hey, Wako, he has his call almost fully stacked. So we're going to have a big spike coming in pretty soon, as they will also get their hands onto that first dragon. Again, it is Ocean, so for the side of PSG, it's not a big loss. For BYG, it is necessary to try and get things stacking early on, right? Because they do have a bit of a timer with this Wombo-centric composition, so they really need to try and force the issue by getting that dragon stacking.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the scaling because I feel like this game isn't all that clear-cut overall. In the meantime, PSG heading for the Herald, but this is going to get pinged out very early on by Husha. He's waiting here already. Minji's going to have to take a while to get his way over here, and PSG very cleverly are pulling the Herald away from the objective. There is still a numbers advantage here, and it doesn't look like Beyond Gaming are going to find an angle. So first Herald going over to Bury.
Great move coming in from PSG, answering on the other side of the map. Like that look from them. As I mentioned earlier, Rift Herald, they would love to get that going for them. And for BYG, they focus their attention on trying to get the dragon stacks going. And right now, the sore point in this game is just that Gory and Hanabi are pretty far ahead of their respective lane opponents up in those solo lanes. Whereas on the flip side for BYG, it's really all about Wako having the call about to be popped, having the extra slight CS advantage. It's all about this Sivir acceleration, and PSG this time around, they'll be able to play a little of these side lane 1-3-1 sort of setups, at least until the side of BYG start catching up in those solo lanes.
Gory not having a fun time as Minji interrupts his second back with the glacial path. Some cheeky plays happening across the map here and there. And we do have Wako, not waiting for the call, actually goes back earlier on. And we still have not seen a drop of blood on the map. This is making me very, very angsty. This is not the League of Legends I enjoy. But we'll see what happens. A huge CS lead in the top lane. I do want to mention this one. Hanabi, 22 CS up on his opponent.
And this is a pretty familiar matchup, right? You're playing the Gnar into the Aatrox. Aatrox, definitely one of those champions that Hanabi has seen a lot of in his player career.
Husha straight flashes over there, and Amumu comes to join the fray. That's going to be first blood. What a ballsy play right in front of Gory. He doesn't have time to react. He sees the monkey and is like, what? He just flashed over the wall, and he's gone.
This is a difference of decisiveness, Clement. BYG, they understand they have to try and force the issue, which is why even though PSG had this composition before and we were really harping on it, that's also why I do like BYG with this lineup, because Husha does understand when he has to force the issue or when he does have to go, and that was a moment where they pulled the trigger and it succeeds very, very well. It will be flash burned by Husha, and Gory will have his flash up still, but a very, very well executed game.
I think Gory was just stunned that that play was happening. He sees Husha and he doesn't immediately react. He doesn't actually try to ult or flash. And I think that ends up being a mistake here.
Yeah, definitely surprised by the flash, but also having teammates coming around with Kaiwing and Bury nearby. He probably thought, oh, there's no way they can just burst me out like that. Unfortunately, it wasn't true, because the Mumu coming over the wall with the Ignite also contributing a ton of damage to finish off that kill before help could arrive.
Mummy Kid beats Fox Lady any day, in my book for that, sure. PSG gonna get something out of their bot side, steal away a blue buff, and we have a ring of vision around their bottom lane, so making really certain that they can keep Unified alive. I think that's the one that they're banking on here. Meanwhile, Hanabi still extending his lead into the top side. Lika has just been having a completely quiet game so far, and I'm not so sure about this Eclipse. Aatrox. It does feel like you need to give him some help at times. Like he's not a champion that automatically wins a lane.
Yeah, definitely needs a little bit of aid up in that top side, and it's really just waiting for that first item to come through because he didn't opt for the Vamp Scepter. Instead, he opted for the Serrated Dirk to try and get additional poke
setting
damage.
up a trap here, but Minji actually goes in.
Okay.
What? Oh, Burry gets a great stop there, but we have a Spider-Man back, and Kino gets the 3-man first with the Sad Mummy. In goes the cycle, but not able to finish off anyone just yet. Aatrox comes in, and Burry, the last auto attack flashing from Minji, gets the kill. What a turn of events, just completely befuddling PSG. Look at that smile on Betty.
And it's BYG that pulled the trigger, and they commit to the play. Even though it looked a little bit scuffed coming in from Mindy, being so far away from his team, he knows he can buy so much time. Having the CC, also having the self-ultimate. And of course, Kino with the follow-up bandage toss, that really sort of sealed the deal here in making sure they could actually fully execute the round of play, because if this bandage toss doesn't land, then he isn't able to go forward flash and set things up for Fuchsia afterwards. But the interaction happens, I suppose. There's really no other way to describe it besides, well, it happened. And as a result, BYG come out with a kill and the second dragon, and it's going to be Mountain Soul on the table. This is not good for PSG because unlike that game number 1 where BYG only had to play around Cloud Soul, the side of PSG are playing on a bit of a timer because of the fact there's those extra stats already coming in with the Inferno Dragon, but now they have to combat a combat soul.
Yeah, this is gonna be really tough. Like the engage is gonna be so easy for Beyond Gaming if they get that mountain. Now we finally have PSG getting Hanabi into the fight. This is their strongest point on the map. They have him there, but Kai Wing, well, he even keeps his quickness. So that was actually decently well done. Let's see if Kino can find something else, but Beyond Gaming are going to take over the inside track here. It's going to be a 1-4 defense, and this is going to be tough for Gory to hold this one in. Everfrost goes for wave clear. Nabi coming in, and they make out just okay.
It's just tower damage mid in exchange for tower damage bot lane. When it comes to exchanging tower damage, I do think it is in favor of BYG, but PSG also were able to get the second Rift Herald. So a little bit extra gold coming into their pockets because of the buff on local gold. But what will be key for them is just trying to break this mid tower, because against Sivir, that is a very tough task. And so they just immediately throw it down. It's been 2 Rift Heralds straight into the mid lane. And off the back of those 2 Rift Heralds, they are able to break that tower.
Yep, they will get the first tower of the game right here, so a bit of extra gold. But they don't actually try to fork any of the objectives with that one. Beyond Gaming are still going to be decently okay, just walking back to the mid lane. And we are getting up for a tense moment. The gold is completely even. I really want to see PSG and how they can do with Hanabi in the fray. I think that seems to be the biggest point. You know, the bot lane side of the map is actually losing in gold a bit more than you would like to expect because Hanabi is that far ahead. So, you know, I feel like Hanabi has had such a quiet postseason, and this would be the game for him to shine. If there ever was a game, this is it.
Yeah, this is definitely his moment. Has the advantage up top side. fact, we're going to see Lee Kai give up that wave at that top turret.
Yeah,
Thinking
actually
that, hey,
a bit of a
maybe they
mystery,
are
but
going to
Kino's
get
going
him.
in onto Bury. They get both with the
Great
cycle, not
cyclone.
enough damage to go through. Bury coming in with the charm. Kino falling dangerously low, but it will be Bury that falls down first. At least do have the TP coming in from Lee Kai, so if they can shove this wave in, Bury might be in a bit of trouble here.
Side beam set up.
Kino's still trying to bait. Kino, I'd be careful about this if I were you, but in he goes, and
Everyone's
Lee Kai
here.
is gonna start the tank. Pops into stasis, but there's nowhere for Glory to go. He just gets tagged down. Bob W coming in from Lysandra, and it will be tower traded for 2 extra kills on the side of Beyond Gaming. Actually, PSG also get 2 towers for that one, so not a complete, not a complete gold sink there.
It's just the one, right? Because top lane or mid lane did go down earlier to the Rift Herald, but with 40 seconds left until the next dragon, we take a look at these ultimates. Like BYG, there is a timing window where PSG are able to engage before these ultimates come back up, and that might give them the numbers advantage to then turn for the dragon. Because when you look at the gold, the gold's not outside the realm. Like PSG, they can definitely take this fight. They just have to be once more decisive around it. Otherwise, things will slowly get worse and worse. Hanabi, he is insanely strong with this Triforce completed. If he goes in with the Mega Gnar, he can just 2-tap some folks on the side of BYG. So they need to leverage that timing window, and they get Mega Gnar, but Hanabi is about to have that expire.
Yeah, so he can't really fight with this one, and into mini he goes here. I think both sides have incentives to draw this one out. Wait for ultimates to get their mini Gnar back, so it might be...
All ults back up now.
Alright, could be any moment to strike here. It is getting very tense. Beyond Gaming going over the ramp, but taking a lot of damage in the meantime. Not really that much, actually. Just 1 boomerang would be fine. And Lee Kai trying to find an angle into the backline. It's going to be hard for him to walk over Bury, so perhaps he wants to find a better angle in this one. Both sides just continuing to fish. It's getting very tense here. Beyond Gaming are going to start this one.
Hanabi.
Yeah, they see the Gnar, and Hanabi gets caught in the middle of nowhere. In goes the Boomerang Blade. The Cyclone goes through. Hanabi cannot find his Mega Gnar. He gets it just in time, and down goes the Smite. PSG with their top laner. They get a successful bait. It burnt a ton of ultimates in that one, and now they're heading back for the objective.
Bit of an overforce coming in from BYG.
Now Charm lands onto Kino. He has to burn his ultimate. Unified goes in, but that might be a little bit too far. He goes down to the grim, and Wako is in to finish people off. Bury managed to send Aatrox back, but he goes down anyway. Wako still trying to keep alive inside the pit against 2 solo laners. He's not going to be able to do it. Lee Kai comes in. Let's see if they can finish it on Hanabi. Hanabi kind of close to make a mini Gnar, but he doesn't find it. And Minji goes back in for more. He's going to die. But at least he gets the flash from Gory. A big, whopping fight from both sides. That was a 4-for-4 trade after everything all said and done.
Kills exchanges all across the board. But BYG, they have the respawn on their jungler. Husha, the first one to go down, is going to be the ultimate winner of this fight, because he will be back in time for this dragon, and now it sort of resets the situation. We'll see if PSG are able to stall long enough for Bury to get back here. BYG do start it out. Ults are sort of back up.
Yeah, Minji definitely has it. The TP is going to come in, but the Silver is going to take a while to make it to the battlefield. Oh, I love this. Back-to-back fights going in here.
Wako has
the
ult.
quickness not here just yet, and neither is the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Can't force their way in just yet. Oh, they find a massive W. Minji very low, but the Drake is going to go over to the other side. Minji has to ult himself into this one. It looks like they're just going to, they're just going to leave their mid laner to his own.
They gotta get out though.
Manages out to back, but Wako's gonna turn it around. Gory actually falls down to the crit. That was a great bandage shot, and now Husha is in the backline. Unified gets tagged up by the Umbral, and the bandage shot finds him. That's gonna be the main damage killer down.
Mega Gnar.
Hanabi comes in. Can he find the kill? Can he clean everything up here? It's going to be a 2v1 at the very finish. Hanabi already with the double, looking for the triple, but he can't get past Kai. Benny watching his team as they clean the ace, and Beyond Gaming with another turn in the team fight. Both of these instances, it looked like they have already lost, but they turn it around as PSG overforced.
It looks like the plan was just to get the dragon and get out, right? From the side of BYG. Minji gets caught out, has to use the self-ultimate, and it looks like it was a situation where, hey, if we lose our Lissandra engaged tool, then we'll just leave. But we'll see in probably the second replay, as this is the first replay. This is the initial engage onto Hanabi. I like the idea. Unfortunately, Hanabi really far ahead, so he doesn't get one shot. And because of that, able to get the Mega Gnar transformation. They kill Husha at the start of it, but this is where things go really wayside, right? This is very messy fights. Kino gets caught out by the charm, but able to at least get the ultimate down. And because there's so many cooldowns being eaten up by that front line, Wako is able to get some nice autos in to really turn the tides of that fight. But then Hanabi, of course, like, this man's so fed, he does so much damage, and in the end he will go down, but the situation resets, and this is the fight that really goes poorly for the side of PSG. They don't get the stun onto Wako, and because of that, he still has the spell shield up available to eat the CC from the charm. And that miss is really unfortunate, because if they're able to kill Wako earlier on in the fight, this is a much different story, as I think he got a triple kill in that fight, and that is not what you want to see for a Sivir.
Yeah, the Sivir is going to be really painful in the backside of PSG right there. I just marvel at the way Beyond Gaming played with the ramp in both of these fights. That was just so beautiful. They focus on the target that oversteps. The first time it was Unifying that gets sniped out. The second time it was Gory. And PSG are just not a team that has a lot of damage sources. If you take either of them down, the team fight almost instantly goes in favor of Beyond Gaming, you know? Beyond Gaming can lose Minji, but still come back. I don't think that's true on the side of PSG.
Hanabi is building a lot of damage though, right?
Oh, that's true.
You look at his build, he's got the Triforce, also has the Chainsword completed, and looking for the Serix Gauge, maybe even the Hullbreaker. And that could be actually a pretty big purchase if he gets onto 3 islands, because you look at how much gold is invested into him, and they need a big win condition. Yeah. Perhaps Hullbreaker Gnar would be the win condition in that regard, being able to leverage these side lanes with how much damage he does have and how far ahead of the curve he is against Lee Kai.
Does look like we're setting up for this Mountain Drake. So far, Beyond Gaming with all 3 Drakes in this game. It's going to come down to a lot of this fight setup. You also have the Baron in play as well now. So there's a couple ways that PSG could fight this, but Beyond Gaming definitely going to look a lot more for this Mountain.
That's a third stage.
Lee Kai setting it already. Alright, so we're not going to get the Hullbreaker shenanigans. Still going for more of a teamfight angle here, coming in from Hanabi.
So very fed though.
That is true. 3 items. Oof. Come on, Hanabi. It's your time to carry. You know, so far it's just been Gory and Unified. Maybe
he needs to turn back time. Go back to Spring Hanabi, where he was really just one of the main carries of the squad. Haven't seen him since in this summer split. Remember what's on the line here. It's Soul.
Wako. That's huge. Cleanse goes down. Let's see if Beyond Gaming are just going to start this one directly. Hanabi's still a bit away from Mega Gnar here. He's going to take a while to actually get all the way up, but it doesn't look like Beyond Gaming fancy their chances being stuck inside that Mountain Drake pit either. Both sides are trying to envelop each other, and again, they're trying to find Hanabi. An interesting tactic here. Minji actually heading into the brushes. Let's see if this one works. A huge Ultra Shock Laser. They do spot out Gory here, so a very spread out fight. Let's see if Hanabi can actually make his way into this one. I think that's what both sides are kind of banking on at this point. Gory charging up the Keeper's Verdict. Can he find any targets? Does get Husha, so no smite in this fight. And they do charge around for Hino. Wako also getting exhausted starting here, but that's going to be a 3-man Curse of the Sad Mummy. Hanabi does get his ultimate onto one. The fight is very spread out. Support going down. Hino already dead. Gory goes in for Wako. He's charging him down. 650 goes shut down. And PSG gonna go for the Baron right after this one.
They get the fight. They get the dragon. They get 2 kills on top of it. And now possibly turning their attention towards the Baron. I don't think they'll actually pull the trigger on the Baron buff. Maybe just try and threaten it. Okay.
Does look like
he has come in from Gory. And it does look like they are going to start it on a ward. So there's full knowledge from the side of BYG that they are going for it. And now Husha. Is it going to come down to a 50-50?
Yeah, he has to get there with the clone, but this is so difficult. He's not fast enough. The Baron goes directly over to PSG. A little bit mistimed on the side here. And a massive win. Now you have PSG firmly in the gold control. Now and able to push down a couple towers. This is a very surprising turn of events. A great team fighting coming in for Bury, just landing those targets.
A key ultimate landed by Bury evicts Husha from the fight, and that allows them to turn for the dragon and also take the fight because the main engage is coming in from Husha. And the other important factor of that fight we'll get to see in the replay is that Wako ended up being split from the rest of his squad, so they weren't able to play front to back. But this is a fight with no objectives up available.
Beyond Gaming actually have the numbers here, and we do see everyone from PSG collapsing in. It's still very possible that Beyond Gaming will get that Mountain Soul this game, and it does seem like they're going to be playing more towards the bottom side, trying to wrestle control. PSG looking for somewhere to push down with this Baron buff. Most of the minion waves are still a ways off from the tower, though. So it does seem like PSG, Beyond Gaming, like running down the clock quite nicely. Only 140 left on the Baron now.
Yep. Not a lot of time left on the Baron, and for PSG, their siege, or their ability to take towers isn't that good. They don't have quite the range to do so, so they're going to be very reliant on these minion waves, on that empowered cannon minion to do damage to the tower for them, because Wako will be able to clear out these Baron minions pretty easily with that extra ricochet damage.
Infinity Edge done for the Zeri, and we just saw a 700 damage burst across Fuji's face. This is what PSG were waiting for. They were waiting for the Zeri moment to come through. We're getting a pan over here. Let's see if there's some wards or Connecticut's, and we are going to get engaged in the top side. Hanabi doesn't see this. In goes Husha. They have spotted Gory, but no, they escort him out. Leakai has to pop directly into the stasis, and he's trying to flash away.
Oh, he's healing so much, though.
Down. Can he get away? He still has the X-Streaker, but doesn't get over the wall, and he's surrounded and killed.
A great pick coming in from the side of PSG, being able to find the top laner of BYG. And this time around, Leakai hasn't been as effective because of the play coming in from Bury. This is a jungler we heavily criticized in game number 1. In game number 2, he has bounced back in a strong way, shutting down Husha. The best way is just kicking him out of the fight entirely, using those Keeper Verdicts, and shutting down, again, the main engage. Power coming in from BYG. And it's changed the scope of these fights. Without that extra CC power coming in from the Cyclone, it's allowed the side of PSG to turn all their attention on attacking these more core members of the team fight in this Aatrox or in this Sivir.
Yeah, I'm not particularly convinced about the Aatrox flank. That looked a little bit weak in my eyes. No real hard crowd control. Beyond Gaming, they definitely need to corral PSG a little bit better if they want to pull that off again. But looking across the items right here, wow, Hanabi is so fed at this point, rocking over 3,000 HP. He's got 2 defensive items already built up. I don't see Beyond Gaming bursting through this Mega Gnar anytime soon.
And this is a pretty aggressive teleport, maybe using Minji as a bait. And the big thing here is it's very similar to what we saw in game number 1, where Minji on this Lissandra isn't going to be able to do as much damage.
Be started on, but he barely takes a dent right there, as Beyond Gaming now forced to go the long way across. They do have a ward on Gory. Just trying to split this one up. Okay, waiting for it to go down now. Meanwhile, just doing some poke. Not really damaging Bury. Look at how thick that shield is. Beyond Gaming actually
go now.
Yeah, they're toying with danger here. They're really pulling this one far out. Kino misses the bandage toss. Now Hanabi doesn't have the Mega Gnar anymore. He's trying to rejoin this one. Bury gets caught out on the side. Not a huge issue for him.
Verdict's still up.
Yeah, they could still look for that Husha Sendo, but they're going to start onto Unified in this one. He cleanses away, survives, but goes down to the Ricochet. Gory also facing some trouble in the Baron Pit. It's going to be a 5v3 after this one. Hanabi still not in Mega Gnar, and Gory has to walk away, but Gory gets an outside kill from Minji. Let's see if he can turn this one around. The jungler is still here for Bury. He's hovering on the sides here. They could still look for a re-engage. In goes Bury.
Just turn onto him.
Can he make his way into this Drake? If he doesn't find the Smite Spiel, Beyond Gaming is going to get this bound Drake steal. Oh, he gets escorted away by the Umbral chains, and it will be Beyond Gaming that secures the Bouncel in the end. What a good find by Husha.
And BYG, they play that fight so perfectly because they're able to zone Bury off of it, and Husha knows that this is his time to carry. We see the replay. Bury starts pathing towards downwards towards that tri-bush, and because they jump on him and engage, all of a sudden he is split. He wants to be with his team. At this point, you should just flash over the wall because it gives them the opportunity to do this to Unified. Instantly, Husha goes in, gets to engage onto Unified. He goes down. That's a lot of their teamfight damage eliminated. And BYG take the rest of the fight. They get the dragon soul. That may be enough to remedy some of the damage issues they are going to have from that mid lane.
That was a 6,000 gold difference into the team fight, and Beyond Gaming just found the perfect moments when Bury wasn't in the front line, when Mega Gnar wasn't there, and they
were
pull
decisive.
off the incredible. Yeah, I'm so flabbergasted that was actually the case, and now I don't think the gold lead actually matters all that much because of that Mountain Soul there. You know, the damage is very deceptive, but it's going to be hard to punch through some of these targets, even though there aren't that many tanks, to be fair, on the side of Beyond Gaming. So, you know, not getting that much amount of value, but definitely still going to take a while for PSG to punch through.
Still a lot of resistances being built up, though, right?
Yeah.
You have these steel cap boots built by quite a few members. You also have resistance items being built up here, as will be posturing around this barren area. Side of BYG, they know they don't need to go in.
Oh! The engage from Kino. They trade sides. Bury goes down first because of the zoning from Likai, and now they are focusing down onto the Mega Gnar. The battle lines are shifting. Hanabi gets away with this one. Ricochet almost goes across.
Wako's taking the 1v1!
Wako gonna go straight for the mid laner. Both of them Zonias at the same time, but this could be a mistake. Wako doesn't find the mark, and Unified is alive with the red buff to escort everyone away.
A huge mistake coming in from Wako as he gives up his life trying to take the 1v1 against Gory. That will reset the situation, and PSG have an opportunity to regain control over the map. They still have a gold lead, so we'll get to see the replay. Vanish Toss lands, but because the follow-up isn't quite there, they aren't able to instantly turn, but Wako is there, and he's just pumping out so much damage in this fight. And the turn from BYG, it looks like they could just wipe and finish the game from here, but Wako out on a mission.
To the left. If he went to the left, I think he could have cleaned house.
That could have just been game. That should have been game, but because of his pathing choices, trying to send a
second
message.
Baron gonna go over to PSG, so we find ourselves in the same straits again. PSG up 6,000 gold with the Baron in hand, and oh boy, that was Wako syndrome if I ever saw it. that was that was very close to being too low. We'll see what happens afterwards. Buri actually gets caught back by the Umbral chains here. It's gonna have to flash out, so keep our eyes onto that one. But you know, taking stock of the situation, I still want to mention that it's still incredibly hard for Beyond Gaming to punch through either Buri or Hanabi. I think these two targets should be relatively safe, and all of these fights, honestly, I feel like PSG should be on the tipping point where if they just A-click the ground, they should win. Minji getting caught up on the side right here. Buri going to try to play his own away, but Unify is getting caught down. The crowd control is on his face. He's got nowhere to go.
It's so split.
Going to go through. Hanabi still trying to keep himself alive, and Minji gets out. It's going to be Unified.
Wako's untouched.
Still gets across the board, but the Badges Tots finds him. Both teams are trading sides at this point. Buri trying to run away, but Lika is on his heels. He can't find the Q3. Mid lane tower is going to go down, and what an amazing trade. Unified, I'm not sure if he had flash into that one, but a decisive turn by Beyond Gaming. Make sure they win this fight.
And that's been the difference between BYG and PSG. PSG not going for these 50-50s, whereas BYG are very determined to snag any sort of opening offer to them to go for the engage. Wako
might be taking a lot of damage here, and things are getting really feisty. That charge lands onto Minji. A little bit unfortunate for him. Let's see it.
Now they're on the run.
Out here. And we do have the Elder in 49 seconds, so I think Beyond Gaming just playing for a safe retreat right here, but we do have a back teleport board. Buri could find an opportunity here, but doesn't look like he's going to take it.
BYG going for the reset. They've closed the gold lead to 3,500. That pretty much resets the full situation to what it was before the Baron got taken. And now they have the extra dragon stats to help them out for this last fight, even though maybe the scaling isn't fully on their side. But for PSG, I mean, it's about them being stuck in their decision making. They have to be more decisive. They have to just go in some of these situations, and they need to find a way to keep Unified alive. They need to figure out how to protect them, because so far Buri and Unified are not on the same page. When we saw earlier their success, because Buri's been able to protect Unified with that Keeper's Burden.
Beyond Gaming trying to look for a fight here, but they're 4v5 coming into this one. The teleport has to be shown. Oh, it's a 4-man into the backline. Unified Wako is just going to go down. Wako is going to find the kill onto the backline. Carry and Megadar wasn't there. It was a 4v5, but it ends up being disaster for PSG. Elder wide open. Buri dead. Kino with the 4-man curse of the sad bunny. Stops PSG in their tracks. Oh, and Likai going forward on into this one. They find Gory. He's got nowhere to go. He still has the flash indoor. But no, the timing there, impeccable from Kino. The support wins it for Beyond Gaming. They're going to charge forward into a 2-0 against PSG.
Beyond Gaming with Worlds on the line are now 1 game away from coming to NA for Worlds. So close to booking their ticket. Then for PSG, they are now backs against the wall, demanding a reverse sweep to get back to Worlds and to go to the finals.
Can you spell clutch with me? Beyond Gaming win a 5v4 start of the fight, down 4,000 gold, and they do it not once but twice. A very dicey game for Beyond Gaming, but I'm just at a loss for words. They just seem to strike first in every single situation. Their decisiveness, their focus, Unified. He didn't have a shot in this game. He just couldn't find those opportunities for him to dish damage.
Yeah, and for the side of PSG, the draft was an improvement in this situation, but when you see the Aatrox come out so early, I thought for sure we'd go for some sort of big tank to just sit in front of Unified and just play a very simple front-to-back composition. That was not to be. And in theory, it was still a fine composition to play. And Bury, at the start, the early team fights, did really, really well. Able to constantly evict Husha out of these team fights, clear space for Unified to have free time to dish out damage, whereas on the flip side, Wako wasn't able to. But as the game progressed, because of the decisiveness coming in from BYG, they really shifted how much free time each of these AD carries had to dish out damage, because then it was Wako that had so much space, and on the flip side, it was Unified that constantly had people in his face.
It was so weird because we got to the point where if it was a front to back, you had Bury and a fed Hanabi right there, and there was no way that Unified is supposed to get touched here. If we think about the way the fights happened, one time it was Bury, going on a journey, Hanabi with no rage bar, and the second time PSG kind of threw everything themselves. They just kind of like, yeah, we'll take a 3-man catch on Minji, and Minji survives while Unified dies. I want to call this game the bondage monkey. I think this is how they won. They basically just trapped Zeri, never let her deal damage, and oh boy, it was frustrating to watch, but so well played. Frustrating for Unified, of course, but so well played on the side of Beyond.
Yeah, and if you look at the draft, this was an angle where they could have gone for an Ornn or a Scion. If they go for Ornn, a lot of terrain control coming in and just offering that front to back capability even more so, but also offering some long range engage power without being reliant on the Mega Gnar being available. Yeah. And that was the core issue in this particular game. PSG weren't fully decisive enough to take advantage of the small windows a Gnar ultimate would have, right? Because if you wait for the Mega Gnar to time out, then you're running down one ultimate on the side of PSG, and unfortunately that situation happened way too often.
Yeah, what we saw in these fights over and over again was just that, PSG decide, hey, maybe we have a numbers advantage, maybe we should go now, and it kind of gets flipped on their head. I think PSG coming into this one, they probably just assumed that with the Zeri late game and with the Hanabi, they could just play on the sides and kind of kite everything out, but Beyond Gaming were way too decisive. Like, I just can't believe how many times their monkey and their mummy is able to find the engage on Zeri. That's it was so weird to watch because I gave that game by the late game, it was definitely a 70-30 in PSG's favor, in my opinion, because I don't see how they get across the front line. I just think it's impossible, but every time they do it, so what can I say? This is why I love Beyond Gaming. I've said this so many times. Beyond Gaming, one of my favorite teams to watch because they make the impossible actually happen.
And part of that came down to also the early Dragon Soul, right? With the Mountain Soul, the extra resistance stats, with the items that they were building, they were able to get access into the back line because of that extra durability. We'll get to see some of these highlight moments. I believe this was the third dragon.
There's so many fights around this corner, so it's kind of hard to tell which one exactly this one. Oh, good Ultra Shock Laser. I thought this was going to be a fight PSG were going to be able to win afterwards. They chased up the ramp.
This was the overforce.
Yeah, like Minji goes down 5v4.
This was a brilliant turn coming in from BYG. Unfortunately for PSG, they miss key CC moments onto Wako, and they get hard punished for that. The side of BYG, like, this was just smallest of margins where it could have just been BYG or PSG really getting full control over the game if they had landed that CC onto Wako, kill him off at the start, and then they would have absolutely steamrolled the rest of this fight.
Oh, and this one was another 5v4. They were trying to engage without the Mega Gnar, but watch how Kino turns this one around. And Minji goes in. It was actually Minji, my fault. Goes in with the 4-man, and what was that bandage toss through Bury? Wow! Oh, the angle on that was insane.
And it was just multiple engages coming in from BYG. That was 3-4 man alts. We saw it coming in from Husha. We saw it coming in from Kino. And at that last moment, we also saw it coming in from Minji.
Oh, watch this.
These players have stepped up to the plate time and time again. Push comes to shove. And the MVP really could go to anyone except for Lee Kai. Anyone on the side of BYG because of the big plays they did come out with. I mean, sorry, Lee Kai, you already got your moment game 1.
Yeah. You done good. You done good. No problem there. I swear that's the thinnest bandage shots I've ever seen. Kino done a great job. Look at that gold graph. At most, PSG were up about 6,000 gold. They were up about 6,000 gold twice in this game with those Barons. Could not close it out in the end. Beyond Gaming now looking at game point and punching their ticket to Worlds with just one more game. This is where I feel like we see the true character of PSG. They are so experienced. Corgi just won Worlds last year. They've always represented the PCS. So when the pressure is on, when the new players on this team are going to be tested, can PSG turn up a better performance? We're going to find out really soon, but of course, Kino with the MVP here. I love the support play. The pinpoint accuracy on the Mummy gives him this award.
And Kino on the Mumu, it's not like he had an easy job either, because he has to land those bandage tosses to actually get access into the fight to then use the ultimate. And for him, he was, again, nailed these bandage tosses time and time again, getting into range for the Curses at Mummy. And if you land a bandage toss, you're going to hit multiple people with that ultimate afterwards.
Just one word for PSG. What will you say they changed? Just one word.
One phrase? I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, well, I'm not sure either. We're going to go to break. Afterwards, we'll see if Frank has something else for us.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Eyes on the road, sky turns to gold. I've seen the sign on the skyline. The urge in my soul, gotta let go. I've had enough of the hard times. Got a taste of the sun, now I gotta reach the horizon. The horizon, yeah. Are you coming along? Cause I got the current to guide me. Let it guide me. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I start anew. Sky turns to blue. Waving goodbye to the moonlight. I'm gonna drive, follow the lines, leading me into a new life. Got a taste of the sun, now I gotta reach the horizon. The horizon, yeah. Are you coming along? Cause I got the current to guide me. Let it guide me. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. fire in my bloodstream. You're hot and cold, critical. It's written on your lips. I'm tired of waiting in vain while you keep playing this game. We try to maintain what's already over. It's even insane. I guess you like it that way. Be honest and say it's already over. It's already over. It's already over. It's already over. Hold my head underwater, I'm your villain. And I should never be forgiven. Hit me like a stray dog, tell me what to do. Just let me know what I am to you. Cold waves are coming. They hit me every morning. You're hot and cold, it's critical. It's written on your lips. I'm tired of waiting in vain while you keep playing this game. We try to maintain what's already over. It's even insane. I guess you like it that way. Be honest and say it's already over. It's already over. It's already over. It's already over. I've been waking up feeling like nothing you know. I've been running in a dream, but my legs have nowhere to go. There's a welcome sign on your doorstep, sunny but it's cold inside. I will melt away, 'cause I know it's all alone. There's something I gotta know. Would you walk alone? Would you sell your soul? Would you wake up the voices for someone you love? Would you let it know? Or would you break your fall? I wanna know. We're not like other people. We revel in our pain and soak up the sadness. We're not like other people. We're never gonna change or turn it up the darkness. I only go to weddings just to dance on my own. Give me all your small talk, 'cause I just make it up as I go. There's a welcome sign on your doorstep, sunny but it's cold.
就要被离开一个前四，完了，
来不及推到3个，终于推到4个，这边的空就是一个打他的花枪去碰去了。
电子步骤就要被离开一个前四，完了，后面的 Rock 看起来没打得好，
但是自己被这个线给弹回来，又是 Alex 的一个壁咚，准备要在这一波将解佛人全员收掉。
差了一个位置，又是第3个问题了。
然后是拿了一个搭手，还有持续的追击，现在的话调整他的 triple，
这一波手上挂了一个治愈，多你一个治愈之后就被点输了。
再加一个红魔的一个推，拿着出方也效果把小林给推了回去。
Here in the PCS, we're about to see two possible outcomes. One, a new day has arrived and the dominance of an old king has waned. PSG could just drop here and be the first time that they do not represent our region. Or the second possibility is that PSG make a legendary run to once again claim their crown. So both options available, both incredibly enticing. We are here to witness it all. Thank you for sticking with us. And also thank you to our sponsors in CTBC Bank and China Airlines for making the PCS possible. Now, Nightstar, I ended with, a question for you. If you put yourself in Corgi's shoes right now, and you just took a beating in a game that, frankly, I think you should have won, what do you tell your team? What do you tell the members of PSG? And how do you get them into shape for a potentially final battle against Beyond Game?
We're scaling, boys.
Let's go. Pick the Zeri. Lock it in.
I mean, really, it might just be a shift of, instead of going for, we started with an early mid game wombo combo, shifted more towards a full mid game and maybe a little bit late game combination with the last draft, and maybe it's just full on late game here in game 3. Just full commit to the plan, because game 1 was nowhere close to being a game. Game 2, a little bit more reasonable, and unfortunately the execution at the end fell through. But at this point, we just need an Ornn. Know how to be on the Ornn. Give us a very standard front to back composition, and maybe that's the solution to the problem.
Ornn, Victor, Aphelios, Zeri, and Open. Let's do it. Okay, PSG are going to try and go for an uncounterable Ahri, it looks like, and Beyond Gaming are going to maintain their bans in the Silas and the Azir. Are they forgetting something? There is that LeBlanc lurking in the shadows for Minji. It could surface once again. See if Beyond Gaming switch any of their bans. They did go for Sivir and Wukong in the last game. Could do so again, or maybe even go for the Poppy. This is who actually doesn't play much Poppy, so it looks like that's going to be a case. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going to go for the exact same red side bans we've seen all series. Picks all series.
Yeah, red side going with the Sivir Wukong combination. All 3 games so far, PSG will respond with the Poppy, and honestly, the Poppy wasn't too big of an issue during the early mid game. In fact, the early game was actually really well executed coming from Bury. And this was the pick left through. It will be Minji getting his hands onto the Talia pick. Will have a little bit less impact as far as these early team fights go. But instead of that, they're going to have the extra roam pressure coming in from that Weaver's Wall, and also the extra terrain control in these objective fights.
Yeah, this one was a monster for Minji in the regular season. Didn't do as hot on it in the postseason, but still one of Minji's best champions throughout the split. This is why PSG has been banning it in the previous 2 games. Now PSG are still going to focus a ban onto Fiora. As we said, they don't really have a counter to this. Camille has to go as well. And Beyond Gaming have a whole host of options for the support and the top lane here. Aatrox still open.
Yep.
This looks like 90% the same draft. Well, it's going to be 80% because Nanabi's gone.
The change here for PSG, they don't necessarily have to go for the Ornn, but they could go for something like a Gwen, perhaps, or maybe even a Gangplank. Since this is, an old school matchup, you can just take the Gangplank into it, and I really like how this ultimate will be able to function. Gives them that extra little bit of global pressure to match the Weaver's Wall, but also have that extra terrain control in these team fights. And that was one of the issues. When the side of BYG committed, there was no way for PSG to fully disengage the situation. This time around, they will have that cannon barrage to layer on top of BYG if they dive into them.
It's a big stop sign in front of a speedy composition from Beyond Gaming. It looks like Beyond Gaming are going to go for almost the exact same thing outside of the Talia for Lissandra. We did see Kino think about potentially going for the Nautilus here. But as the seconds are winding down, it looks like, yep, he is going to swap at the very end. Going to go for a tanky support. court. And this time around, how do you feel the adjustments from both sides have panned out? We have PSG with now Leona and Gameplink being different, and for Beyond Gaming, Nautilus and Talia being new to the mix.
I do like the adaptation coming in from PSG in that we are giving Hanabi more of that carry option. In game number 2, it was the Gnar, and it did well, to be fair, but this time around, we want a late game scaling top laner, and Gangplank will answer the bill in that regard, and because they are going to run into you on the side of BYG, it does make your job a lot easier to land these barrel chains.
They've got range advantage, they've got scaling advantage. This is the draft where PSG want to be. I feel like your words of encouragement from Coach Nightstar was exactly correct. I actually bowed the wrong way, sorry. Coach Nightstar was completely correct. We scaling, boys. We scaling. 35 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't see how PSG lose this one, to be honest.
Yeah, if it gets to 40 minutes, surely, even with a Mountain Soul, the extra armor shred coming in from a Gangplank is going to invalidate most of that armor stacking coming in. So PSG, this is the stars aligning for this game, for them to get on the board, to keep their world's dreams alive.
Into the game we go. This could be the game where we see Beyond Gaming overtake PSG and punch their second ticket in a row all the way to America to attend Worlds. It would be an incredible journey after switching so many players to still make it here. But first, they have to close out the job. They have to finish the job, excuse me. We are going to be taking a look at the level 1s. PSG has been known for a lot of cheeky shenanigans, especially into the side lane brushes. Not going to happen this time. And taking a look at the summoners here, we have some different choices. We're going to go for the Conquerors on Likai. And I like this, a more aggressive build onto Gory with the Electrocute.
Going for the Electrocute. Minji going for the Cleanse. Understanding that they're taking a much more passive approach here. And with the Unsealed Spellbook, we'll still be able to get access to that teleport occasionally. So definitely like that change coming in from Minji, and PSG, they understand backs against the wall. We have to be more playmaking here. Also helps that they aren't up against the Lissandra where Gory may need the extra summoner utility.
Yep, just trying to stay alive in the laning phase here. Early on, and Nabi getting a lot of mileage against Likai. Some very nice dodging back and forth into minion wave, and Gory taking it to Minji early on, going past the minion wave, but actually comes out a little bit worse in that trade here. As he did take quite a bit of damage from those ranged minions in the later side. Taking a look at the jungle situation, we did have a leash coming in from Beyond Gaming, and both of the junglers will be heading towards the top side. After a while here, I think a little bit more gank pressure onto the Gangplank.
And for the side of PSG, we see in that mid lane, there's a difference in itemization, also in that top side, right? It is the Doran's item against the sustain builds coming in from the Corrupting Potion. The thing that has changed, of course, Corrupting Potion did get nerfed on, I believe, this patch. So sustain going to come down just a little bit, but still, you do want to continue to take these trades when you have that sustain advantage and just be able to reset and constantly refill your Corrupting Potion stats.
Gory up to his old tricks right here, trying to get a bit of damage onto Husha, but Husha actually wins a bit of the trade, loses his Raptors for it though, and it seems like they're actually quite even, all things considered. Murray with the red buff going to get most of that HP back, and he's just not letting Husha do anything right here. A very smart play coming in from the top.
Very similar opening that we saw in game number 2, right? Where he was able to get the invade and track Husha early on, get the top crab But again, once more for the side of BYG, they answer back by being able to secure the bottom crab for themselves, and Wako will get a big stack of gold in his hands there. So very similar starts to what we saw in game number 2, as Husha will clear out that ward and also just threaten with his presence up top side.
We have to remember a big part about the last game was Beyond Gaming were able to win the 4v4 in the bottom side. They did not allow Hanabi to join in much of the action, but this time it's not up to them. You can't stop a cannon barrage from coming down the top lane, so another reason to love the game plan selection right here. And across the lanes, we are seeing small advantages being acquired by PSG. You know, this is kind of PSG's biggest weak spot is they're not a very strong laning team, especially in the postseason. Actually, a negative 1K at 14 before this series. So, you know, this is typically the kind of the typical tempo of Beyond Gaming, where you do start out rather slow, you get shoved in, but then when it comes to team fights, it's where they start to shine.
Yeah, and they've been able to make up these gold differentials by being decisive. We've seen it in games 1 and 2. When Husha sees an opening, he will just pull the trigger. And on a champion like Wukong, who has such strong early teamfight potential, that's really what drives the car.
Misses the ward there. A little bit unfortunate. So this is going to be a decided information advantage on the side. And the charm lands here. Bury going to find the target onto Minji. Flashes forward, but actually taking out of range for the knockback onto Minji. Both sides are going to walk away just okay, but definitely a flash advantage for the side of PSG. That ward is so vexing.
Yeah, just perfect placement there. Dodges out on the sweeper. Now Husha has the level advantage, but
Gory going in with the ultimate. Husha might have to flash this one. Is he going to have the chance? Nope. First blood for Gory. Goes across 2 walls to snag that one up.
And this time around, Clement, it's PSG that draw first blood in the game. It goes on to Gory, unanswered. And hopefully now, with this advantage, they will start to be able to get Gory and more involved in this game. Already has a CS lead in that mid lane. We'll get to see the replay on how this happens. Hex Flash comes in, gets a good angle. Really well played from Bury. And then Gory, of course, on the Ahri. It doesn't matter how far away the play is being made because he has 3 dashes in the flash.
Yeah, really nice positioning on the side of Bury. You know, he cuts off the potential clone over the wall path for Husha. Gets in front of him, so the knockback's always there. Good first blood being taken right there. And I just heard you ooh, but can you share what the ooh is about?
It's because we're going to, for sure, get a combat soul.
Ooh.
It will be the next dragon of Cloud or Ocean. So should be a lot of explosive mid-game fights, as it will be a lot of contesting. And also for the side of PSG, it does bring them a little bit of relief, right? Because while they would like to get the second dragon, it's not imperative for them to do so. And they can give it up and just allow that extra scaling to then kick in.
Very common tactic we see all across the leagues these days is, well, if it's not an Infernal, it's not a Hex deck, I can let it sit. You know, you can have this one. I prefer 3 good Drakes over getting a Clown Drake. So definitely happening a lot these days, and definitely something to be ooh about. Now, PSG are moving closer to that Herald timer, and I do want to ask you, how do you see this one playing out? Which side is likely going to transition towards that Herald a little bit sooner?
I think it really just comes down to how comfortable PSG are around fighting this objective. Because I'd love for them to get more gold into Gory, or just into their soul laners in general. And their strategy, for the most part, has been to hard funnel gold into Gory as much as possible, even on the Galio, right? He was the one sitting on the side lane.
Usha gets
He's gonna
stunned up here. Gory looking for the same
lot of
play. He
damage.
does have the Spirit Dash. Goes in. Cannon Barrage is through. There's fights on both sides happening right here, and both of it looks like PSG is coming out on
Gory.
top. Lekai gonna go down. That's a double kill. Still looking for the third one. Can he land the charm? He's got the blue buff ticket. The cooldown ain't
Got the
long
red
right
buff ticket.
there. Oh, there's a lot of damage with the auto attacks, and he finds the triple. Huge win for PSG. Best early game of this series.
Now they get that Herald along with 3 kills onto Gory. 9 minutes in, this game might already be a wrap, Clemens. This is a 9-minute Everfrost. There is no escape coming in from Gory. He can just keep dashing in because they don't have the damage to turn onto Gory, and that means he will most likely just time and time again get easy pickoffs and CC chains with that Everfrost. As we'll see the replay. Husha, this time around, PSG are doing a good job on punishing Husha for being so aggressive, right? They're constantly picking him off, and with the extra double buffs, then Gory, all he has to do is just auto attack. He doesn't have to do a whole lot against Minji. He can just keep autoing, applying that slow, applying that true damage, and eventually chip him down.
Okay, so surely there's no way that Beyond Game would come back in this one, right? I'm trying to. Yeah. I know we've said this a couple times before, but this time it really feels kind of out of reach. I mean, 4 kills all on Gory. That's the best kill allocation that anyone could hope for. You know, I want to see how much gold he actually has. He's already sitting on a 400 bounty. And to make matters a little bit worse, Minji is on the tier build, so he's kind of eyeing the late game track.
Tier build, good lane sustain, but okay, Lekai actually die in the 1v1.
Yeah, he needs to find some HP
Unless...
back. Oh, whoa, never mind. Lekai turns it around, and he says thank you very much.
Oh, that was the Aatrox buffs in action there.
Gory gets knocked back here. He's got a lot of bounty gold on him. He's got to run. Everfrost goes back.
He goes in?
What?
No way! Oh my lord.
Knight goes through, but he's going to be fine. Well calculated. But scary.
I'm not sure if that was well calculated because he almost just gifted 700 gold back into the pockets of BYG. Thankfully, still stays alive, but Hanabi does not stay alive, and that was a remarkable turn. Of course, the buffs for Aatrox gets a lot more HP, it gets a lot more sustain, and you see it in action here. It hits the sweet spot, the last sweet spot, of course, the most important one. Whiffs, and then
bam.
Boom.
That's all you needed to land anyway, so well done there by Lekai. Actually gets the mythic sooner. What is that damage? Gory.
Gory is very, very strong. Gets a ton of more plates into himself as well. And PSG, they'll turn their attention over to the second dragon. Of course, have a huge advantage in the mid lane. So, of course, side of BYG forced to pull off of that, trying to contest it. And fortunately, it's going to be a mountain. So not the extra fireworks we would have liked to see from an Inferno or a Hex Tech, but it's still a very relevant stat dragon.
Absolutely here, as taking a look across the board. Honestly, Beyond Gaming can't find any fights here, and we haven't seen a Weaver's Wall nearly 13 minutes into the game. And I guess that's the question for me, is like, where does Beyond Gaming strike? We know the scaling is in PSG's favor. How can they actually pull the trigger in this situation?
Yeah, it's going to come down to the roam timings coming in from Husha and Kino, trying to attack some of these other lanes. Maybe they get an invade and try and pick off Bury in his own jungle. It's going to take some creative playmaking, and we know that these two players can find those angles. It's just really difficult for Minji to create his own play right now because of the lane advantage currently held by this Ahri pick. If he tries to go into one of these side lanes and Gory happens to catch him out on the side, he will for sure die. Or if Gory matches the roam, then things will also go south.
We just saw Gory take half HP off of Minji without even landing a charm. So that's the difference right now between these two teams. Gory is essentially a poke jailer. Like, I don't see Beyond Gaming really trying to contest any of these next couple of breaks here. But they do have some interesting developments into the top side. We did see Likai, constantly shoving in Hanabi. But now Hanabi, with his Triforce coming back into the lane, he has the decided equipment advantage here. And Likai just has to scurry away. I think we're settling into a bit of a slow game where PSG are almost guaranteed to win some of these fights. And it's up to Beyond Gaming to kind of buck the trend here. I still struggle to see how they'll do it, but I will have some faith, I guess.
And perhaps one of those ways back in is to just leverage around Likai, right? Because he had a great 1v1 fight, has gone for the Eclipse build. So even though it's the Conqueror, has stuck towards the Eclipse. And if he finds yet another 1v1 kill, that will be problematic for the side of PSG. Minji will likely die unless a furry doesn't pull the trigger. Honestly, that was probably really free.
Yeah, he still had the flash, so I think I think he would have survived, but would have. Yeah, you're right. I think PSG were just a little bit too afraid of someone in the back line, but at this point, there's not a lot of damage on Beyond Gaming. Even if they can catch people with this rundown composition, it's almost impossible for them to kill anyone. We are going to see Bury start out onto the Herald here. In the meantime, Beyond Gaming looking for a play bot side. We see the pings coming over. Maybe the first Weaver's Wall. Looking for that angle coming in from Minji. Gory actually gets found right here. Big chunk of burst damage. And then taken down 800 gold over to Minji. Husha makes it work. And Benny screams in jubilation.
Clement, Husha is just, he's too good. Holy.
Oh, getting over that mountain terrain was just chef kiss.
Yeah. Really, really smooth play coming in from the jungler of Beyond Gaming, as once more he's able to get his team, make a play for his team and change some of the dynamics, because if he's constantly hovering this mid lane and is able to punish Gory, that changes quite a bit of the game script. And right now, both of these mid laners are fairly static because of that.
Taking a look at Minji's build here, he does have the Luden, so he's going for the full burst potential. He catches the target once, he doesn't have to worry about catching them twice. So we are coming into the mountain break, coming up in 20 seconds right here. Beyond Gaming making a mad dash for this terrain, and in the meantime, we have Gory with the TP going up to collect a tower, so he can still come into this fight. He's still very fed, even with that singular death here. And in comes Gory, so we are going to have an equal situation.
Very early teleport coming in from Gory. I thought for sure he'd like to just finish off that top tower before coming down, but decided that perhaps BYG would just initiate the dragon or start it out without him. So now he's here and he's looking to get that poke damage. He has an extra large rod. That's really the difference here when it comes to the mid lane damage.
Oh, the engage coming through from Kai Wing. Bury going to knock Kino, but he's still here. Gory goes across the wall. Everfrost onto 2. Bury into the backline. So many low HP bars. It looks like PSG are just going to walk across Beyond Gaming. The gold difference, the power difference is very noticeable at this point. Walker's going to try and escape this one, but Likai might not be so lucky. And it is going to be a clean sweep here. 4 for nothing in favor of PSG.
Gory taking a very good angle there, hiding behind the wall. And because the side of PSG have the gold advantage, BYG, they take a very aggressive posture to try and force a pick before the full fight breaks out. And because of that, Gory's able to punish over the wall. He gets a fantastic play, gets a multi-man Everfrost into a large orb of deception, and the amount of chunk damage coming through just makes the fight almost unplayable. And layer that with the power gangplank, and look, you don't need to wait for specific timings like you would with a Mega Gnar. And Gory, yeah, you see him go straight in. The amount of zone control he puts out because of how far ahead he is just demands BYG to fight super scattered.
Yeah, and I think that might have been a mistake for Kino to decide to stay in the fight rather than, you know, just let himself get knocked out and to reset that one. But at the end of the day, huge win for PSG. They're up 7,000 gold almost at this point, and this is not the 30-minute 7,000 gold. This is the 20-minute 7,000 gold lead. So, you know, Beyond Gaming, they've done some pretty crazy stuff, but this would have to be the craziest comeback game if they do pull it off. Just throwing that out there, not saying it's likely or even possible.
Well, Clement, do you remember the first game of this split between these two?
I do remember. Were PSG that far ahead though?
They had a massive scaling composition similar to this one.
I casted that one, and I just said that PSG had a 90 to 10% chance. And then there was a kind of an oopsies from PSG. They just kind of threw away their take and died. So it's possible, but that would have to, you know, the condition for that is you have to drag it out into a one-team fight game.
And PSG, how long has these game timers been? It's been pretty sizable.
38 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. I see your point. I don't think so, though. Like, you know,
it shouldn't.
I like Beyond Gaming, but I trust PSG. I trust them.
Yes. The trust, I think, is well earned from the side of PSG. It's just that they have to be a little bit more decisive. They don't need to be like super in your face with this composition because of how well it scales. But I'd like to see them really attack before the 30-minute mark, right?
Okay.
Try and finish the game with these Baron buffs rather than wait things out and be like, you know what, we could probably win around Dragon Soul or probably win around Elder Dragon. Nah, let's try and put the game away in a more convincing fashion than just that.
All right, we'll see what happens going further into this game, but PSG will have a big fight on their hands before the 30-minute mark because of the Drake stacking situation here. They are going to get one around the 28-minute mark at this point. So Beyond Gaming, if you look across their items, they should be able to close in on their third item, but at that point, PSG will still be very, very far ahead in the itemization game. And we just saw Hanabi deal 800 damage across a minion wave. That does not fill me with confidence at all.
Yeah, and this is with a somewhat low damage build, right? Because he's gone for the Mortal Reminder, which, I mean, yes, you want to cut down the healing, but in general, fairly inefficient item by itself. So he is coming close to that collector though, and that may help considerably since there isn't a whole lot of armor currently stacked up by Beyond Gaming, and with the natural armor penetration offered by the barrels, if any of these chains, barrel chains do land, it will chunk people out 40% or more.
Yeah, that's gonna be very detrimental to a running composition. The problem with Beyond Gaming is they don't have range and they don't have scaling, so comebacks super hard in these situations. And also, we just haven't seen Weaver walls. Like, if you don't use Weaver wall, Talia's kind of just a worse Orianna, like a much worse Orianna, I would say. So let's see if they can find some of those opportunities to make some creative plays. We have seen this be actually a strong suit of Minji in some of those fights, and we do have the Drake coming up, taking stock of the situation, about an 8,000 gold advantage to PSG. If Beyond Gaming are going to win, they almost need a pick at some point in this fight.
But because they wait for this dragon to actually respawn, now PSG are able to sort of set up their fight lines.
Ooh, PSG could just go for the fight win rather than the objective too. There's so many ways they could play this.
Yep, a lot of options because of even if they give up the dragon, as long as they win the fight, they can immediately turn for the Baron or look for an inhib because of that mid wave shoving in.
Looks like Beyond Gaming are going to take their patience with this one, actually waiting for the barrels to pop through. This is getting really close here. There's a ward that Beyond Gaming don't see, so their flank is actually completely visible to Gory. Gory actually has to go into an early Zhonya's into this one. Bury looking for the Keeper's Verdict, does get Sivir, and the engage is on Husha, the only one left on the other side. He's going to run away from the rest of the team, but Unified trying to chase him down over this one. Husha just going to use the clone and get away. Beyond Gaming successfully reset after getting a flash from Gory and the ultimate from PSG. That's actually a pretty good find. All set and done, and Beyond Gaming are going to try and take this one. They're 8,000 gold down. Midget gets caught off on the side, has to instantly cleanse, flash away. He gets charmed up. He's done nothing, and he's going down here. Cannon barrage onto the top side, closing up the ramp. 2 down already. Beyond Gaming are losing members left and right. Double kill for Hanabi. They're cleaning house with this composition. It's going to be a straight ace. It looked dicey for a moment, but PSG come to play with their vision advantage. They secure everything.
Welcome to the series, PSG. With the extra gold advantage, this does look like it's done and dusted. They'll get themselves that third dragon. They'll get themselves that top tower, and they will get themselves the clean ace. It's a 6-1-5 Gory, but more importantly, now Hanabi is online. We'll get to see the replay. The engage comes in onto Minji, but he's so far away from the rest of his team. Even with the flash, it's not going to do him any good. And because of the collapse of the various fight lines, there's no safe front-to-back angle for Wako as Hanabi just walks up and pistols him to the face.
That was beautiful from Bernie as well. He manages to nail down Wako on one of these ramps here, and looks like Benny's looking for the ban picks for next game. If I'm being completely honest, like, what other mid laner can I play in this situation? We are going to get a bit of a scuffle here. It feels like PSG are just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, taking this to a potential game 4. And Beyond Gaming now massively on the back foot, 12,000 gold behind. I still can't remember a Weaver's Wall this game. Has there been a Weaver's Wall? It's been a 26-minute no Weaver's Wall for Leo, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we haven't seen one.
Okay, that's interesting.
Because in the last fight, he got CC'd. So he definitely didn't have time to channel an ultimate. And he was in mid lane the entire game. So...
Okay. Yep.
Uh-huh.
We'll see what Beyond Gaming can do. PSG, you know, they could take this really slow, or they could pick up the pace a little bit. I feel like with the 12k gold lead, you can definitely go for a Baron. Yeah, that's definitely okay.
Really isn't a flip. This
or
is
you can
a
just
90-10.
go over the wall and chase people down.
Guys, this is a 90-10. This is exactly the fight that you guys like to have.
Wako gonna get hit up by the Death's Daughter. A lot of damage going through.
Ultimate burn, though.
PSG are gonna try and get the fight. They're going for the fight win. They're not looking for turning around a Baron anymore.
Sides.
Lika still trying to fight out a little bit. Minji gets a massive knock, but he gets taken back all the way to base. Now they're on top of Wako. You know, already low health. PSG trying to chase him down, and Beyond Gaming are on the wrong side of the map. Where can they go with this one? Minji's gonna find himself back, but there's a lot of blinking HP bars, and look at the ultimate going down onto the Kino.
Weaver's Wall!
Nowhere to go in. Whoa, they isolate Hanabi. Hanabi goes in. He finds the kill onto Wako, but he is going to follow himself afterwards, and this is
Wait,
into the fight. And Beyond Gaming, they survive. It's even. It's an even match. 26-minute Weaver's Wall does it.
Yeah, I mean, it actually comes off the back of a Weaver's wall. That is what's so ridiculous, because that was the perfect ult, because it cuts off Hanabi from his team, and he also gets to regroup with his team in the perfect position. They get a big shutdown onto this gangplank, but it doesn't change the fact that it is still an 11,000 gold lead. They need multiple of those in order to actually make a statement back into the game.
On PSG, I think they should feel confident about just going for this again. Have a massive gold lead. It didn't work the first time, but you know, chances are more times than not it is going to work. Corey is completely unspotted. He might be able to snipe out Waka.
Finish.
Ooh, doesn't land a charm either. And let's see if Fusha makes his way into the pit. It's only 2k HP on top of the Baron pit. Corey is going to try and chase the monkey away, but the Baron actually resets.
No.
What? No, Corey was already doing the job for you. Oh no, they get the charm.
Okay, they got Minji. They got Minji
down. Minji is going to fall after he throws some damage, but Waka was so close to death. Surely PSG just turn around. This is definitely going to be safe enough. Navi might even be looking for an angle onto a double objective take at the same time.
Baron, go back to the Baron. Just take the Baron.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Please.
It's okay. You're safe, PSG. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Husha's gonna get one shot if he gets too close to this one.
Yeah, he has flash, he has smite, he has dash.
Wako inching in. Looks like they're a little bit too late onto this one, and Curry secures it. Plus gets the kill onto Husha. So that means there will be no jungler for this Mountain Soul, and that's going to be a very easy pickup here for PSG.
Alright. Surely this game is now done and dusted. Gory will also get this bot lane tower. There was definitely an opportunity offered, but Husha. But PSG, 2 on task, and now they'll also secure themselves this Mountain Soul, and with Mountain Soul, there's just not enough damage on the side of BYG at this point in the game, down 14k gold, that they can get back. Like, it's actually...
That's an item across every single member. And plus they're playing against a Baron. Plus they're playing against a triple Mountain Soul. So, it's so hard. Like, we've seen the biggest problem here for Beyond Gaming is they just don't have the damage. The damage difference is way too much. Furry is unkillable in the front line. They can barely scratch Navi at this point. And then Gory just has infinite resets when it comes into the back. They're shredding through this tower into the bot side. Husha looking for a potential flank on the left side, but not going to find it. This tower will go down. Looks like PSG are going to step up for the inhibitor next. Hanabi trying to ward off the monkey. But doesn't even look like Husha is going to find a chance to go in here. The front line's so strong from PSG.
Husha, they have an idea of where Husha is too, because of that ward right outside the entrance. So really creative warding coming in from PSG allows them to walk away and still reset the situation, I suppose. Still plenty of time, although only a minute left on their Baron buff. Thankfully though, you know, still 5 minutes until the Elder Dragon, so I expect them to be able to finish this game before that Elder spawns.
Beyond Gaming right now, they should be trying to funnel all of their gold onto Wako. Get in that IE. That's kind of their only potential chance of winning this one.
Yep.
It's still incredibly difficult.
The ricochet, the dream bounce.
They're going for Wako, but great spell shield coming in there on the side. This guy already has to go back to Fountain after taking a full rotation from Gory. Husha looks for an angle, thinks better about it, and just keeps his distance. Gory might be looking to chase him down. Kywin going for the hunt as well. He doesn't have the solar flare here, so we'll take a bit more distance to catch up to the monkey here. And where are you going, Husha?
He's on an adventure.
I'm not sure he can get away from this one. Takes a bit of damage from Unified. Unified's not giving up this chasing. We actually have a Weaver wall. Husha.
Distraction.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah. All right, that's
goodbye,
the game.
Kino. Yep. That's 3
We've
down.
done it.
Only 2 left here. We got running for his life. It's going to stay alive for now, but the base is wide open. 5 members for PSG.
Super's minions are in.
15,000 gold lead. And Gory doesn't mind taking 2 towers to kill Wako. Wako says, "What are you doing?"
Wait.
And Gory
Unified says
throws in the thumbs up. That was the bait. A kind of anticlimactic end, but I'm happy that we get another game between these 2 excellent squads. PSG find their first strike.
Actually finally get back into the series. Welcome to the playoffs. This feels like this should have been the form from the get-go. Drafting more scaling top laners for Hanabi. This time around, he gets himself the gangplank. He shows up massive, but more importantly, Gory gets first blood. And he's able to follow it up with a triple kill. And from that point on, it felt like the game was just done and dusted at just 9 minutes in.
It was probably the worst position to give all those kills over towards PSG because it meant that Ninja had 0 impact throughout the early and mid game. There was nothing he could do. Honestly, Ari could just Spirit Rush, Everfrost, and Ninja would die. So he did not spend any time on his Weaver's Wall. The first one we saw was 26 minutes into the game. And this was just a complete blowout. This is a really smart idea for drafting coming out on the side of Corgi. And it just kind of shows you if you give a counter matchup to the side of Corey, he can take it all the way home.
Yeah, and the adjustments are now going to be on the side of BYG because in this game number 3, they literally ran the same composition, just swapped out the mid laner for Talia, right? Everything else was the same, but because they were missing the Lissandra, who just has such easy, simple execution in these team fights, that actually hurt them quite a bit on being able to generate more picks later on. They didn't have the easy lockdown for a target like Ari, and now moving over, well, most likely them moving over to the blue side, the changes draft-wise will have to shift from BYG, but the bans will also have to shift from the side of PSG.
A couple of big things to remind everyone. On the blue side, it will mean that Beyond Gaming has access to the Silas. So that's going to be huge for them. A flex pick, very strong, good scaling. I think it's a much better pick than Talia for the most part. And on the other side, I guess the question is, does PSG continue to run Sivir Wukong on red? Do you think they buck the trend? Because I feel like they do.
I mean, I think the Sivir is probably okay. It's just the change will most likely be what, like Sivir Poppy?
Yeah,
perhaps,
high possibility.
Or they could even hold that Poppy pick until 3rd because of the fact that BYG hasn't really shown that.
I think Poppy's going to be
that
banned.
pick.
On blue side, that's the 3 bans: Azir, Yumi, and Poppy. Those were the 3 bans for Beyond Gaming.
Azir, Yumi, Poppy.
Yeah,
that's true. So, maybe it does end up being Wukong. Who knows? But I would like to see maybe a Vi
Oh,
instead.
yeah. I think Vi's much more impactful on low HP. Like she doesn't force herself to be kind of this damaged hybrid assassin. She has that shielding going in for her. So yeah, maybe that it would be the composition. And we've seen in the LPL, like there's so much more things you can do with Vi because you can actually cancel out crowd control. Very helpful against picks like Azir and Poppies and stuff like that. So yeah, I think Vi might be one of the champions we could take a look at. In terms of this drafting phase, I just think you nailed it. It's just about topside. Lack of power crowd control early on means that they just can't win a lot of these 5v5s. And credit to Burry where it's due. He just kept on nailing Husha on that wall over and over again. And Ari can join these fights a lot sooner than the likes of Talia in this situation.
Yeah, and this was the play where they got the triple.
Yep.
And it was Gory getting himself the
good
double
try.
buffs that really sealed the deal, right? Constantly resetting, getting more and more dashes, and having the extra slow coming in from the red buff, able to chase these targets down. Securing the triple on top of his first blood just put him way over the top, and they never really had an answer to get back into it. This game is, we'll see Minji gets picked off once more. And because of these flank angles now created by PSG collapsing onto Minji, there's no safe angle for Wako to do damage because he wants to continue to walk up towards that blue buff. And then he gets cut off by Buri, and below him, he gets snapped up by Hanabi.
Yeah, really nicely done there. I feel like this time around, PSG really put a lot more effort into warding all possible sides from Beyond Gaming. Like, Beyond Gaming is one of those teams that feels very pesky because they're willing to put themselves in terrible positions and force you to kind of look for them. And this time around, that actually backfired quite hard. Minji got caught out twice when trying to go around the blue side buff, and PSG made them pay for it. So we are going to be heading towards a game 4 here, and as we said, most likely Silas is going to be there for Beyond Gaming, and I do want to kind of ask you, what do you think is the best type of composition to go for if you're now Beyond Gaming onto the blue side?
It might just be a first pick Ahri here coming in.
Oh, interesting.
To just try and deny and pinch the pool, coming in for Gory, assuming that the Silas does get banned, which I think we sort of expect. The other option would be to just go for a Ahri Silas handshake and just say, hey, Gory, we're just going to put this in your hands. That could be a possibility. And for BYG, I'd like for them to just go for the Fiora first phase. Just go ahead, snap that up. Because, again, Hanabi doesn't have the answers in his champ pool, really, to counter it or to hard stomp it in lane.
And to no one's surprise, Gory receives the MVP. Great early game work, great snowballing. 33% of the team's damage on a champion like Ahri, which is much more snowbally than usual, is an impressive task. And once again, when it comes down to the wire, Gory is there for PSG.
Gory coming up clutch here when his team needed him most, and that brings the series to a 2-1. It's still an uphill battle for the side of PSG, but with Worlds on the line, no margin of error, they still have to come back in a strong fashion.
I wonder if this is the EDG story, as we just saw reverse sweeps, and maybe it's the same case with Corgi coming from that squad as well. We'll find out if we get Silver Scrapes in the next game. Don't go anywhere.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling stride. I'm standing my ground, I won't give in. I'm moving ahead, I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. How long can it last, you ask me? As long as you want, if you give it a try. But you still got a past, you ain't past yet. You gotta let go and leave it behind. Can you tell me now, baby? You gotta let me know. If you're all in, can you say it aloud, baby? You gotta let me know. So just say the words. I know that I can't get enough. I feel the vibe every time we touch. Oh yeah, you can decide. And who you trust. Give me a sign if it's right, then we can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. Leave all the confusion behind you. So many doors that are open wide. We'll start something new and exciting. Nothing to lose and no reason to hide. Can you tell me now, baby? You gotta let me know. If you're all in, can you say it aloud, baby? You gotta let me know. So just say the words. I know that I can't get enough. I feel the vibe every time we touch. Oh yeah, you can decide. And who you trust. Give me a sign if it's right, then we can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. satisfied. You don't believe my words, although I never lied. Are you a devil in disguise? I don't get why you're so heavy on my mind. You're so heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind. You're so heavy, no, I'm not ready for it.
就要被离开个前四，完了，
那么给推到3个，推到4个，这边的又是一个打他的画面triple kill。
电视助手就要被离开个前四，完了，这边的 Rock 看起来被打得好。
但是自以为这个世界给弹过来，又是 Allen 的一个壁咚，准备要在这一波将这波人全员冲掉。
差了一个位置，又是第3个，我的天啊！
然后是拿了一个 double， 开始持续的追击，现在的话调整到了 triple，
这一波手上挂了一个治愈，多你一个治愈之后，这边点输了。
一个红魔的一个推，拿着服装毛病的效果把小林给推了回来。
On the verge of breaking their representation streak of the PCS, PSG finally strike back and give us a dominating win over Beyond Gaming. Welcome back to the PCS, and welcome to our sponsors in CTBC Bank, Taiwan's #1 top financial institution, and China Airlines coming into the fray as well. Thank you very much for making the PCS possible, and thank you, Nightstar, for giving us such a wonderful day of casting in games right here. We are heading on to the 4th game, and to no one's surprise, Beyond Gaming has selected the blue side.
Now they'll go back over to the blue side. We'll likely see a lot of priority once more onto the mid lane picks, whether it is going to be the Silas left available or if it's going to be the Ahri that ends up having a lot of attention thrown onto her. I'm interested to see how the mid lane actually develops in this particular game, but for the most part, the biggest change that did happen from game 2 to game 3 was Hanabi being offered up an opportunity to have a big scaling top laner. So he goes for the gangplank, and it really just hard carries some of these later team fights with how that ultimate interacted with the composition of the side of BYG.
We are definitely seeing PSG handle the Aatrox incredibly well. If they get the Poppy versus Wukong matchup, they just board up the top side. The Aatrox has been honestly kind of invisible after Likai popping off in game 1. He's been taking 2 bans every single game afterwards here in the Fiora and the Camille. So, you know, I'm wondering if there seems to be such marked drop-offs in some of these players for both Likai, for Minji, and for Gori at the same time too. So, you know, kind of an interesting predictions, but who gets what is the big question here. There are massive deciding factors going into this one. PSG going to be sticking towards Lucian. I assume that the Kalista is going to follow as well. While Beyond Gaming, remember their blue side bans have been the Azir, Yumi, and Poppy in the previous games.
Will stay the same. They go ahead, ban away the Poppy for PSG. Ahri, Silas. Silas will be the one taken off. He's already available, and that may just be the lock-in. Will indeed get locked in for PSG. Do they pick up the Talia themselves here?
There's a number of options for Gori, actually. You know, the LeBlanc could work as well. I think he played that once in the regular season. A lot of options to keep Ahri down. And we are going to see a shift now. PSG going to go for the long-range advantage here. I think this suits them a little bit better than Rundown. And as I say that, never mind, I'm terribly sorry. It's going to be Rundown once more. In goes the Sivir. We'll see if the Wukong follows here. That has been the red side first 2 picks this entire series.
It's been 4 games of that. But currently, it's the Sejuani hovered, and it does get locked in. Of course, double flex could go into Hanabi's hands or to Buri. But here, BYG, does mean that they will be able to get the Wukong for themselves. It looks like they will go for the Zeri rather than try and go for a blind pick Fiora.
That's what you were calling for. You know, get that Fiora in. PSG has no answers, but it looks like they're pretty happy to waste away 2 bans against PSG in this game here. PSG, they are... I'm not sure I like this because they are hurling towards a rundown comp once again. Gory knows what's going to happen to him. His champion pool is going to get eviscerated. I wonder what he's going to play. You know, last time we saw the bans coming through, the LeBlanc was banned out by Beyond Gaming. I definitely think they understand that's still there. I'm not sure if they would care about the Galio this time around. So we'll find out.
Honestly, this feels like they're just going to play Renekton Sejuani mid jungle.
Oh, that's very possible.
Try and snowball off of the kill pressure offered by Sejuani jungle in tandem with the auto reset power coming in from a Renekton. Being able to chain stun into that mid lane definitely could be the possibility. Also allows this Renekton to be more influential, because we saw Hanabi get leads up top lane. Didn't matter because he's a Renekton stuck in the top lane, wasn't able to shift that extra power elsewhere. And it, of course, double ban onto Gory's champion pool. Now, could he go for a Victor? Yes, he could, and Victor wouldn't be that bad an option.
Feels kind of weird.
Yeah.
I almost feel like
Victor...
Galio allows you to win situations you couldn't win, and Swain is definitely one of those picks as well.
Swain is actually a really strong pick because of how BYG in the mid game, the Zeri's not going to have that much damage to be able to punch through the Swain, and certainly could have tons of value along with sort of the bash combination of Sejuani and Renekton. Is that's not going to come through. That is also not going to come through.
Good
that
old Aatrox
does come through, and I'm sad.
Yeah, the Aatrox hasn't been all that impressive from Lekai, if we're being completely honest, and it isn't a scale factor either. It's a champion that falls off when we come into the late game.
Perhaps this game we'll see him go for the Gore Drinker build, because I think it has a ton of value in this particular game. Whereas in the previous games, you could sort of understand why he didn't go all the way into that build. And BYG, they round out the composition with the Nautilus. A lot of pick potential, but not a lot of targets that you do want to go and pick off.
Yeah, this is an interesting selection here because it looks like more for skirmishes from Beyond Gaming rather than team fights. In team fights, look at that front line from PSG. Yeah, you're just not touching the center.
Oh my.
Oh boy. Wow, that is a clenched fist on the side of PSG. That is so much power in the front line, in the short range, that can absolutely just blow through your team. For Beyond Gaming, they have the Zeri, but they don't really have the late game, which is kind of concerning.
Yeah, they don't have an enchanter to really augment Zeri's takeover potential as the game progresses, and their solo laners are also going to lose out on damage later on in the game too. So even though a Renekton will drop off in power, the fact that you have Sejuani Braum in tandem with the Renekton actually still maintains a lot of Renekton's power as the game progresses, because of his ability to just set these stun chains off with the Sejuani and with the Braum.
I agree with you. I think we're going to Silver Scrapes after this draft coming out here. A couple of big things is I just don't see how they kill the Swain. Everyone's going to be in melee range surrounding him, and then he's going to get Braum extra resistances just thrown on top of him and be completely unkillable. So, it seems like a very difficult to execute Beyond Gaming composition. They are no strangers to high ceiling compositions, but man, even for Beyond, this one looks, it's just so hard.
Yeah, and the job will be incredibly difficult for Wako as he's going to have to accept most of the damage burden in this game as the game progresses. Because his support is the Nautilus, he won't have the extra power coming in from something like a Yuumi or a Lulu to help put him over the top, right? Because we've seen in some of these situations when you have these enchanters, it's very easy for the Zeri to just get these buffs late game and sort of 2v5 these situations.
Taking a look at the runes, we are going to get the Conqueror in the top lane, so most likely the Gore Drinker that you've been talking about. Also, neither of the top lane going for the bone plating anymore, just getting a little bit more long-term revive potential rather than the all-in prevention. We're going to be taking a look at the level 1s, pretty mild level 1s across the board. There is great skirmishing potentials from both of these squads here, but I really like the Braum here. The Braum is, it's so powerful against what Beyond Gaming have in store. There's so little range on Beyond Gaming, and it makes Braum that much more powerful. You know, is going to have to zipline away from it, but they do find the early ward.
That's actually pretty well done coming in from BYG. Of course, for a Zeri, you can very easily delete these wards as long as you see them spawn in your face because you Q auto into a Q. So, well executed there. Denies a little bit of vision, gets 10 extra gold into the hands of Wako.
Yeah.
And yeah, just really well crafted composition from PSG. You could even say that all across the board in all these games, right? Even that game number 1 had a pretty cohesive theme. Unfortunately, the theme didn't really line up with PSG's team identity. So slight mismatch in that regard. But as far as drafting goes, it does feel like it's been 4 very cohesive compositions. And this time around, they are going to come out with yet another draft advantage in games 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to super late game in my eyes for Beyond Gaming. Like, you need Wako full items to kind of punch through these front lines. And you know, to be fair, Renekton and Swain, they do kind of fall off in the super late game. But that's gonna be a while. And the way Beyond Gaming have won, they really had to stay quite close in the early game. You know, not exactly win, but not be behind by like 14,000 gold. So
yeah, as long as they don't get dunked, I think it gives them an opportunity to take over the game with their playmaking, as we've seen already. Even as long as PSG aren't super far ahead, they do lack a bit of momentum when it comes to forcing a play, and that is where BYG does still have an advantage. For the first time, I believe, in this series, we are going to have Scuttle Crabs exchanged without one of these bot lanes stealing them.
And we do have Husha now looking for an opportunity to go onto the Swain. He's going to pop his clone across the board, and they will ping him out here. So Wukong going back to defend his own jungle. Let's see if he catches... Oh no, Buri just gets out in time here, and Gory has been making... Gory has been making Minji pay quite a bit after that one, but neither of them are healthy enough to really stay here anymore. Should be expecting the backs coming out.
Yeah, nice little charm at the end to make that trade even for Minji and force Gory away from lane. And it will be them now exchanging teleports. So not a ton happening, but a small little trade there does make a slight difference. And of course, Lee Kai now onto his 3rd game of Aatrox. Will we see an improvement? Certainly a big question.
Early game still incredibly rough for him as he's down 8 CS playing underneath his own tower. In the meantime, we do have Wukong showing on the map, so there's absolutely no regard for laning mishaps on the side of PSG. They're willing to push up very, very far afterwards, and they're even pinging the Drake onto this one. PSG off to a great start, up 300 gold just from the laning phase. Gory chunking out Minji again. And we have the objectives here. This time a good Infernal to start off.
Oh, early Inferno Dragon being started out by PSG. This is a big change in their game plan, in their approach. Being the first ones towards that dragon. Minji takes yet another big chunk of damage. Ori seems to just have Minji's number so far in the Ori Swain matchup, which is great news at the start. What I will say about Lee Kai on this Aatrox this time around, he can potentially find big value because one of the big things you want to play against when you are in Aatrox is the composition that's running towards you, and a Sivir comp is exactly that. So there may potentially be a massive pop-off moment coming in from this Gore Drinker Aatrox that's, you know, low-range targets coming in from PSG as well, right?
Yeah, that's true. If he gets fed enough, he could stay there and he could get, I think 3-man Gore Drinkers is definitely part of the course in this situation.
Yep.
So he's going to get a lot of HP back. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, I do want to point out that how rough his laning phase has been for Minji. He was down about 12 CS just to start it off at 6 minutes. Got quite an impressive lead coming in from Corey here. He's going to reestablish most of this. Oh, actually, no. Later teleport means that Minji's going to get closer, you know, 6 CS down only. And we are heading into Herald territory where, if I'm looking across the board here, it should still be very much in favor of PSG. Just not enough damage without any items here for Beyond Gaming to really threaten anything.
And strong wombo potential from Hanabi and Gori, right? When they pop their ultimates, it's so much extra effective tank stats for those two champions that it will be very difficult for the side of BYD to punch through those targets. And we are going to get Mountain on the table for our second dragon, which is also going to be a very important dragon to keep track of, as Unified taking a lot of extra damage.
Ooh, Ignite goes down by Kino, and overall it does look like PSG come out slightly favored in that trade. Now Husha, see if he walks through the scuttle or does something cheeky. Oh, he's going to clone over, but the pings go down. They know that he's here.
Bury.
He has level 6. It's going to be fine. Gori, in the meantime, takes a bad trade in front of Minji, but still fine afterwards, and actually comes out ahead in terms of the pots there.
2 additional potions to his name, so he's fine with taking 1 poor trade, as he's been able to find multiple positive trades by Wing.
Wako!
Okay, they're actually not going to try and force the issue, so Wako does have his back stopped, but won't get punished for it.
Herald's up already, so, you know, PSG do have a chance for an early start towards the Herald if they so choose to, and it looks like Wako's going to stay around to make sure that Unified is kept into position here.
For PSG, I think they'll really focus their attention around this next dragon rather than the Herald. So there's a small timing window where they can rotate over for Herald, force the Herald play, and then still make it in time for the dragon. And that does seem to be what PSG are looking for.
PSG actually moving all members towards the Herald fight, while on the other hand, Zeri is going to show shortly into the bottom lane. Looks like Beyond Gaming trying to get a pick onto Nabi, but he's a big proc. That's not going to be an easy task to do, and Beyond Gaming, they know they don't have the early fighting power, so actually just going to give this one up. Minji taking a bit of damage, but PSG not going to commit to this one. And for Beyond Gaming, it's all about getting that Zeri fed at this point. They're going to give up hope on the Herald, let it go uncontested. Meanwhile, Zeri is going to see if she can get a play. But the timing here is it's actually rather difficult for her to get some alone time. Thinks better of it. Not going to full commit.
Husha will pull off of the situation. At the very least, they do find themselves 2 plates, so not the worst of situations for BYG, right?
That could have been much worse if they entertained that Herald fight, would be my opinion on that. So Does look like Leakai will be going for the Gore Drinker. He's had enough of trying to win lane necessarily with the Eclipse. He can do so with the Gore Drinker in this matchup later on as well. So it's perfectly fine for him.
Yeah, we'll scale in the 1v1. And under certain conditions could contribute a lot to these team fights as well. We so far don't have quite the same enthusiasm though for this Aatrox because of what we have already seen in these past 2 games.
Yeah, Beyond Gaming are going to start this one, but they're not going to be able to finish before PSG has a say into this one. Unified looking across the wall, trying to find an angle into this one. Kino gets tagged up, ultimate goes through onto Wako. He has to burn the cleanse. Exhaust goes down. Usha and Wako.
They do get it.
Up the wall and they're out. Really nicely done.
Very well executed coming in from the side of BYG, coming towards the back of the pit, which allows them to escape without putting the rest of BYG at risk, right? Because if Wako starts walking down towards the river, it could possibly put his support in danger, or even his mid laner. So I like the pathing coming in from Wako in that instance, and they make out with the second dragon, so that's really nice because, oh god, we've got a very spicy soul because it's Hextech. We've got the Hextech gates to work with.
Yeah, this one, I think it's a huge boon to PSG's composition. Like, if you can get behind the enemy comp with the comp that you have here, it's just so powerful. I think the Hextech gate definitely does favor composition that, you know, if they have a flank advantage, if they're more bruisery. Unified is going to get bullied out here a little bit because the support ain't there, but not much happening across that side. Of course, this also does mean that these fights, when the soul does go over, you're not going to be able to run away. Like, it's going to be full aces
it is game
on one
over.
side or the other.
Yeah, soul is just going to be game over for one of these teams. And you mentioned how, hey, if the side of PSG get these flanks, it's really, really nice because of how many bruisers they have, but it's also not bad for BYG because Sivir wants to fight front to back. So if you start getting flanks on her, she does become a little bit dizzy and can lose a lot of the effectiveness coming in from her ricochets as well, because she's not getting multi-man ricochets and very limited in her target direction.
Okay, we are getting into almost out of the laning phase at this point. Taking stock of the situation, PSG with the lead, but a fairly minor one. They do have good power spikes across the board here, and that mid lane tower is just a breath away from falling into ruins here. So, so much PSG could really do. You know, they could just group up mid, force a tower, transition very easily into the Drake. I still give them an outsized advantage coming into this next fight. Look at that front line. That's just that's such a manly front line. It's
we're also not getting the mandate build coming in from Gory, knowing that this game will most likely come down to 3rd and 4th dragon, get more power. So I actually like this decision because you do get a lot more damage with the build, rather than the Imperial Mandate, which is much more oriented for earlier dragon fights.
It does give you that speed buff, but he's got the Sivir, so he's not concerned about this one. I like how many sort of compositions PSG has been able to throw out here. You know, this is the Bruiser comp. Kino just had to flash across the wall right there. Wako going to put some damage onto the back half of that one, but still a decided win for PSG as they wrestle over control of vision here, and Minji just hasn't been able to get off the ground here. This is kind of the two sides of Minji. He's a great player when he gets his champions, but he also has a bit of a difficult laning phase until you get to his upside.
And the same goes for Leakai up in his top side. 3rd game of Aatrox, and the 3rd game of really suffering in the lane phase. See how well he does once he gets out of it into the team fight phase where he's able to start participating. Perhaps that changes his fortunes. Having a bunch of bruisers run into him, right? That always helps out at Aatrox. Possibly have that one, the shy moment.
I'm trying to think how Beyond Gaming can play these fights, and the only thing that's coming up is they need a kite. They need to stay as far away as possible from PSG in this one and slowly whittle them down. Use that ultra burst fire, just pedal them constantly. They can't take a full-on engage at all. Like, even if there's like a 3-man cycle in the front line, I think Ujai's nice. I don't even think the Gore Drinker is going to save Aatrox all that much. So it's going to be a while until Beyond Gaming can take a front-to-back team fight. And I'm really curious on how they're going to play this. At first, though, they are going to go for the Herald. Yes, you do get their pick of the litter when it comes to these objectives. Hextech Drake, one of the, I would say, the strongest Drake outright with the attack speed and the cooldown reduction.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely agree. Just so much stats thrown into that, and the laser not quite enough there. Hoping that Bury mishandles the smite in that instance, being all by himself, but not to happen. And now BYG turn their attention up to this top side. They will get this top tower. At the same time, it will get answered down in this bottom lane. It is Gory getting more solo gold into himself. He isn't able to finish off this tower, but he does get more and more minions into him. And the minion advantage is going to be key, because right now it is pretty sizable in that mid lane. Even in this top lane, we are going to see a more utility build from Hanabi this time around, going for the chainsword into what will most likely be the Sunfire Cape.
He's just a meatball in the front line. They're banking on that they can keep people
He's a stun
in place. And I think that bet is correct. I don't think Nautilus can get away from these fights. Neither can the Aatrox. The crowd control is immense on the side of PSG. And you even have things like the Vision of Empire that can strike people from very far away. So I like the build so far. And I'm a little bit worried about Minji, going for this Everfrost. He's already fairly low impact. He's very far behind the curve. And that is not a damage item coming into his part. It's a catch item.
Yeah. It's going to be so hard for him to deal damage to these targets.
He did,
right? Because
300 damage.
Yep. Yeah, you have a Braum to deal with, Sejuani, most likely a very tanky Swain, and also now definitely a tank Hanabi is unfortunately unable to donate the red buff to his AD carry, but secures it for himself. So at least they keep the gold home.
I'm looking across the board, and all PSG has to do late game is armor stack. it's so hard to chew through them. But with Ari as your sole AP source here, it's
yep.
Yeah, that front line's not dying. That Renekton can build full tank and probably just do more damage with his ultimate running.
Yeah, definitely agree in that regard. So, for the side of BYG, they have to get real creative on how they approach these fights.
I don't think they can, of course, let the next Drake go here. It's a little bit too important here.
Yeah, they're going to start missing their timing windows, especially for if they allow this next dragon to go into the hands of PSG for free, because then it's just way too much of an uphill battle. And perhaps even in a good situation, PSG able to 50-50 to Dragon, and they lose it. The extra stats coming in before the Dragon kicks in should be enough for them to just straight up win the fight and then turn their attention over the Baron. So you need to have some pick or vision priority around this Dragon with about 100 seconds left before it spawns.
So we're going to be taking a look at what viable targets there are for the side of PSG. They do have that Sejuani that can just throw that Glacial Prison onto someone, lock them down. And if I'm checking across these items, the carries so far look a bit safe. The support's got the stopwatch as well. But I think their front line is has some big problems here. The Aatrox or the Elite Ball are going to find it hard to survive into this one. Beyond Gaming, in the meantime, though, actually taking back the majority of the vision right here. But a strong buy coming out for PSG. 2 items completed here on Gory. I am looking at that Swain with dread as he charges towards his bottom side.
Yeah, this Swain has so much damage. If he's able to get into the fight because of the extra stopwatch, should be big problems moving forward. 20 minutes into the game, Clementon, we haven't seen the first blood, but surely it's about to happen.
The slowest game so far in the series, but it feels inevitable that PSG will just march in here with that front line. There is so much dang HP on these guys. It is mind-baffling. If you look at that front line between those 3 guys, I think you got 6,000 HP to chew through. We do have 2 items here now completed by Wako. Does that attack speed buff, and in go the catch, and they find a target before the rest of the squad does appear
Comes
here.
The return.
Looks like no, Gory's just going to charge in 1-on-3, and everyone has to back out and give up their
they can
positioning.
reset the fight.
Yeah, Gory might be cut down here. The charm nearly lands. That would have killed him. And Beyond Gaming actually walked out, getting most of the ultimates and the flashes here.
Wako does have to burn the cleanse, but he still has his ultimate available, still charging up, as it will eventually time out, but I think they've done a good enough job that they're able to actually snatch away this dragon. They have to go and commit.
Ninja has the TP. Can he find the angle?
It's going to be a 50-50.
It's going to come in so late, though. Husha has to stay in the pit, but is he going to survive? He goes down before he can do anything, and the Drake goes over to PSG. They're on Hex Tech Soul Point already.
Ooh, okay. PSG, they managed to come back into the fight, secure themselves their 3rd dragon, and for BYG, you could see the thought process and, hey, we created enough space to just commit to the dragon. Unfortunately, they weren't able to finish it, as Likai does bail out of the situation before it gets any worse. Losing a dragon probably was the worst case scenario, though, as we'll see the fight. Gory comes in, uses the ghost, and BYG, they just say, okay, the Swain may have overcommitted. As long as we reset the fight, we might have an opportunity to punish them. And they thought they had enough time. Unfortunately, wasn't actually able to get a close enough teleport. And because of Hanabi's teleport placement, it's the side of PSG that are able to actually get into the pit and smite the dragon.
I felt like Ninja teleported way too far away from that one. They're trying to catch out Gory here. The charm does land, but he is taking this one. He still has his Zanias there as well. Pops it in and is going to survive through all the damage. The rest of the members are coming in, but finally Gory falls down. Likai gets that reset on the World's Ender. He's going to charge forward. A good find for Beyond Gaming here. No shutdown gold, but they finally get the kill onto Gory. That was pretty massive for them because he's the most fed member there is.
Yeah, nice little pick coming in from BYG, being able to burn down the mid laner of PSG. For PSG, I'm surprised they don't try and turn that situation.
Baron's up, but too far away, I think.
Yeah. Hanabi wasn't in the area, and he didn't have the teleport. So I think that was probably the driving force of them not trying to turn that fight, because you look at the low health bars. Husha was very low. Minji was very low. And it was definitely an opportunity with the Sivir ultimate that you give chase, get those kills, and then threaten the Baron buff. Unfortunately, it doesn't come through, and BYG will be able to narrow the gold to 1,500. Still a PSG lead, but this game is neck and neck, and I'm not sure if, well, gold-wise, it's not enough to really put the game to bed.
Absolutely. It's still so early on in the game, but we are going to have a critical fight in the next 2 minutes. And honestly, with a triple Hex Tech Soul on the board here.
Yep.
I think if PSG hit that, they just take it so
Yeah.
It's so hard to play against that.
Ricochet with Hextech Soul is absurd.
It is. Oof.
Oh. Yep. So that will be definitely very problematic, especially when you also have to deal with Hanabi and Gory sitting on top of you, adding the additional slows. Typically, you see the Rylai's come out for a champion like the Swain to be able to stick on to targets. But if he has Hextech Soul, that won't be an issue. So we have to just constantly drain tank and apply those slows. And Burry also going for the Warmugs build, trying to be as much of a nuisance. And we talked about how low damage this composition from the side of BYD is. Warmugs also really is a thorn in their side in that regard too.
Yeah, there's no natural HP shred on the side of Beyond Gaming, so going through that Piggy is going to take a long time for the side of Beyond. Looking forward, the Braum synergy with the Hextech Soul is just amazing there as well. So much attack speed going through on all the members, makes those stuns easier. And we see now PSG already setting up for position, but Hanabi also has a lead in his own lane, so he's willing to push this one in. He's almost 50 CS ahead in the top side. Beyond Gaming have to play on multiple fronts, and Likai will not have his TP up in time. So they have to make the transition here, while Hanabi can sit pretty there and pick his spots. He also has the potential Hex Gates coming into play here, so there's a lot of different things that could happen. Okay, both sides are going to charge up. It's going to be a 10-man brawl for the potential Hextech Soul for PSG. Let's see if Beyond Gaming can't deny. Beyond Gaming's old play was to try and stop someone.
Look at the CZ.
Oh man, that is a bad start to the fight for Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, if they are able to stall though, he will be able to get his teleport back up. But they're going to have to be super decisive here.
Bucha coming in from the back. He does have the opportunity to take the Hextech Gates around the clock right here. Kino actually walking so close to danger. They're going to start out on Gory, but Gory's not afraid of anyone. He just walks
goes
forward,
wide.
and there's no damage being dealt onto him whatsoever. You have the Scuttle now
they actually
coming
reset
up.
it.
Can they actually dig it this way?
Oh,
Wako
they got
actually
it!
finds it! They deny the Soul from going over. Wako finds one
That's a
kill
triple.
onto the side already, but Hanabi
Double.
is clearing in onto him. He's trying to find that stun. Wako flashes over, but can he get away from this one? Yes, he might have lost the chance to get the Soul, but they are coming away with the fight. Only one dead on the side of PSG.
It's going to be the Dragon denied, but now PSG, they can just turn their attention over to the Baron buff. And this should be easy pickings. Wako, though, at the very least, does get onto free items with PSG. They are more than willing to trade that Dragon, get those kills instead, and now have the man advantage, or the player advantage, to get themselves this Baron buff. That propels them to almost a 6k gold lead, and hopefully we'll see them be able to execute a little bit better to just straight up finish this game. As we can see here, this is the problem with the BYG composition, is you'd love to generate picks with that hook from the Nautilus, but there's no target to really hook. Fortunately for them, they do sort of reset the situation and wait for the Swain ultimate to time out, but there's just not enough damage at this point in the game for them.
Yeah, afterwards I really felt like Likai needed to stop chasing Unibody. He was trying to get away after that one. Wako was fine by himself, but the rest of the team overcommitted. That was actually kind of a nifty move from Minji there. He actually charmed the Drake for the surprise damage, and Wako was able to steal that one away. That was 200 IQ, but PSG still in massive lead.
Yeah, throwing down all their damage, all their cooldowns onto that Dragon to be able to secure the steal does mean they didn't have those cooldowns to then try and win a fight. So it was definitely a bit of a catch-22.
The Rylai's also done for Gory. Wow.
Oh, Wako able to sidestep. Big cooldown
Everything.
now burned, and look at the bot lane. They are still pushing.
Ninja gets tagged up here, and they go straight for him. Pops
could just be
into
game.
stasis. Yeah, they're going all in. Kino can't run away from this one. PSG just going to close in on the targets. Wako still trying to deal damage, but he has so much that he has to walk across right here. And PSG going to walk straight into the base. That's going to be double inhibitors down. Wako coming in. See if he can save this one. Gonna look for some targets on the side here. Getting some slows down, but the Ultra Shock laser goes wide. Wako still trying to find some purchase. No.
That once more doesn't land. That will be PSG walking out of the base after cracking 2 inhibs. Very well done coming in from their end. And does look like it will be a reset, of course. 2 minutes until this next dragon comes online. And for the side of PSG, they have so many options available to them, right? They don't need to go for the dragon. They can go for the fight. They can go for the base. It's really up to them on how they want to play out the situation, because for the side of BYG, they have to go for the fights.
Oh, Kino might be in the wrong place right here. Hooks away. Very close to just getting chunked down in that situation. I think the mid lane difference is just gaping in this game. You know, we have very little damage coming out. Wako doing a great job at dodging out these ultimates from Murray, but it's the best he can do at this point. Kino is going to get targeted. Oh, he does manage to survive the lightning crash. Does force everyone away. Midgie goes forward, but can't find the charm just yet. He still has one more charge, but going forward is a risky proposition. He still goes for it, but doesn't find the target just yet. Goria is going to pop into his ultimate.
Do it.
Gori's actually going to lose his ultimate right before
he has
the
3
dragon.
items.
Oh, he's doing so much damage. Is this the Wako
He's isolated.
Is this
They're
the
isolated.
time?
Oh,
the
but on the flip
backside of the fight is not going so hot for Beyond Gaming there. They lose 2 members there. Wako doesn't have to sustain. Unified to walk forward. Ooh, still find her. Wako needs to get away from this one, but Unified is going to clean house on Likai. Stasis, but he's got nowhere to go.
And with the super starting to come in, it looks like PSG could just end with the extra super minion push.
Curry going in onto Minji. Minji barely gonna survive that one. But in comes the TP. Gor looking for blood. But in comes Wako. Wako's been so valiant in these team fights. He's been holding this entire team together on his back.
And now it's Hextech Soul.
Yeah, there's so much distance. PSG should be able to simply walk into this one. Too much ground to cover.
It's going to be free. Yeah, and for the side of BYG, they don't have any way to answer back, right? Because they have super minions streaming into the base. And this is why PSG, this position, even if they did screw up down in that bot lane push, they have options to fall back to. They don't need to win the team fight. They can just fall back towards this Hextech Soul. Perhaps BYG come out to contest the Hextech Soul. Then you threaten just ending the game straight up as we get to see the replay. Wako has been doing everything possible to try and keep them in this game. And Kino, this is the issue with the Nautilus into that composition, is that the moment you try and go in, there's no way you get to go in. And then the chase comes in because it's an Everfrost Ahri. There's just no power to actually kill these beefy targets. Now, we have super minions streaming into the base, and it looks like PSG are looking to just straight up end the game. We're stuck in replay, but the game could just come to an end.
Yeah, I think we really should be switching back to the big screen right now because the fight is about to come through. Here we go. Charm misses from mid. It goes a little bit wide, and the damage is income. The mid gets targeted out, has to dash backwards, and there goes Kino. Nothing to stop the march from PSG. Hanabi goes forward. He's in the middle of everyone.
He's gone.
Just tanky. And yeah, that is going to be Silver Scrapes. Triple kill on the end for PSG. And they are going to take it all the way to Game 5. I felt like this was just a drafted from Beyond Gaming, if I'm being completely honest. Like, they went in with an early game identity, but they didn't have any winning lane. Not a single lane was able to come out ahead. and it was a very, very slow march until death.
Man, this is a really difficult one to really fathom here because the draft possibilities were there. If we drop the Zeri, maybe we go for an Aphelios, right? The Aphelios would have a little bit more oomph in the mid game to possibly win out some of these fights, to cut through some of these meatballs, or perhaps we just go for the Fiora, knowing that they have, again, no answer up in the top lane. They aren't going to play top heavy. That's the other thing. PSG, they're not going to send a ton of top lane pressure. It's really all just focused bot side. So I just feel like there's weaknesses starting to show coming in from both teams, right? We don't see the Draven come out, which would be a clear answer in this situation. Instead, they fall back towards the Zeri, and there's just not enough momentum in the early game to really say, hey, this composition can carry over the line, can find those plays to maybe snowball into a Baron. No, it just wasn't there within the draft and also within the item builds and the play inside the game.
Yeah, there were so many, I think, holes in some of the champion pools there. I feel like if for the support pick as well, I felt like Lulu would have been the better answer because you need some extra HP in the front line. You need some extra damage coming in from your back. So I would have gone with Lulu right there. I felt like Nautilus was way too optimistic. We never saw a clear engage coming in here. It was always you need a secondary initiation. After you first engage, you force out the ultimate from Gory, and then you back out, and then you go in again. That is probably the most convoluted game plan that you could possibly have. As Minji's lane did not work very well against the Swain, so it's interesting to see what they can do now because it looks like it looks like to me that whatever Minji does, he needs to get a champion where the laning phase just isn't important. You have to assume that Minji is going to lose his lane. Like I think that's kind of a given looking at this series.
That's definitely tough to stomach because the Ahri Swain.
That's how Beyond Gaming played the entire split. I just want to remind everyone of that.
The Ahri Swain matchup is very much a skill matchup in the lane phase, and you shouldn't fall this far behind as well. Like in the team fights, it's going to be difficult, but in the lane phase, it's just sidestepping the Death's Grasp, and he just got hit by pretty much every single one.
Yeah, we saw two unanswered teleports on the side of Minji early on in the lane phase, so it was really rough time for him coming into this one. And there's a lot of things I think that need to change. The Aatrox party is a little bit weird, but I want to congratulate PSG. This is so smart on figuring out Beyond Gaming, honestly. Like, they like to play flank, they like to play in from different angles, so you just group yourselves up, become this big, unpenetratable ball of death, and you watch Beyond Gaming just like pick at you helplessly. They're barely making a dent, they're not scratching the paint at all, and they just deathball roll them.
Yeah, it definitely seems like one of those Indiana Jones scenes, right? Where you have the giant boulder rolling down at you. And all you can do is run away because you have no answers. And that's exactly what BYG trying to play into. The Zeri was their only answer, and it was just
this is so hard to play.
No.
They need to take Gory's ultimate off and then go back for the re-engage. Like, boy.
They don't have a secondary engage. That was the big issue.
I think they really got outplayed by the Swain draft. That was way too well done there. I think instead of going for the Nautilus, they need to give themselves an alt in the Lulu, play further back, play a kiting game afterwards. Like, thing is, you're running into a Swain is always going to be a terrible time. Running into a Braum as well. The fights were really close, but not enough.
Yeah, Wako played his heart out in this game. He was playing on the knife's edge, trying to lay out as much damage as possible. But again, you're playing with a Nautilus. You don't have an enchanter to put you over the top, right? If this was Lulu, if this was Yuumi, he can have these 1v9 moments where he can over-aggress because he has the additional safety coming in from a Lulu ultimate, from a Lulu shield, or the Yumi ultimate to create space for him and become a 1v9 monster. Here, he was a monster, but not really a terror that PSG were really worried about.
Yeah, he got to the late game, but I don't even think he managed to finish the LDR at the end. So punching through the front was going to be very hard. And congratulations. I think this is the most important thing about playoffs is you have to be able to play different systems of games. Like you have to play the bruiser comp, you have to play front to back, you have to be able to stand up 1-3-1s, you have to have an answer to all of that, you have to know the meta inside and out. And so far, it does look like PSG have a little bit more figured out. We're going to go into the post game here. Pretty smooth sailing from start to finish from PSG. Once the death ball got rolling, that was it. Very inconsequential from Beyond Gaming. From their entire top side. I don't think their top side could do anything, and they sure as hell couldn't tank for Wako either.
Yup. They weren't really useful in creating space for Wako, and they weren't really useful in getting into the back line of PSG. So catch-22 all around. Going into next game, we have to move away from this Aatrox pick. Surely. And it'll be interesting to see if they end up prioritizing Ahri again in this next draft. I assume they will stay on blue side, but the change has to also come in the item build. A Everfrost is not going to cut it because you are the sole magic damage dealer. And if you don't go for the Liandry's, you're never going to be able to eat through these champions.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Build was a little bit weird. I feel like Beyond Gaming, they're so confident of their abilities sometimes it actually makes their games much harder to play. And MVP again goes to Gory twice in a row. When PSG need him to stand up, when they need him to keep their dreams alive, Gory is there for them. This time with 28% of the team's damage on this swing, smashing his lane, kill participation through the roof. What more can you say about Gory?
They say the G in PSG stands for Gory, and that's exactly what's happening so far. As he has repeatedly dominated the MVP votes during the regular season. It's repeated itself in the playoffs. And one of the things we highlighted when it comes to attacking PSG is if you're able to limit Gory's impact, that changes the scope of how PSG operate in these team fights. In games 3 and 4, it just didn't happen.
It's been a while since we hit Silver Scrapes, but we're joining the rest of the regions and going to Game 5s. Don't go anywhere, listen to the music, and be prepared to find out who gets to go to Worlds.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
就要被离开给显示，完了，
德国军推到3个，终于推到4个，这边的又是一个2打3的画面，Triple Kill。
电子助攻就要被离开给显示，完了，后面的 Rock 看起来这边打得好，
但是自己被这个视线给弹回来，又是 Alex 的一个壁咚，准备要在这一波将解放人全员收掉。
差了一个位置，又是第3个，我的天啊！
然后是拿了一个杀手，开始持续的追击，现在的话瞄准他的 Triple，
美国手上画了一个治愈，说你一个治愈就这边点输了。
再一个红魔的一个推，拿着厨房旁边的效果把脚力给推了回去。
Welcome back into the loser finals here in the PCS. We have taken it all the way to a game 5. This final one is going to decide who gets to go to Worlds alongside with CTBC Flying Oysters. Before we figure out and dig into this series, we have to thank our sponsors once again in CTBC Bank and of course China Airlines that have been with us throughout this entire postseason. You guys have been wonderful, and so have you, Nightstar. We are here at the brink. It feels so bad, but one of these teams is going to be grounded. They are going to be going on summer vacation after this one. It's been a hard-fought series. We've seen so many brilliant moments, but What do you see of this final game here?
It's gonna have to come down to what do BYG have to bring to the table, because when we look at this team, they have much deeper champion pool, ironically enough, even though that was definitely an issue for them during the regular season, and we constantly harp on, you know, Minji. He's got only a few champions that he can excel at. However, they've also shown that they have picks that the side of PSG can't deal with. That's why we see the repeated Lucian, Callista, Fiora bans on the table nonstop, and I just want that Fiora in the game 5 to just go and blinds pick it in the first phase.
Don't leave it for PSG to ban it out in the second rotation. We saw how good it was in game 1 where Lee Kai 1v3, and if we think about the entire series, without that Fiora, I think PSG has been winning over 90% of the time. Like, if you just look at game time and who's been ahead, it has just been PSG, because the Fiora unlocks the potential for a side lane split push. Without the Fiora, Beyond Gaming just don't have side lane pressure, and that shuts down a wide majority of compositions that they could possibly go. We're going to be taking a look at the final draft of this series. PSG starting out with the Lucian ban, as always. Beyond Gaming sticking to their guns. Azir, Yuumi off the table.
Yeah, the Yuumi is just a pick that Kino has not picked up whatsoever, so that pick makes a lot of sense. And it really just comes down to, for both of these teams, what is the change-up when it comes to the third ban? And for BYG, they maintain that Poppy ban. For PSG, they'll also maintain the Silas ban. Here. Okay, they are shifting things up, going for the Sivir change-up. That'll be the first pick locked in. That offers PSG the ability to lock in the Ahri themselves if they want to, but I think it will most likely be a Sejuani locked in for them, and maybe then we have a couple of options for that next pick, but it does look like they want to just go ahead, lock in this area, and hide options for their R3.
Yeah, we'll see what they go for here. It typically has been the Sejuani, like you talked about. Murray also has somewhat of a pinch champion pool. I think there's a market difference between the Sejuani and as you call it. I would much prefer the Sejuani. If I was Corky drafting this one here, see what they get here. Yep, it is going to be the Sejuani, so potentially another front-to-back composition being selected here. Beyond Gaming, oh, they switch gears here. Are going to go with a much more insured engage and a much tankier champion in the buy. This is something that you've been calling for all series. Congratulations, Nightstar. You get your wish, and the Ahri is still there for Minji.
And if PSG do lock in the Swain, there is still deletion potential in the lane phase from the side of BYG because of how easy it is to execute. It's very similar to the Lee Sin Syndra combination we've seen in the past. This is the modern day Lee Sin Syndra. And going into the second phase, the one thing we won't see is, once again, that Fiora will come off the table. So we need to see some sort of diversity from BYG in this top lane, because while the Aatrox, you can see a situation where it could play out, it does feel like it has underwhelmed in the past 3 games. Even in the game that they did win, it didn't feel like it had a ton of impact.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the Aatrox. I wonder what you think about maybe just going back to some fundamentals. The Nara, the Gwen, they have been nerfed, but honestly, they're still somewhat playable. You know, we see them across the regions this time around, and maybe PSG is going to make that decision for them as they lock in the Aatrox. So PSG still sticking to the death ball style. It's Beyond Gaming's turn to answer right here. What do they have? I don't think this is it, but we'll see what the top laner and the support is going to be. Okay.
Gragas would allow you to play more front to back, gives a little bit of disengage. So it's honestly not a bad choice if they do want to pick more disengage heavy, but the Gwen also brings a little bit more damage. So if Minji goes for the Everfrost build, there will be a little bit more damage coming in from the magic department with this Gwen pick.
It's been a while, you know, she's had a much weaker laning phase, but if you get to that late game, like PSG most of the time does allow you to get close to 30 minutes, then she is a force to be reckoned with. Now, PSG has to round out their final pick. Kaiwing looking at his support. When things get dire, Kaiwing typically gets last pick, and he locks in the Braum again. A quiet game, but honestly, he didn't have to do all that much in the previous one. Very strong pick. They're sticking to what works. The question is, do you think Beyond Games' adaptations are enough this time around?
The change was to go ahead, snag yourself that Sivir, and with this composition, they do have a little bit more pick potential with the extra movement speed from the Sivir, and then also having that vibe. I think the key to this game number 5 will be this top side, which hasn't been a factor for most of this series. The picks have been, but not really ganking around or trying to influence that top side with these junglers because of how bot heavy with the dragons and with how influential their bot laners have been, right? Wako and Unify being a key component to how they win fights. But I honestly think this match will come down to Likai and Hanabi, who gets advantage in the lane phase and then transition that into smashing some of these team fights.
I would love to see a top lane brawl as well, and for your information, we do have the Ignite on the top side, so that means whoever wins out is going to get that extra mileage there. If PSG are able to shut Gwen down, could lead into a chain gank. In the meantime, looking across these lanes right here, it still looks like things are quite favorable for PSG in the raw laning phase. We will see how they play out this level 1. So far, we've had very quiet starts. No one willing to push shenanigans, but with Kaiwing on Braum, I have an inkling that that might not be the case this time around. We're taking a look across the rift. No one spotted so far just yet. Could be hiding in any of these brushes. And no, it's a game pause.
What better way to finish out this 5-game series, marathon series, than to start out with a pause? And it does look like it might be a bit of a lengthy pause too, because we already see Husha taking his headset off. So that's never a good sign. Hopefully it's not as long as the TSM one.
Oh, please don't jinx it, please. Oh boy, I woke up and I was like eating lunch and I'm like, what? TSM is still on? That's not their usual schedule. And I looked in, it's like, oh boy.
Yeah.
I hope we get into the game soon. It looks like an issue with Husha's computer right here. It does get nervous at times, so see if things are all fixed. Looks like we're going right back into game. Yeah, everything looks normal. The players are already talking, so that typically means that the issue has been resolved. You can't really talk in these extended breaks here. You know, it gives teams extra time to kind of figure out their composition. So if the teams are talking, usually means that we should be coming into the game pretty soon. Maybe just doing this short audio check here. We're listening in on production, see if they have any updates on the situation right here.
Yeah.
We got that from our production. So
there we go.
Just a short pause. I am absolutely relieved. I do not want to see a 2-hour marathon drawn out for absolutely no reason. I don't enjoy this series that much. Okay, you know, I would much rather have game time.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one. And we'll see. It will be unsealed spellbook for both of these mid laners. And even a spellbook for Kino. So
yeah,
maybe a lot of focus around these objectives. Maybe that's the game plan shift, is that, hey,
double smite?
Yeah, if we can't win these smite battles, we'll just bring more of them.
Okay, that's an interesting take. We'll see if it works out here. Biggest thing to note, of course, is this mid lane. The last time we saw it, it was a bit of a disaster for Minji.
Yep.
Like you said, it's not always it's a bit of a skill matchup, you know? It doesn't always go inside of the Swain. So We'll see if it works out this time. A big thing to note here is in the level 1s, we do have Beyond Gaming spotting out Bury already. They know he's started the red and gone down for the bot lane. So we'll see if they can kind of use that timing difference in the jungle pathing here. Meantime, Vi still going towards the top side.
Yeah, it does look like both of these junglers will end towards this bot lane, which is a little bit different from our previous games. It was more of a bot to top approach, but
Oh, we see the pings going down here.
Okay.
Husha probably going to pay a visit over to Swain. He's taking the long route around. He knows that Bury's on the bottom side of the map. This is going to be difficult for Gory. Gory, I think he senses something. In comes the flash into the charm, and they get the damage. Beautiful stuff.
It does involve them burning both of their flashes, but a well-executed first blood at just under 3 minutes coming in for BYG, and this is the start they needed. Get Minji that extra gold. He's going to have that kill thrown into him. It's not going to be an assist, and that will also allow him to reset here, get this wave crashed in, and get a big buy for himself.
Yeah, a much better start from Minji. This time around, he's going to get the extra gold to pad his stats here. It all really started with that early warding down, so good job by Beyond Gaming. Meanwhile, we get a look at how Hanabi can play this champion. He's trading very
Bury's
well
up
here.
top.
Lee Guy has no flash. Bury coming in.
He's dead.
Lee Guy is, yeah, he's got nowhere to go. So he's just going to save everything here. Not going to use the Ignite. He does fall down. Gives the kill over to Hanabi.
Yeah, good answer coming in from the side of PSG. Of course, into the Aatrox, you'd like that extra heal cut coming in from the Ignite. But definitely a situation where, as the game progresses, he might really miss out on not having the Ghost. As it could be hard for him to stick on to some of these targets, especially when there's a Braum in the game. Does so well into these melee champions or low range compositions. But at the very least, BYG, they have a good start to the game, get really the weak point of the sore point of their last couple games involved early on, and maybe that opens up the rest of the map, because we saw in game number 3, he fell behind, couldn't roam with the Talia. Game number 4, the Swain was just immovable. So game number 5, everything
the
on
charm
the table.
lands, instant flash in, Ignite goes down, Gory dies for the second time, and Beyond Gaming, they get the chain gank to go through.
They're learning, Clemens. They finally picked a page out of the recipe to defeat CFO, right? It's chain ganking like mission. Yeah, and here they managed to find back-to-back ganks onto Gory. Gory still has the flash available, but who cares? You've gotten two kills on this mid laner, slowing him so far down, denying him a lot of EXP here.
I'm not sure Mission would, or Gory would enjoy that comparison, but I think there's some kernels of truth in there. We do have a great start here, and I think the biggest thing, as you mentioned, is just Minji and Husha, for the first time in a long time in this series, can start moving across the map. We have that bottom lane that should be pushed in most cases here, so could start get a little bit dangerous. Minji going to take a bad trade here, but he's has so much of gold lead, it doesn't really matter. In the meantime, Husha is going to start out this Drake uncontested here. It doesn't look like Bury is going to come here.
And that's the big change, right? Because you're able to keep Gory down.
Gory coming in.
You have to be careful with how he pass here, but it'll be fine. They have a strong mid laner play around. And yeah, so these trades look so much different, right? Because you're not fighting into a lost chapter Swain. Instead, you're fighting into a mana crystal Swain. So the base damages are much different. And that has helped considerably. We'll have the ultimate now to maintain his safety along with the flash coming up
Hanabi could be in a bit of trouble here. We see a 3-man collapse, but he makes it out just in time. Good spider senses there coming in by Hanabi. And looking at the bot lane here, still a very sizable CS advantage on the side of Unified. Of course, a lot of it due to that Drake take here. But so far, that's the only shining spot on the map for PSG. See, Kino face checks. This one's going to take a lot of damage, but able to get out.
It's out before the stun press, which is really, really nice there. And for BYG, up in this top side, Likai holding up so far. Hasn't had a great lane phase in any of these games, really, except for the Fiora, but even then was still behind in the CS department. Of course, had the scaling factor. This game will still have a little bit of a scaling factor, although now it's going to have some friends to visit him. Did use the ward in the top bush, so it's going to come down to spider senses.
In comes Bury. He does have the ultimate. He's holding it there, but Likai holding onto his E, and with the use of his Hollowed Mist is going to get out scot-free.
Yep. And Hanabi on the Aatrox taking his chance onto this champion, also going for the Eclipse build.
I want to say this is Hanabi's actually least played top laner in the postseason so far. We'll see Hanabi getting kind of poked down, but he knows the buy is coming, so just backs out. And we do have Husha now starting out onto this Herald. This is getting a little bit out of hand here. PSG doesn't look like they have any will to contest this one either. They're looking for a potential cut down onto Blanco. Let's see if Bury can find him in the brush right here. He does find the Sivir. Holds on to the ultimate for now.
Yeah, no one really around to follow up on that, unfortunately. And now it will be a Herald in the back pockets of the side of BYG, along with the extra 200 gold. And it does look like they might want to just fight over this red buff. We see the collapse coming. And Bury's going to have to just... Oh, Bury does secure it with the smite. Or he's forced back off.
Didn't look like Minji wanted to do the collapse right there. That was a little bit risky for them, for sure. And I think Beyond Gaming makes the somewhat correct choice not to, throw everything at a red buff. Instead, they stop Unified from getting even more guaranteed gold onto the plates there. And they go back to normal. They still have a winning mid lane to play around, so just taking it slowly until the next Drake. We have Kaiwi now showing up into the mid lane. Very interesting move here. I wonder where he's going to go after this one. Looks like they're going to venture into the red side jungle. These jungle deep wards have just been so impactful throughout the entire series.
Yeah,
Call Minji.
Okay, so Minji forcing Gory to stay. It's actually really, really key because he does have the sustain advantage in the mana bar. So he's just going to try and crash this wave, whereas Gory really has no other choice than to wait for the wave to fully come in. And Hanabi, I think he knows what's up.
Yeah, he smells something fishy. He knows that there's no one on the bottom side so far. So that must mean Husha is in this corner. He's not going to walk up. He's going to let the wave go away. And Husha respects him for that. I like that. Husha as well just goes back, picks up his items. And, Hanabi still has to play under the assumption that Vi could still be up there.
Yeah. And Hanabi is given some resources to possibly take over. Of course, has the kill. So his Eclipse should come online pretty quickly, especially given the fact that Likai did opt for the boots, which means that's 300 gold not going into a mythic. So Hanabi positions in a spot where he could potentially really take over this top lane 1v1. And that might be critical in giving PSG that possible out to really allow this area to start scaling up.
We have the Drake coming in, and everyone is coming through this corner to kind of contest this one. We have Husha with the Herald, so there could be a fourth going down somewhere. It looks like Beyond Gaming trying to look for a pick on the side.
Into the bot lane.
Wow, Hanabi full committing to this one. Beyond Gaming, if they're not, if they don't recognize this, they could walk into the 4v5. See what Beyond Gaming do right here. Kino is going to cleanse out just all right. The TP comes in a little bit late. here.
Kino
Going in,
go in!
catches 3 onto the ramp here. Wako on the side, but they can't push the damage through.
They can't
Kylie
finish off
still
the kill.
Still staying alive into the backline. That's going to be 1 kill. Likai with the needlework.
They're too
trying to take
tanky.
down the Navi on the side. They do get 1, but the chase down is there for Unify. He goes in too deep. He gets knocked out. He goes down, and that's going to be gory as well. The charm lands, and Beyond Gaming forced the issue. That's going to be a number of kills going over. 1 for 3 trade. Beyond Gaming run down PSG.
BYG, they managed to find the fight. They don't get the dragon. That does go into the hands of PSG, but it is going to be Hex Tech Soul. So definitely combat stats. Everyone are going to be wanting to snag for themselves. And we see the adjustments coming in from BYG. This time, it's going to be the Leandries built up onto the Ori. A little bit more damage here to cut through these meatball targets. And it does look like the adjustments have been made coming in from the coaching staff, relaying to their players as we will see the replay of the fight. Kino gets hit by the CC, and really well done with this unsealed spellbook because he's able to cleanse out, reset the fight. It's cooldowns burned by the side of PSG, and then he sees his opportunity. Flashing forward, going in, gets a 3-man, and it looked like Gory's positioning was actually perfect because he's able to eat so much of this. But then, as the fight sort of goes downhill, Unified overextends himself. The side of PSG, they say, oh, it's a free Likai out on the side, but someone doesn't get the memo.
Yeah, I think they just split targets at the very end there. There was no way Unify would be able to finish off that 1v3. I think that was a communication lapse, unfortunately, for PSG. You know, not really their best execution. Just kind of a miscommunication happening on their side. And, you know, coming into Game 5, any one of those mistakes could cost you your path to World. So, hope we get the top level of play from both of these teams. We are taking a look here, and there will be a pause again. We're going to listen into production on what the reason for this pause will be. But so far, looking across the map right here, it still looks like we're going into standard lanes, and we just had the tower plating show up a little bit. It is, I believe, 3-1 in favor of Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, so Beyond Gaming with this gold advantage in the build adjustments, I think really set them on a path that it is a much more possible game for them, right? They don't have to be super far ahead in order to win this game because they have the items to try and deal with it, and they have done a reasonable amount of adaptations in the draft to also help support that. So it's definitely a much more winnable game for the side of Beyond Gaming, whereas in the previous game, if they weren't out to a huge lead, it was going to be nigh impossible for them to make their way back.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot more outs this time. You know, it's not just get a massive lead in laning phase or in early skirmishes and then snowball. They can actually hang with PSG into the late game in this one, even with the Zeri and the Swain on the other side here. Bury might be coming into danger here. There's a lot of things going down. Bury is still unaware of his surrounding. If he goes over the wall right here, he could just run into a charm. Indeed, he does, but he's so tanky right now. Sin is going to be able to get out. We're looking at the collapse here, and it is Beyond Gaming on the objective first. It doesn't look like there's going to be a full contest. Maybe Bury can find the steal here. He does have the flash available to him, but it's a little bit too late. And again, the neutral objective goes to Beyond Gaming.
And it's really just a mythic difference because Bury doesn't have his mythic. Gory doesn't have his mythic. Because BYG do have their mythics online in the mid jungle combination, it means PSG have no other choice than to just concede it. Now, I mean, look at this Minji build. He is already 1.5 items. He is very far ahead of Gory, as Gory should be very close to completing the Leandries, but it does mean you're still lagging a bit behind in your item build.
We have seen PSG just come back from these situations so many times before as well, so you know, we got a long game ahead of us. I like PSG's potential to kind of just get a target on with the Sejuani and just run everyone down. Like, the thing here is, if they find a lucky hit onto Minji, they could just instantly close it down. So that's what we're going to be looking for. The burst potential is there. The most important thing for PSG here is to stick to their targets, not allow Beyond Gaming to kind of weasel their way back and forth across these ramps. We're going to get Beyond Gaming coming in with the Herald fork here. Very standard play right in front of the Hextech Drake. Let's see if PSG are going to try and stop this. Looks like they're not going to be able to, as they will shove with this Herald. But in comes the engage. The charm lands onto Gori. He goes down. That's a fourth death, but Hanabi is holding down the front. Can he keep on? No. The needlework cuts him down as well. The decisiveness works out for Beyond Gaming again. They get the tower. They get the kill, and they're turning around for their second Drake.
Second Dragon on the table here. They should have more than enough members to allow the recalls to come through. Some of their carries. I think Wako thought Baron was up and available because he was running straight towards that top lane, but realizes, hey, it's only 17 minutes into the game. Turns his attention back around, and that will be a second Dragon to their name, and that's a fourth death for Gori.
These flash-ins are just killing PSG. We're going to watch this again. I think Gori just got caught off guard here. Watch Kino here as
he got knocked back too.
Flash. Oh, yeah. So unfortunate. He didn't expect that one.
Yeah, actually got betrayed by the Rift Herald. The Rift Herald getting the knockback, puts him in the perfect position. Kino takes full advantage of that situation. We saw him excel on the Mumu pick, and if the side of BYG take this game 5, no doubt it's on the back of Kino, only doing 237 damage, but that led to all the rest of the damage pulling through.
A really good chain there. A charm lands after the knockback into Kino, just instantly flashing in, and that just catches PSG off guard again and again. And that's the problem with these battle mages like Swain. If you're not ahead, it feels kind of difficult to play the game out. You don't have the stats to just raw tank your way through. So the way PSG has to play this is they have to rely on Bury. Bury has to lead the charge when it comes to these team fights. Swain can't make it into the fray first. Beyond Gaming now moving towards the top side. Looks like PSG don't really have a say in this one. They're very far behind on the rotation, and big chunk gonna go over.
The big difference here with the Sivir versus the Zeri pickup as well here in this game is the fact that on 2 items, Sivir does do a lot more damage than the Zeri on 2 items. Zeri on 3 items, definitely a different beast, as she will just be able to crit from long range, but Sivir on 2, very, very domineering in these fights, especially when you're able to maintain that front-to-back formation, which is exactly what happened for BYG, because they're the ones initiating these fights. They're not waiting for PSG to come in on flanks, where all of a sudden it becomes a lot more hairy for your Sivir.
Oh, we're going to have a teleport incoming from Kino using the spellbook to the best of his abilities. This should be spotted up. PSG do know that this is here. Gori's still walking up. This could be so dangerous here. I think PSG might be trying to set up a trap to see if they can get something lucky. But there's too many members from Beyond Gaming here, and they do have to back off in the end.
Yeah, PSG just trying to stem the bleeding at this point. Try and get to that second item. Because right now, Gori just sitting on the components of what will most likely be that Zanya's. And Bury still yet to hit the Mythic. Opting for, once more, the Warmog start, which definitely I don't have a big issue with it. It's just a lot harder to utilize it when you are playing from behind.
Yeah, when people can still chunk through you, it makes the Warmog nudge kind of hard to do. We saw what Usha was doing previously in the series. It's just, well, my HP is infinite. You can't kill me with the burst, so I can still walk out. That's not the case when you're going up against this Minji. And we do see the Focus Horizon already done here, so even padding extra damage if she lands the charm. Being very confident about the play coming in here. They do have a ton of immobilization, though, so it certainly could work out. It's very easy to chain this charm when you have a Vi on your team. Beyond Gaming now setting up for this situation. Kami might be caught out here. He's kind of baiting for it. And we do have Beyond Gaming now going into the 1-3-1 with their side lane leads.
Yeah, and now we're just sort of waiting for this next dragon to spawn. I don't think PSG will go ahead and pull the trigger because it doesn't look like they're very close in some of these item timings. Of course, with Unified only on 2 items, it makes that also a very difficult task. Strongest member, not quite at the same level as the rest of BYG. And that should be a pretty easy 3rd dragon for BYG. And for PSG, the real contest will come around this Baron buff, trying to prevent BYG from securing that, because if Beyond Gaming do secure that, this game becomes that much harder because you look at their composition, they have no wave clear. It is almost impossible to deal with these super or Baron empowered minions that they will be forced into engages that they do not want to take.
All right, PSG look like they're gearing up for a contest. Everyone is converging on this spot. They might be able to get Minji. They get the flash out of him. Minji holds on to the Spirit Rush here. He's going in. In goes.
Oh, another engage!
In goes Rakani. He gets a 4-man engage across the board right here. Corey is charmed into the front line. He can't do anything. They're just going to burst it through front to back here. Navi on the side. Corey still dealing a lot of damage by trying to hold the break down. Hold the fort down, and Unified's going in for more. He found one. Can he get the resets incoming? PSG hold their ground, and they escort Beyond Gaming out of their own turf.
Oh my god, Unified almost had a certified Zeri moment even without those enchanters like the Yumi or that Lulu. Enough protection coming in from the Braum to clear up enough space for him to start outputting that damage. And it definitely was on a knife's edge for the side of PSG to suddenly full flip the situation, but now they're going to be the ones with position onto the dragon.
Yep, it's going to be a while until Bucha can make it here, but he is going to be in range. 4,000 HP on the Drake right now. No one wants to get it close enough to finish. Let's see if there's a smite or which side does the Drake go to. And it actually resets here, and we have the ricochets on the side. So much damage being done onto Gory already. Likai just takes Gory down onto the side. Hanabi trying to run away from the situation. The Drake does go over to PSG, but how many members can they still have left standing here? Unified goes down, Kylie's down, Furry's gone, and that's the triple kill. That's the ace. That's Beyond Gaming, marching a big step forward to Worlds. A perfect ace with Baron to boot.
Oh my lord, Clement. BYG, they continue to impress in these team fight situations where they're forced to make a play. Boy, do they make a play. That's going to cash in onto a clean ace, and the Baron, that is a huge lead against our reigning champions of PSG. This is a very, very large lead. We can see the replay and keep an eye on Likai. He is just continuously zoning Gory off of the fight, so by the time he actually gets close, he's already dead. Likai just does so much damage in that 1v1, and after that, it's just, there's no front line, right? Gory is sort of the big meatball distraction because of his drain tanking capabilities along with the damage. Burry by himself doesn't bring enough of a damage threat for the side of BYG to walk away.
This is what we were talking about. Gory at this point in the game, he cannot act as a front line. Gets caught out on the side there, forced away from the ramp. PSG can't get back into formation, and Beyond Gaming, they get the Sivir resets. That's why these rundown comps are everywhere these days. You get one reset, you continue with the chase down, and there's not much the enemy team can do. Makes it very one-sided sometimes. I think that fight was actually closer without Sivir right there, but big win for Beyond Gaming. They're now up 8,000 gold. PSG have to pull out a miracle. I think the biggest lead we've seen PSG claw back, definitely in the J-Team games, I think that was about 7K. I don't think we've seen an 8K claw back just yet, but I know if there's a team that can do it, it would be PSG in a team fight.
Yeah, and if you talk about clutch factor, PSG is that orb that has so much clutch factor to them, right? Because of how veteran their players are.
Oh, the stun goes back
Beautiful
onto Wako. Can they kill him?
Is it
The Billy
enough?
walks out. Is it enough?
They're
He's
so
still
close.
alive for now. Gory
They got
got a
him.
1,000 gold shutdown.
They're so
This
low.
might be the turn. Pusha also falling
Leakai's
down.
here.
PSG looking for it. In goes Leakai, but he has to force his way through multiple members. They do get Pusha out on the end, but no extra kills. Gory holds down the fort for Beyond Gaming. He says, not yet. We still want to fight to go for a chance at World.
Kai comes in to help disengage the situation, but for PSG, that is a huge win for them. We talked about the clutch factor, and immediately the 0-kill Swain flashes forward to, or goes forward to get the pick onto the Sivir. They finish him off, and now BYG, you know, those thoughts, perhaps they start churning here. We'll see the replay. Incredible engage coming in from Bury, by the way, because he does get the Ice Bowl landed because of the chain CC coming in from the rest of the kit, which prevents Wako from cleansing all of that CC.
Yeah, Wako actually steps up to the tower range right in front of the Sejuani. It was a little bit of an oopsies for me. His teammates definitely weren't in position, and PSG squeezes the moment. They turn it around
was so close,
on
though.
a dime. Yeah, he nearly got out, but he does have to burn most of his summoners for that one. So, you know, we could have Gory going in again. He has his flash still. He could sit on that Sivir, take away a large part of that damage.
And over on the flip side, though, PSG, their health bars were incredibly low. There was that opportunity that maybe Leakai could have mopped up the rest of the team fight. Definitely an instance where you look at his summoners and think maybe the Ghost would have just straight up mopped that fight, and that would have been World's clinch right then and there. But it is going to be now 28 minutes on the clock. BYG still with a really sizable advantage. However, it's without a Baron buff. It's without this extra push power, and it's going to be them just sort of waiting for the next objective to spawn, which is of course very, very soon. And PSG have done enough where, hey, we flipped for that last dragon, secured it. Now we can give away this current dragon.
Yep. It's a really important point. PSG need a little bit more time. I think especially for Swain to get into the range where he can actually play frontline. That's been the biggest problem for them in team fights so far. Looks like they're just going to give this one away. In return, they do get a lot of warding down onto the top side. Oh, actually, no. Not as much as I would have assumed right here. They get a ward down into the jungle. And we are just kind of waiting for the Baron play here. Beyond Gaming, I think with their engaged potential, they're going to be very happy to force PSG to make tough decisions and face check some of these brushes.
PSG, they will require the snap decision making of Bury, who has stepped up in this game. It's going to require him being able to land a key ultimate, whether or not it's onto Minji or to Wako. Wako will have cleanse available and also his spell shield. So he is a very difficult target to spot out. But if they do lock him down and they do finish him off, the damage is very, very low on the side of BYG, right? Because you are stacking magic resistance. So this double AP solo laners will find a lot less damage in these team fights.
Really good point that you're making here. It's pretty much kill Wako and then roll the rest of the team. That's the game plan here. They've cut the lead from 8 to 6k now. Only Beyond Gaming indeed setting up Baron like we assumed. They do have a pretty fast Baron take with the Ahri on the Leandres here too. So PSG can't play them too far back. You know, they have to stick around. But they do have double blue trinkets here, so I don't see PSG falling for this one. I think they're going to make them wait. You know, they have Bury in the front line. He should be somewhat unkillable at this point. And they've expended one blue trinket. That's the second one going down now. Beyond Gaming going in, though. Charm doesn't land, a little bit short there. And they spot Hanabi, so they know this is a full 5-minute contest here. Munji is unspotted on the side, looking for that charm. And yeah, PSG, I think with all their blue trinkets, they can play this relatively safe, but this looks to be pretty explosive. Hushak goes in onto the Navi. He was sitting on a ward and he didn't know about it. Can he survive? He gets them all.
Can they finish him off?
He's got so much.
They don't have the damage.
He's still alive. He can't charge through. Gory's holding down the front here, and we just saw Tito go in, but he misses Gory as he comes out of Zanias. They get the 1 kill onto Husha. That's the jungle down. That's the Baron pressure gone. And PSG live to fight another day. They're cutting these leads smaller and smaller again and again.
BYG, it's back to the drawing table with this Vi pick. They immediately go in for the engage, but unfortunately, the damage not quite there. Wako, the flash coming in from Hanabi actually puts them far away enough from Wako, and remember, they have a lot of magic resistance stacked. So, the double soul laners isn't enough, but we're going straight into a Baron take. Lekai taking a 1v1.
They're gonna smite this one away. Massive amount of gold being
But
earned here, and they're going in for
Wako?
more. Beyond Gaming are willing to fight this one through. Husha's coming up to get the chase here. Can the charm land? It does go on to Bury, and in goes the crowd control. First kill already down, and Hanabi getting dangerously low right there. Can he survive? In comes Husha.
Husha's here!
Have the season
cutoff's here!
desist. They're gonna finish off everyone. The top side collapses, and even though the Baron is secure, PSG only have their top laner alive. This could be a massive push. 47 seconds onto
40
Gory.
seconds on the
Can
carry.
they actually finish this one? Beyond Gaming, they're eyeing for Worlds. They want to go to North America. I don't think Gory's going to be alive for this one. It's Hanabi against the world. Can Hanabi make it here? He's the only thing that's
Needs to
stopping
kill the
them.
wave.
He has the stasis. He needs to cut this one down, but they're going onto him. Stasis is gonna buy him some time, but there's still 20 seconds off.
It's
Hanabi
the
tries
Nexus
his best,
down!
but he's going down. No, the Nexus drops, and congratulations to Beyond Gaming. They are the 6th seed that drop into the lower bracket and make it all the way to the top. They will be representing the PCS at Worlds in 2022.
The dream run is capped by Beyond Gaming. Coming in as the 6th seed, they find the upset against J-Team, they find the upset against DCG, and while they stumbled against CFO, they come back and in a rematch of last year's spring and summer finals, they win out and book their ticket to North America.
I can't believe this. 3 different players on this squad. They kept Benny and Ulala on the coaching staff, and that team staff played out. They've grown their synergy in some of these players, and they are once again going to represent. On the other end, we do have PSG. This is going to be the first time they miss out on Worlds from the PCS region. You can see that they're having a bit of a sad moment right there. I can definitely feel their pain here. They've done so well in the regular split. They secured that 1st seed, but I feel a lot of the issues that were in the regular season did come to haunt them in the postseason. The inability to play tempo, the relatively limited roster of their champions that they could master here. And in the end, it will be Beyond Gaming that makes the miracle run.
For PSG, it definitely felt, you mentioned those issues, it definitely felt like they just didn't have enough time to resolve those issues. You feel like perhaps if this was the LEC or LCS where it is a 9 or 10 week season, they find a way to iron out all those problems. But because I think the core issue of the communication, that ended up being the final hurdle they just could not clear.
Yeah, and well, this is history being written right now. The first time PSG is not going to go forward and represent the PCS. I guess the P no longer stands for PSG in this instance. Huge props to Beyond Gaming. For those of you that are just tuning in, we do want to remind you, they lost Dago, they lost Mawan. He's still around, but he's playing in the secondary leagues. And the top lane, they swapped over to Lekai. So a lot of changes, a very different squad. but they kept the same spirit in this squad. They kept the same daringness, the ability to just find those decisive engages, and they are the epitome of clutch. I think there hasn't been a team that has brought me this much joy just watching them dig themselves out of holes that, quite frankly, a lot of times they dug for themselves, but, you know, they climb out of them, which makes things like a hero's journey. It makes it engaging.
The story writes itself, is what you're trying to say. And
for better or worse, yes.
Yeah. And BYG will get their opportunity to run it back against CFO, who they did struggle mightily last time around.
Yes.
We'll see what the lessons they learned from this series and their CFO series to bring into the rematch as we get to see the draft here. I think the core change was they shifted over to Sivir priority, and when you have the pick power of Vi Ahri, it really augments the Sivir On the Hunt to truly represent On the Hunt.
Yeah, they were able to get so many chase downs here. I think the Ahri, as you mentioned, with the extra resets, once they got a crack in the team fight, it was just snowball time from then on
and
after.
Kino.
Oh boy. So beautiful.
Kino was truly the MVP of this series because of how many engages he got time and time again. And while the damage may be output by Wako, the engage factors came out from Husha and Kino. They were the major factors in getting the 3 victories over PSG.
It's absolutely amazing here. And no, I do have to say that I feel really bad for PSG, especially for Gory. He's probably been the best mid laner PSG has ever had, but also the first one to kind of miss this Worlds opportunity. We're going to be looking at some of the immaculate team fights, especially coming from Kino, as he re-engages something that looked like it was over. It didn't really seem like there was a chance for it, but beyond gaming Kino, he sees the opportunity, forces a flash, gets the 3-man knockup, and honestly, after this, PSG could have still won this fight. Like, it wasn't a guaranteed win.
I mean, it was, the communication. They communicated, hey, we want to just finish off Lee Kai. Unified goes instead, chases for Wako, gets punished in that instance, and that allows the rest of the chase to come through because you get that Ahri reset on the ultimate. And it still wasn't like the game was out of hand for the side of PSG, right? Because they made this dragon fight happen, and even though they get wiped, they still secured the dragon for themselves, which slowed the game down. However, the fight definitely was not in their favors. The fight execution again was just so clean from BYG. At the very least, this is the real key one, right? PSG, they call for the Baron, they secure the Baron, but once more, it's BYG understanding that they should chase for this fight, even with lower health bars.
This is, if it wasn't Hextech Gate, I think PSG would still be alive right here. They're forced to charm back.
Yeah,
Husha making away.
Respawning and then coming in from behind really puts the icing on the
cake. 2 Hextech Gates right beyond PSG. That is, this is why I love the gate, but why it makes games also very hard to predict at times. You can see the real life effects there. So, beyond gaming, going to move on, and tomorrow in the finals, we will decide who actually can secure the first seed. And that's a world of difference because whoever gets the first seed doesn't have to play into the play-ins there. They can start directly in American soil. So see what happens there. Take a look at the game graph. Honestly, you know, PSG tried to run it back with the same game plan here, but the big differences was just the mid-jungle. Vi has a lot more ganking potential early on compared to the Wukong, and they made it count.
Yeah, and they were able to play around that pick power so well, and the Rakan was very influential. And all of it was predicated on that first pick Sivir, right? The extra movement speed enabled the rest of the composition to come together, really punish the meatball, slow moving meatball, I should say. on the side of PSG, and Kino gets the MVP. So well deserved. Those engages on Rakan were nuts, and along with his earlier Mumu play, clearly the series MVP.
Just surgical, absolutely surgical from Kino, and I love this guy's story. You know, he's one of the older players coming in from Beyond Gaming, always bringing up new talent here, and you know, he already has a daughter. He's got a lot on his mind all the time, and for him to be able to make it the second time around after losing Dago, which honestly would have been his prodigy and would have been I think a brilliant future in the PCS, to come back in the second split to make the same impact with Wako here. I think it's an amazing story coming in from Kino. I want to see those dad vibes, to see him shine at Worlds, though he was somewhat limited last time. So we are going to get an interview right after Raichu when we come back, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be speaking to Beyond Gaming's one and only League Guy.
Eyes on the road, sky turns to gold. I've seen the sign on the skyline, urge in my soul, gotta let go. I've had enough of the hard times, got a taste of the sun, now I gotta reach the horizon, yeah. Are you coming along? Cause I got the current to guide me, let it guide me. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I start anew, sky turns to blue, waving goodbye to the moonlight. I'm gonna drive, follow the lines, leading me into a new life. Got a taste of the sun, now I gotta reach the horizon, yeah. Are you coming along? Cause I got the current to guide me, let it guide me. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I'm coming cold waves are coming, they hit me every morning. I can taste the fear now, it's written on my lips. Woke up on a cold floor, with fire in my bloodstream. You're hot and cold, critical, it's written on your lips. I'm tired of waiting in vain while you keep playing this game. We try to maintain what's already over. It's even insane, I guess you like it that way. Be honest and say it's already over. It's already over. It's already over. It's already over.
我是主持人 Leju，首先恭喜 BYG 拿下今天本场比赛的胜利。Hey guys, I'm Richard and welcome to the post-match winner interview. Today we've got none other than BYG's top laner Li Kai. Can you introduce yourself, please? 那今天邀请到上路选手 Li Kai 接受今天的赛后采访，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
好，我是 BYG 的上路立凯。
So, congrats on being the second team from the PCS to make it to Worlds. BYG has waited a whole year to make it back to the international stage, and for you personally, it's your first time going to Worlds. How do you feel? 那首先当然要恭喜 BYG 获得了 PCS 赛区的第2张世界赛门票。那 BYG 是等了一整年，就终于要再次出国了。这也会是李凯选手第一次参加世界赛。那现在感受如何呢？
是那个我好兴奋啊！因为第一次打世界赛，然后没有，也就是 PSG 很难打，然后就觉得既然赢了，然后就非常的开心。
He said that he's really excited. He said that PSG is a team that is very hard to play against. They're very hard to beat. And the fact that they were actually able to beat PSG, he's super happy. And he's also, of course, happy that they're going to be able to make it to Worlds. It's his first time. So, talking about the series today, we know that Unified said in his interview yesterday that he thinks today's series was going to be 3-2, but I don't think anyone expected it to be a 3-2 comeback victory from behind. What are your thoughts about that? What was the team expecting coming into today's series? 那昨天Unify 选手也是在采访中说，他是预测到今天会3-2，但应该没有人会预测到会是让2追3的一个3-2吧。然后想问一下立凯选手以及 BYG 战队在今天赛前是有没有预测到今天会3-2，还是说会是什么样的结果呢？
今天就是觉得大家都要尽力打，尽全力，然后要对自己有信心，所以也没有特别预测到底会几比几。
有没有预测到 BYG 会赢？
就是没有预测到底会几比几，可是我们要尽全部的力气来打这场比赛。
So he said that for BYG, they actually didn't predict whether they would win or whether PSG would win. They had no predictions at all about what the eventual scoreline was going to be. And they said coming into today, what they wanted to do was just to play with full strength and to have confidence in themselves and in the team. So I want to run it back a bit and go back to game 1 and ask you about there was one instance over in the bot lane where you were 1v3 versus Gory Unified Kaiwing and you managed to come away with a bunch of kills also. What were the comms like amongst the team? Was your team just telling you to buy time so they could get Baron, or was it your own individual idea saying that you could 1v3? 那第一局后期就是在下路1打3的时候，就是你甚至还击杀了 Gory 还有 Unified。想问就是那是你个人主动认为可以1打3吗？还是说当时队友只是想要你拖一点时间让他们拿巴龙，然后当时的沟通会是什么？竟然隔了一点时间。
因为那个时候是想说给我去分带，然后看能不能拉扯到他们都来抓我，然后刚好我那时候在分带，我看到勾瑞哥上来，被我挡到那个嘲讽，然后我就想说杀看他，然后后面他们下路线都来了，然后我就操作了一下，把勾瑞哥也给杀了，然后刚好又能再杀 Unify。然后队友就顺路刚好吃了巴龙。
So he said that actually the team comms, or what his plan was just to side push, push in the side lane and just bring the wave up towards the tier towards the inhibit tower. But he didn't really expect that Gory would show up. They were just trying to buy time until some members of PSG tried to stop him in the side lane. And he said that when Gory showed up, he was actually able to block his taunt from the Galio. And so he kind of saw an opportunity to mechanics his way out of that one. And after he got the kill onto Gory, I mean, Unified and Kaiwing also showed up. And he was also able to get the kill onto Unified. But the team's comms at that time were really just kind of to push the wave. And it was kind of a bonus that they managed to get Barons. So I want to ask, you said mechanics. Can you tell us more about the mechanics of that play? 那可以分享一下那时的操作细节吗？
我那个时候就上去 Q 了一下 Gory，然后他就上来顶，然后我就躲掉了，然后他又开了那个 W，然后我用我的格挡掉他的 W，然后晕倒他。我想说来个1秒识破，结果好像差了一点，然后给他按惊人，然后按到大飞走，然后后来看到还有那个破绽还在，我就直接闪现 Q 把 Gory 杀了。
So he said that for the 1v1 versus Gory, he started off with the Q initially, and then that was blocked, and then they went for the W after. He said that Gory was able, he saw like Gory try to use his ultimate to run away from the Fiora at that point in time, and then so he just went to chase the Galio down to pick up the kill. So I want to ask about game number 5 and how the team were feeling before that game, because you guys were up initially 2-0 and then suddenly you were 2-2. So what was the team's emotions like at that point? And is there maybe someone on the team who kind of calms everyone down in those key moments? What are calms? 那在关键的第5把之前，队友的情绪会是什么样的呢？然后队友当中通常是谁会在关键的时刻帮大家冷静下来呢？
因为我们前面赢了2把，然后后面又接连不小心输了2把，所以我们到第5把的时候，其实是有一点抖的，就是大家都有一点怎么说，不太安稳嘛，就是有点不安心的感觉。然后关键时刻，我们通常都是 Wako 或 Kino 在帮我们冷静下来，因为我们上中也都蛮激动的，然后都是他们2个来帮我们冷静点。
他们通常会说什么呢？
那个安静，不要一直讲话，冷静一下。
So he said that actually for the team today, since they were up 2-0 and then they were not careful and lost the following 2 games, actually before game 5, the team was feeling quite scared. They were feeling a bit like they had like the shivers and they were feeling a bit uneasy going into that game number 5. He said usually on the BYG squad, their mid, jungle, as well as top are a bit more easily excitable. So usually for the people who can try and calm down the team, it's their support as well as AD carry. They usually say things like, oh, keep quiet, oh, don't be nervous, don't get too excited, that sort of thing in the comms. So my next question I want to ask is that all the analysts have been talking about how your performance from the regular season has been so different from your performance in playoffs. You've improved so much. Can we ask just how you've been able to improve so much in such a short amount of time? 那直播台以及观众朋友们都认为立凯选手就是从立赛到现在的进步是非常的多，然后想问就是在练习方面上，无论是比如说练新脚等，你是怎么努力到变成今天的立凯呢？
我会一直去看 LPL 跟 LCK 的上路的视频，然后一直看他们在玩什么，然后自己也去试试看，看自己适不适合玩这些角色，然后也就是要一直努力的练习吧。
So he said that for him, he very often goes to look for LPL and LCK top laner VODs, and he studies these videos. He sees what the other region top laners are picking in their games, and then he personally will try them out to see whether it's suitable for him. And he's put in a lot of practice like this. So tomorrow, BYG goes up against CFO that the team just lost 2-3-1 on Thursday. Will you have any new strats that we can look forward to in tomorrow's final? And how will tomorrow's BYG be different from Thursday's BYG? 那就是明天会再次跟 CFO 碰头。那你们对于上次的落败有找出关键的原因吗？明天会不会看到不一样的 BYG 呢？
我们算是有找出原因吧，就是觉得他们的配合那些，然后营运处理的比我们好。可是既然被我们找到了，那我们就会更知道怎么打赢他们。
He said that, yeah, they do think that they've figured out the CFO weakness or why BYG lost to them. He thinks that CFO are able to, when they have the gold advantage, they're able to make use of that gold very well. And that's something that they will look to change. So the fact that they've seen through the CFO strat means that they'll have an easier time in tomorrow's final. My last question has got to be, who do you think is going to be the summer split champions tomorrow? 那最后一个问题，当然需要问的就是明天谁会是夏季冠军呢？
不用说啊，肯定是 BYG。
好 thank you so much, Li Kai, for the interview. Of course, good luck tomorrow. Rest up well. 好的，那非常感谢李凯选手接受今天的赛后采访。当然要祝 BYG 在明天的夏季决赛加油，拜拜。
加油，拜拜，谢谢大家。
It's good to see Lee Kai so happy about that performance. You know, I think he was a great player on Machi. A little bit, unfortunately, he wasn't able to make Worlds in 2021. Now he finally has his dream come true, and you can tell he is incredibly excited. But that being said, we still have a big match tomorrow. And Nightstar, I kind of want you to look into your crystal ball and tell me, what do you think is going to happen tomorrow? How do you think Beyond Gaming might have some chances against a CFO, which frankly they did not look competitive against?
Yeah, the games were fairly one-sided, and I think again a lot of that stemmed from the fact that it was the side of CFO that were constantly invading into the bottom half of the jungle from the side of BYG, and against PSG that wasn't really an issue in this particular series. But if BYG want to take the crown, they have to shore up that issue. They have to really contest in that 3v3 or even 4v4 states in order to shove CFO back off of those pockets of vision. And if they're able to control that bottom half of the jungle, I think the dynamic of the series changes a lot more.
All right, we'll see if they can pull that off tomorrow. But first, we're going to have to take a look and give an ode to the fallen right here. Our top two seeds already dropped out of the finals so far. It's going to be the 6th seed Beyond Gaming versus the 3rd seed in CFO here. Quite an interesting turn of events. We did not expect this one to happen. Excuse me, not the 3rd seed. Not even the 3rd seed, actually. Even lower than that. 4th or 5th seed in the CFO side right there. So it's been such an interesting split so far. We love to have you here, Nightstar, and you know, I know this might be your last showing on the PCS this summer, so I want to get you for some of your thoughts so far in the split and what has been your most exciting player to watch.
I have, of course, loved BYG as they made their playoff run, and of course, those who know me, I cheered really, really hard for Frankie Sports. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the job done. And as far as the most exciting player, of course, YSKM. I think everyone just loved watching him and how much he spiced up our league. Of course, Gory, a good big shout out to him being the MVP, but YSKM, the hottest prospect on the market.
How far will PCS go at Worlds, given our two teams?
Clearly, it's going to be a PCS Worlds Finals, baby.
Let's go! PCS Worlds Final! You heard it from Nightstar! And don't forget, tomorrow at 5 p.m., we're going to be looking at the finals. It's going to be CTPC Flying Oysters versus Megabank Beyond Gaming. It's the battle of the banks, baby, right on top of the league. And we're going to decide who gets that first seed. Remember, tomorrow, you don't want to miss this. You want to find out who gets our first seed and represents the League of Legends Pacific Championship Series. Good night. It's been a great time, but we are going to be coming back with an even bigger event tomorrow.